may guests please take their seats? Also those of you watching us online. All right, we can start the first ever Decentralized Knowledge Graph conference. I believe today we're breaking the record in terms of how many speakers have joined us both online and offline to talk about many very important topics that are touching very important areas of human activity, such as information, and on the other hand, it's antipod misinformation. And we're really privileged to be able to work with great people like yourself, guests, team members, and everybody supporting us along the journey. Also, the next speaker that I will introduce a little bit later, they have been supporting OriginTrail and Trace Labs' mission for almost 6 years now, I believe. And it's truly amazing also for one of our advisors to be joining us later in the evening, Professor Bob Metcalf. And he had a very interesting quotation about what OriginTrail does. Essentially what he would say that in the time, we live in a time of abundant connectivity and alas, abundant misinformation. The OriginTrail decentralized graph is an evolving tool for finding the truth in knowledge. In particular, we see knowledge graphs improving the fidelity of artificial intelligence. What he meant to say is that OriginTrail is overarchingly about fighting misinformation, and it's truly an honor to be able to talk with such a great capacity. Professor Metcalf himself, he's one of the most important people, or someone who we should be thankful that we can sit here and talk like this and relay information online, as he's one of the most important founders of Web 1. He's also considered to be the godfather of the internet. And throughout the evolution of OriginTrail, we have gone from Web 2, so building centralized solutions, to essentially bringing transparency supply chains, to Web 3, building solutions on top of blockchain also. Initially building solutions from supply chains, but then also going into other areas, because truth is a very important thing for other sectors such as media, and we're also going to have speakers from that direction, education, and so on and so forth. I would like to once again thank to all of the speakers, those traveling to see this beautiful place in Slovenia. We almost don't need lights because the sun is coming up, and we're going to have a very beautiful day here in Slovenia. I would like to say thank you speakers, thank you also sponsors, Kmetijska zadruga Šaleška dolina and Perutnina Ptuj, who will also show us and give us a taste of their very tasteful meat. So tomorrow we're also going to host a proof of stake picnic, because you can verify provenance and quality of every product you try on the decentralized knowledge graph. Of course, I would also like to thank team for coming here and also setting up this great event. And also I would like to introduce our next keynote speaker, Damjan Kralj, also executive director of chief executive officer of BTC or BTC in Slovenian. He's a huge supporter of OriginTrail and also core development company Trace Labs. Since he's leading a very important company, especially in this part of the Europe, called BTC, I would just like to ask him, because BTC has been in existence well before Bitcoin and BTC, has Satoshi Nakamoto ever come to you and ask you for permission to use BTC as a name for Bitcoin? But I'm assuming not, because he's anonymous. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Damjan Kralj to join me here and open up this conference. And wishing you all to enjoy this conference, and everybody online, please do share whatever you find inspiring. As I said, today we're breaking records in terms of how many people talk about OriginTrail and how many great new solutions are going to be presented at this conference. Thank you.
So, Ziga, Tomasz, Branimir, thank you for having me as a keynote speaker for those few minutes that I can share. Of course, we weren't that visionary regarding the Bitcoin, or we were. BTC company is 70 years old, so we are a little bit younger than Bitcoin. But anyways, thank you for a rhetorical question. So since we have a tight schedule, maybe just a few minutes to explain about BTC company. We have two main revenue streams, two pillars. One is being the real estate developer, so being here in BTC City, so welcome once again in BTC City, welcome in Ljubljana, welcome in Slovenia. And the other is having logistics. We're dealing with FMCG mostly, that is fast-moving consumer goods. And we're of course very proud of both pillars. But overall, we believe in innovation, we believe in new technologies, we believe in blockchain. We believe that we need to have some part of our areas to test new things, to implement new things. And we believe that those things are a must. So we're very proud to be with OriginTrail for, I believe, 5-6 years. And we're also very proud to be a part of the ICO that happened. I think that OriginTrail was basically the most successful one in Slovenia. And for us, of course, it was also a very fruitful thing. And we are very proud to be a strategic partner with OriginTrail for many years. And we had some strong projects that we tested, putting some products and being in a way to check the traceability and trustworthiness from its origins, to putting those products on the shelves of our partners. Just to add, we work in logistics with companies like Spar, Petrol, which is of course being the biggest company in Slovenia. And right now, since being the goal for today's topics or for the future, I basically like the idea of putting it all together, meaning from internet, AI, blockchain, in a way to harness the power of Trusted Knowledge Foundation. I believe that OriginTrail is probably one of the most important parts within that foundation, and of course all the others. So I wish you all a pleasant journey during this day, and of course to be successful also in the future. So thank you all and welcome here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ziga and Damjan, for the intro. So I'm Jurij, I'm the general manager at Trace Labs, the core developers of OriginTrail, and it's time for us to get started with the first segment of today's session, if you will, which focuses on global standards for trusted knowledge exchange. Now, standards specifically have always been a very large and fundamental part for OriginTrail, because this is how we achieved interoperability from the very beginning. And specifically GS1 standards, because GS1 standards focus on supply chain. OriginTrail started in supply chain, so there was a huge synergy from the beginning, and things have really evolved since that point in time. And for those who don't know who GS1 is, the speakers will give more details around these around the organization and what they do. But just as a kind of a headline, GS1 are the guys who invented the barcode over 50 years ago now. I think it was last year that the barcode celebrated its 50th birthday. So this is just some trivia before we get started. And really examining this roles, the roles that these standards really play in the trusted knowledge exchange today, and the role that they play in combination with OriginTrail to build a trusted foundation for AI is really the core of the conversation for today, and the core of the topics that the speakers will focus on. So, without further ado, I would start with a quick introduction of our first speaker, Dominik Halbeisen. He's a solutions expert for technical industry at GS1 Switzerland, And Dominik has been with us. He's got significant experience in rail. So he's been with us since his days, or cooperating with OriginTrail since his days in SBB Swiss Railways, and he just recently moved into his new role at GS1. So we're very happy to continue our collaboration with him. And he's going to be talking about discoverability of physical assets with GS1 and OriginTrail. So Dominik, if you are online, I will hand over to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the welcoming words. A very warm welcome to Ljubljana, and thank you very much for being able to present in slides what we have done together with OriginTrail over the last few years. So what brings me to you, the discovery service in rail. It's in short an object name service for vehicle visibility events. And I'm going to start with a few words about who GS1 is. GS1, as already mentioned, is the organization behind the beep, behind the barcode. And we at GS1 Switzerland are just one member organization out of roughly 150, so we cover the whole globe, and scan roughly 7 billion barcodes a day. What is one of our driving forces is that we are international and local, driven by our members. That's the defining line behind the slides I'm going to show to you. And we solve one issue that has been around for a very long time. Who in a private environment is the neutral party, the neutral network? And the slides to come turn around this notion of GS1 being a neutral intermediary, a neutral party, which can thereby solve problems that otherwise could not be addressed as easily. What is the starting point? In Ljubljana, you are along a European rail corridor leading to Trieste and Koper. And in Switzerland, we have the main challenge. We are on the orange rail corridor, which leads from the northern ports down to the south through the Alps. And recent weeks have shown that this is a very critical infrastructure and that we do not have in Europe a complete picture which involves all the parties that participate in this exchange of freights, goods, and services. That's the vehicle owners and holders. The ECM maintainers, a very technical term meaning the parties which maintain freight or generally rail vehicles. The railway undertakers, that's a technical term defined by the European Union, so not in the proper sense of the term, but those are the companies that actually operate railway operations, and last but not least, the infrastructure operators, so the rails on which the freight runs. Now, what has this got to do with a distributed knowledge graph, with a sharing of information? Very simple. Data sharing is absolutely relevant for safety reasons when we talk about European freight and or rail corridors, because they're crossing many countries, many legal systems. And being able to evaluate and share data cross-border is absolutely crucial. Why? Because if we do not know what happened 1,000 kilometers ago, accidents happen. Why do accidents happen? Because wayside monitoring information cannot be freely shared and available where it's required. What you see on the right-hand side is 2 months old. It's an accident in the world's longest tunnel. A rail car derailed because information that could have been obtained was not obtained. And a distributed knowledge graph could have been the answer and prevented this. So right now, there is no rail link between Northern and Southern Europe through the Gotthard. There are other rail links open, but one major artery is cut. And the distributed knowledge graph could have been the answer to that. Why? Because infrastructure operators offer data, all in their own format, and the railway undertakers, again the technical term, meaning the operators, do not necessarily know who has all the data. And that's an issue. Why? We see on the right-hand side. So it is very difficult for the operators to create a complete picture. or to create a normalized big data pool for the reasons mentioned above. The issue lies in the high number of parties and connection points. As shown before, the corridors traverse and cross different countries, different organizations, different companies involved. And data sharing at first looks easy because we just need to connect two parties. Party A1 using a system in green, party B1 using a system in orange. And then another party using the system in green can join, just establish another bilateral connection. So far, so easy. But what when a party with system pink joins C1 and starts connecting? The proposition becomes ever more complex, because now we are not talking about one bilateral connection or a type of mapping connection, but already about three different possibilities. And the proposition starts to become ever more complex the more parties we try to involve. And you see where this is leading? Nowhere. This is the situation we are facing right now, or have been facing so far, in regards to the freight corridors in Europe. However, to gradually solve the issue, standards have been developed. On the one hand side, there is a GS1 standard out there defining how to identify rail vehicles. It's been out there for almost 10 years now, and it is based on the Global Individual Asset Identifier, in short, GIAI. You can see those identifications on most rail vehicles in Europe. It's a very small black RFID tag that you will see on the side of the vehicle. That's an SBB locomotive, and that's a DBIC seen when entering or getting on board the train. And this GS1 standard has found its way into the European norms, EN 17230. But I'm not going to dive into the norm. That's just to make the point that what started with GS1 has now moved into a European norm. And we also developed a standard to exchange data in a standardized way across the rail industry using EPCIS, the European Product Code Information System. It's not about the product, but about the rail vehicle, but the ID is valid nonetheless. So with this in hand, it suddenly becomes possible to share data. And how? In connecting all the parties to a central repository. There can be different repositories that are again linked to each other, but the main idea remains. Instead of having a very complex end-to-end relationship, we create a one-to-end relationship and then can connect the different repositories with each other. Now an issue comes up. How do we find all the different repositories out there? How do we find all the different parties out there? That's been an unsolved challenge for years now. And what has been missing? An object name service, so to name it. That's the service that keeps the information where the information is stored. And our members, we are very, very much membership driven, being a not-for-profit organization, have been demanding this very urgently for the rail industry. We want to know where the information is stored. And so we have built something in that direction, but before we go there, just a very quick explanation. An object name service is in principle nothing else than a domain name service. It's a service that keeps the information where the information is, but it's not web pages, it's repositories. And it's kind of a Google, but without all the advertisement, as we are membership financed. So we are not going to create an IP 8888, a Google domain name server, sorry, but we have created an object name service. What does it look like? It's actually, I'm showing here a UI, but it's a proof of concept. And the most important characteristic is that it is based on privacy requirements by our membership community. We do not want to have an open name service, which allows everybody to query for data, but first you need to have password protected access. Why? Because knowing where a rail vehicle has gone is of safety critical importance. So you want to restrict this. Therefore, as you can see on the right-hand side, the access to the ONS service is restricted, password protected. The roles of who can access are defined by the European Union. So only the companies entitled to access this service have a password and username. And the data, again, is governed by the owner. So the ONS, as we all know, does not share the data. It just tells us where to look for the data. And the data access is, again, protected, authenticated by the parties collecting the data and holding the data. We are not alone in this undertaking. GS1 standards are based on open and public architecture, and other solution providers are building the same solutions. OriginTrail, as we are learning today, and as we are hearing today, is going the same direction. And the idea is to create a linkable ecosystem, which will prevent vendor lock-in. There will be no proprietary solutions. The idea is to create an ecosystem. We are driven in the rail sector, but the idea is not at all restricted to the rail sector. The idea is absolutely open. We can imagine an Internet of Things where there is a central or even distributed instance of where to look for the information, and that connects me to the parties holding that information. So with GS1 standards, the ecosystem stays open, innovation-driven, and scalable. It's not proprietary. To go back to the rail case, what is the goal? The goal is very simple. Whenever we have an event, the existence of the event is posted to ONS. And this allows parties that are interested in events to query for the whereabouts of those events and then connect, not via the ONS, but by directly contacting the repositories which hold the events to get access to them. And this will allow to connect different dots along the journey of a rail vehicle. Once a critical self-sustaining threshold is crossed, and this is why the rail case is so important, the architecture can support itself. The architecture is open and can, as already mentioned, support data sharing on all different types of objects. There is no limit as long as we identify, capture, and share information in a standardized way, as for instance with GS1 standards and as shown with the rail case. From there, the sky is the limit. Thank you very much. Enjoy your conference, and giving the word back to Ljubljana.
Thank you, Dominik, for that presentation. I think it connects very well to what our next speaker, Phil Archer, will be talking about. So Phil is a web solutions director at GS1, and he's been instrumental in developing Digital Link, which is the successor of the barcode, excuse me, and numerous other standards. And he's going to be talking about the emerging GS1 technologies for trusted knowledge sharing. So Phil, welcome.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you to Dominik, who I haven't actually met. GS1's quite a big organization, and Dominik, hello. The great thing about standards is that there are so many to choose from. I'm going to talk about a different standard that in some ways achieves some of what Dominik was talking about, but from a different perspective. Also, I'm very conscious of the fact that I am a native English speaker, which most of you are not. Please tell me if I'm going too quickly. Now, trust is a strange thing. It's a very human emotion. It's not something that you can write some code and there it is. Different people will trust different things. And when you are trying to engender trust, you need to try and think in terms of different sources of information. A couple of years ago, I was visiting my favorite place in the world where I go as often as I can, and I saw this painting in a gallery. And I really liked it. And it was really expensive. So I spoke to the gallery owner and I said, tell me about this painting because I'd like to buy it, but it's really expensive. And she told me about the artist and where it came from and everything else. And I thought, yeah, you're trying to sell me this painting. I'm not sure I trust you. So I contacted this guy. He's a professor of fine art. He has edited international magazines. He has judged international art prizes. He has several books. He's a professor, for goodness sake. He's also my brother. So I trust him. And I said, what do you think of this, Mike? And he said, do you like it? And that was it, right? His entire professional career, do you like it? Thanks. Translating that to something more relevant to FMCG that we heard Damjan talk about, fast-moving consumer goods, stuff you buy in the supermarket, right? Or any other product that carries a GS1 barcode. You generally want more than one bit of information. You might want the basic product information, and you might be swayed by 10% off promotions, or whatever it may be. But also, what can I do with it? In a food product, that's a recipe. In a furniture, how is it going to look in my room? And, in respect of our hosts, traceability. Where did it come from? Who made it? Were any children harmed in the processing and making of this product? What do other people think? And has it got any certificates of conformance? How can I find all these things? Do we have a way to link one thing to lots of sources of data? I think we might. When I joined GS1 6 years ago, I had spent 8 previous years at W3C, often talking about this, the linked open data cloud. Each of those circles is an RDF dataset. The lines, the edges are links to other data sets so that there is a cloud of data all connected through using URIs as identifiers. Now the problem if you want to do that with a barcode is this is just a number. This isn't really, this is usually an attribute. It's a data point about a product. It's not what we would call a first-class citizen of the web. It's not a URI. We need to turn this number and batch numbers and serial numbers and other bits of information into a URI so that that can become part of this network, this knowledge graph. We have to be able to do that. But we also have to fulfill a number of different other constraints. First of all, it has to be something that the average consumer can scan without specialist software. No app required, just point your camera at it and get something. That's a really tight constraint. The other tight constraint is it's got to go beep at the checkout. Okay, don't know how many QR codes you've scanned at the checkout, but it's probably not very many. Oh, and we have to make it so that big industry and small industry all like it and want to use it. That's quite a challenge, which GS1 is facing around the world. There's only one way to do it, and this is it. It's called the GS1 Digital Link URI. The thing about the business buy-in, the support from industry, the domain name doesn't matter. At which point, the web people go into meltdown. Because, of course, the domain name matters. That's the basis of the internet. You can't get rid of the domain name. Yeah, we have. Sorry. For this to work, we have to make the domain name not matter. So you can put it on your domain name, not mine. You don't have to have some centralized service. And there is that product identifier, that global trade item number, there in a structure in the URI that you can extract without an online lookup. And you need to be able to extend it to include batch numbers and serial numbers and expiry dates and so on. I'm not going to go into the detail of that today, but there's a very, very precise structure that allows those scanners, Data Logic, Newline, Zebra, Honeywell, Cognex, all to be able to recognize when they see one of those things. Because when you come across a QR code like this, at a point of sale checkout or an industrial scanner, you have to be able to extract that GTIN without an online lookup, which is how we get away with saying that in our case, in this context specifically, domain names don't matter. So how are we doing? Is anyone taking this seriously? Anyone, the product manufacturers, the retailers, the scanner manufacturers, are they doing it? Well, here are some examples. Left-hand side here, that's a CNA hand tag from Poland in 2021. Top box there, that's L'Oreal, a snacky thing in the UK, a punnet of raspberries from Australia. This one here, apologies to anybody who is Italian or who has close contacts with Italy. This is Brazilian mozzarella. I'm sorry. But the reason we use it is because it was the first product to go beep at the checkout with a GS1 digital link QR code. And that was October 2021. So that's the modern version of the, if you know about the GS1 story, the first thing that went beep at a checkout was a pack of 10 Wrigley's Juicy Fruit gum. That's our Juicy Fruit gum for 2021. Brazilian mozzarella. Okay, all right. Other names you might have heard of. So Puma, Patagonia, Adidas, they're all doing it. Procter & Gamble. This is happening. We had some numbers from China the other day. Now China, numbers are different in China. Quite the same. The number of products in China with this kind of QR code on today, 13 million. So this is happening, right? These URIs, these structured URIs, GS1 digital link URIs are happening, and you can use them in your knowledge graphs and your linked data applications and your RDF applications, whatever you want to do. That's the idea anyway. But that's only part of the story. The whole point about trust is, all right, I've got the information, but do I trust it? I just saw a thing on Twitter just now. Alexa was asked about the election fraud in 2020. And Alexa came back with massive election fraud in 2020 due to enormous vote rigging, which we know is not true, but that's what Alexa came back with because it had got its information from something on Rumble, right? So just because information is out there, you have to know whether or not you can trust it. So we come on to something else. If a product like this says it's organic, yeah, who says it's organic? Did you say it's organic? Because I don't know you. I don't know whether you know what you're talking about. And did you say that he can say it's organic? Because I don't know who you are either. And what does organic mean? Because your definition of organic is probably different from your definition of organic. And who says that this thing that says it's organic is the thing that they said was organic? I mean, the number of questions from a simple claim, the number of questions, a simple claim, this is organic, there are loads of them. Now, traditionally, the way you found out, or rather the way it's presented to you to find out, was you see a little logo online somewhere, and you would click it, and it would go to a database, and the database would send back some sort of visual certificate. Yes, here it is. Oh, that must be true then. It's quite easy to spoof that, isn't it? I mean, it's really easy to get a green check mark and stick it on your website. If you haven't got a green check mark, well, Google has plenty for you to choose from. So the assumption here is it's a human being looking at a picture, and that human being is getting information from that and making their assessment based on that picture. We're all very good at looking at the detail, aren't we, before we agree to stuff. We all read the terms and conditions before we say yes. And the other thing about that system is you always have to call home. And every time you call home, of course, that creates a single point of failure. So for lots and lots of reasons, that old model from the early 90s, and gosh, I'm feeling old that I talk about the early 90s, it's a long time ago, is not good enough. We need something better than that. We need to be able to pass a credential, a certificate, a proof of something, and you need to be able to show that it came from the person that you think it came from. You need to be sure that the information hasn't been tampered with, and wouldn't it be great if those credentials were part of an ecosystem where you can click a button and actually lots of cryptographic verification happens very quickly, and you don't have to call home every single time? That's the electronic equivalent of the old letter with a wax seal, where the king or whatever would use their ring, and that was your proof that it came from them. The seal itself told you it hadn't been tampered with. You didn't have to, when the messenger arrived at your door, you didn't have to send him back 26 miles to go and say, did you actually send this or not? Right? It's all the information you need is there in the envelope and in the seal that comes with it. So the technology for that, of course, as many of you in the room will know very well, is verifiable credentials. That's the whole point about verifiable credentials. Who issued it? Can I prove that they issued it? Has it not been tampered with? And can I do that without having to call home every time? Now, GS1, we're not quite sure what we're going to be doing about this. We're looking at it very seriously. We have a number of parts of our organization coming together. You know how it goes when you want to propose something to the bosses? And you say, I've got this really cool idea. And the boss says, yeah, too busy. And you go back 6 months later and you say, I've got this really cool idea. And they say, all right, send me something written down. All right. And you go back and forth, and gradually, then it's at the stage where it's gone to the board, right? And the board has said, give us some more information. What, like I sent you 2 years ago? You want that information again, and again, and again, and again. Hopefully we're getting somewhere. I can't tell you yet what we're going to do. I can tell you that GS1 as a community recognizes more and more the importance of verifiable credentials. I expect us to be able to issue our identifiers and the prefixes on which those identifiers are based as credentials. So the complete range of our membership around the world, from the biggest in the US and China to ones like GS1 Slovenia, who are not quite so large, should be able to issue you a credential that says, yes, this is your prefix. That's the plan. But to make it happen, various things have to be signed off and budgets have to be found, so I cannot promise it today. I need to wrap up. These are the things that GS1 is doing that are relevant to the idea of distributed knowledge graphs and the idea that an AI can use trusted information to deliver human accessible information, which is what OriginTrail is doing, and it's doing a fantastic job, right? The GS1 digital link URI syntax is going to be the dominant way you see barcodes on products in the coming years. We hope the original one-dimensional stripy barcode can begin to retire around about 2027. It won't disappear for a long time, but you'll see more and more what we now have to call QR codes powered by GS1. Yeah, it means digital link URI. We do have a bulk data service called the Links Registry and verified by GS1, where we allow our members to register links from their product or their asset, whatever it may be, to multiple sources of information, including certificates. That's a bulk data service that you would need to talk to people like GS1 Slovenia about to access that. But there's also a free, unrestricted, resilient, performant lookup service for live lookups called the Resolver. That's there. There's open source code. You can roll your own. That's all there. Dominik talked about EPCIS, which means I didn't have to, which is good because he knows more about it than me. EPCIS was recently updated. That's the event logging standard. That's been updated to work with linked data and RDF, so that's all been done. As I say, we're working out what to do with verifiable credentials, and I haven't even had time to talk about our work in W3C. We are involved in some of those working groups. I co-chair one on RDF canonicalization. RDF can be written in lots of different formats, but what you want is one canonical form that you can then hash and sign and send on to other people. So that, in my 15 minutes, is where GS1 is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. That was very insightful and a very good segue into the last session of the segment, where we're actually going to look at a physical application of an actual application that we have been working on with GS1 Slovenia that involves digital link and some other exciting things. We're going to do a quick demo as well. So Branko from GS1, he's the chairman of the Expert Council and IT consultant at GS1 Slovenia. He will step in to do a quick introduction to what we've been working on, and I'll do a quick demo after that. So Branko, take it away.
Okay. Hello. You should know that I was not supposed to speak just now, because yesterday evening at 10 o'clock in the evening, my colleague told me I got sick. You should go. So you know that today my presentation, this one, will be a little bit improvisation. Anyway, in GS1 we are working a lot on various subjects, and digital link is one of those, especially because of the strategy which became known a few years ago, and that is up until 2027 the 2D barcode should be available at the point of sales points in the shops. This is a big strategy. You can imagine that what everything has to change. All the software at the point of sale terminals, at the retailers, at the printers, at the producers. It's a big task, and we are supposed to manage it as much as we can. But you should excuse me because I have to skip lots of slides, especially because my colleagues from Swiss, Dominik, for whom I heard before, although I have never met him, but my group for the Center of Excellence for Rail was very glad that he joined GS1. Compliments to Dominik, and also Phil mentioned a lot of stuff my colleague was supposed to talk about, although I would stress this slide because there are lots of points in the logistics and how the information and the items are traveling across the supply chain. There are lots of points, and all these points are important because they are making an information on that point. What we can do, what we can achieve by scanning at certain points, what kind of information we can gather is very important, because without the precise data and the trusted data at those points, let's say users of the supply chain cannot know what is really happening around. In various points, various users, various business partners, everything must be evidented, must be noted, and this can be done only by scanning trusted data. How this can change by using two-dimensional barcode and additional data which can be stored into them is up to our imagination. And GS1 is doing a lot of work into gathering as much or setting as much information as possible, or standards which are intended to put into these various points across supply chain. For example, like Phil mentioned, the two-dimensional barcode offers something else, something which has not been known up until now. And that is, we can gather online data. And this is very, very important. Up until now, all the data which was present was just physical or paper information, which is on the barcode or on the item. But now we can access information which can be authenticated, authorized, and dependent on who is looking for this information, he can get a menu of data which are available to these users. This is very important because our data access can expand. Without this, this cannot be possible in the easy way. Anyway, the digital link offers, by using the two-dimensional barcode at the various points across supply chain, additional data which are needed for the users of the supply chain. Yes, like my colleague wrote here, I haven't even read his slides. It's just this menu of options which are possible for the users who are scanning the barcode to get additional data. And this can offer to the producers of the items or all other users of supply chain additional information. As said, a lot has to be done. Especially on the education of the users, producers, and this is what GS1 local offices, regional offices, member organizations, so-called, are doing. There are lots of examples how to do it. Phil mentioned before how the digital link is looking. But those of you who are familiar with the logistic label, which is present on the packages of the back office of logistic chain, this can be recognized as something very similar to logistic label. They're the same identification parts. That means this 001 there is item, is J10, 10 is the batch number, and so on. There can be a lot of data which is possible to scan also in the offline mode at the point of sale, and especially online to get additional information. Anyway, I think I will skip because my time is off. Maybe as this, how this process will look like. Today we know that we are scanning only the JTIN, the point of sale, but because of the demand of the producers, we can see that there are lots of other barcodes also present on the item. And the first name of the strategy for the two-dimensional barcode in the retail was on-pack coding. It was the old name for this strategy. Why? Because there is a mixture of many barcodes on the single item, and that's a mess, which we would like to avoid. And that's why this proposition is to change, to replace all these barcodes with a single one, which could contain more data, all the data which is needed for the supplier, for the point of sale, for the producers, and possibly also for the users, for the buyers, consumers, which can access additional data. And this process will take a long time. That's, in fact, what I would like to say. I guess this you know about it. Phil also mentioned how this URL, which is inside the digital link, can give us access to additional data, which will be presented afterwards. Well, I would like to spend a few words about EPCIS. This is an excellent system, which I think is the best which GS1 has. And I know that you are working a lot on it. That's from my point, because I know I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Branko. I think that's a very good intro into the demo now. Let me just see if my screen sharing will work. Fantastic, it works. So I'm also moving away from here to turn on the microphone. Hello, hello. Ah, fantastic. All right. So for a very hands-on demonstration of the digital link and what Branko and Phil and Dominik were all talking about, we actually, and I'm going to use the clicker just quickly as well. Well, I'll do it later. We have combined essentially all of those GS1 standards, so digital link, EPCIS, a global data model which describes product master data, combined it with the OriginTrail technology, and added a flavor of AI to really enable a completely new way for consumers to interact with products. So I'm holding here a package of meat from Kaze Šaleška Dolina, who are also present here and are also part of they are the key, let's say, customer using the digital link and this technology to enable customers this interaction. And it has a digital link barcode here in the back. Now, if I just open the phone, scan this barcode, what happens is there's a digital link resolver that actually identifies based on the data that is in the digital link barcode, so the GTIN, the lot number. It knows where it needs to redirect. So it's redirecting us to, and I'm sorry, I'm going to move a little bit more here. It's redirecting us to the knowledge bank of Kaze Šaleška Dolina, where all of the knowledge assets that are connected on OriginTrail are actually stored. And all of these knowledge assets are in the forms of EPCIS data sets, GDM data sets, all of the things connected to provide full visibility. And it also, as you can see, identified exactly which lot of the product we have scanned, because that's also contained in digital link barcode. And this is a chat interface, AI-powered chat interface, that answers where does this lot R270 actually come from. And we can see we get a nice description of the farm, Turistična kmetija Slemenšek, where it's located. We get some actually links to the certificates that the farm actually has. I can click on it. It takes me to the government agency that issued the certificate. I have some photos, if they're available, of the map of the farm, and also on the map where the farm is. So all of these data points, they're actually stored in knowledge assets, which if I scroll down here, we can actually see and verify. So we can see the answer that we got on the screen was based on quite a couple of different knowledge assets. So we have the commissioning GS1 EPCIS event, we have the creating the meat packaging. So if I actually click on one of these, it will take me to the knowledge asset where that represents this event. And as you can see, it's quite a, zoom in a little bit so we can see what type of an event it was, where it happened. So you can really go into details of EPCIS if you really wanted to. And you can verify who issued these knowledge assets, who was the owner. And as you can see here, we have different issuers. We have Kmetijska zadruga Šaleška Dolina, and we have Institute Koncert, for example, for issuing the ecological certificate to the farm. And as Phil mentioned before, right, it's not something that you can just give a green tick mark to, but it actually, you can verify who the issuer was, you can verify the certificate, all as issued as knowledge assets on OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. But going back to, and I'm going to put this meat down, it's a little bit easier. Going back to the chat, there are things we can do that are beyond just understanding, where does this lot of meat come from. I can even just simply ask. I can even use voice. So I'm going to try to use voice. I don't know how it will work with the microphone, so bear with me. Is this meat organic? So you can even use voice to pose a question to the knowledge asset connected in the knowledge bank. And okay, I'm going to try again with the microphone. Is this meat organic? Is this meat organic? It was my thumb, or no, it's the screen sharing. I apologize. So, yeah, I was afraid this was going to happen, but it is. If you guys come up to me later, I'll show you how it works. The screen share is somehow blocking the microphone, but you could ask. So I will type it in. Is this meat organic? Yes. So I can ask it if it's organic, and the same thing will happen. As we're already in the knowledge bank of Kaze Šaleška Dolina, they actually, so it's checking if there are any organic certificates associated with the meat that we have purchased. And it's going through again, and the answer that we'll receive is going to give us all of the, again, source knowledge assets where if there is a certificate attached to it that we can verify. It will tell us which knowledge assets were used which issuers of those knowledge assets, and also what the certificate type actually is. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that for this particular question, there's even a nice little video here of the dancing cows, which is the brand the brand video for Ekodar, which is the meat that we have here. So you can see here, right, so the meat is organic. It tells us that there is a certificate called Ekološki, which we can actually also click on here on the link, and we can see the official government agency's government website where the certificate is issued. But as mentioned before, we can also go and actually verify this certificate, and let me find it here, as a knowledge asset on the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph, which is always verifiable in terms of issuer, in terms of owner, and in terms of also what happened to it, right? So you can see if the certificate was updated, if the certificate was, by who it was updated, and all of these types of things. So you have full verifiability of the data that was used to provide you with this very nice and human readable answer. And one more thing I'd like to do before I finish the demo is actually show you that this also works in different languages. So for those of you from Slovenia here, so you'll be able to understand what I will write, but just I will ask the same question, which farm the lot R270 is coming from. So this is the meat that we have. That's easy, ask in German. I can do that, but that will embarrass me, my German. All right. Did I spell this correctly? Yes, I did. So this is also, it's taking a little bit longer to answer because we're also using, there's two ways you can use this interface. One is what we call search mode, where you can get extracts from the knowledge assets in the exact form that they exist. So no modification of content whatsoever. But to make it a little bit more human-friendly, we also enable chat mode, which uses those extracts, so exactly the extracts that would contain the answer or answer the question that was posed, and use a large language model such as the OpenAI that powers ChatGPT or any type of large language model to make it more chat-like, right? So to make to summarize it essentially, to put in more human-readable words, and that's why this whole process is taking a little bit longer than usually. But there we go. So we get a Slovenian answer where it's coming from. Also the same info as before. So the certificate, pictures, map. We can open and see where the farm is actually located. So that will be it for the demo. But no, not yet. I would like to actually, if we can switch to slides, yes. I'll just take this here. So if we switch to slides, and I'll just skip this because this I already mentioned. So combining these technologies to enable exciting new ways for consumers to interact with products. So I intended to show this before the demo, but then I just told it. So I guess that's also okay. I think the major point here is that we've done this for or showed this demonstration for food. But this is not limited to food and agriculture in terms of industries, right? We can enable, with the digital link, we can enable such solutions for billions of products across various industries. So fast-moving consumer goods, we have fashion and apparel, luxury goods, consumer tech, automotive, art, any other type of industry. Any product that would hold a digital link barcode can be enabled with a solution such as this, where you can simply it doesn't even need to be consumer-facing, right? It can be that you as an organization would like to query your supply chain. You can have enabled a solution like that with a combination of these technologies. And this is why we're really excited to combine these and to really build on solutions such as this to make it easy for people to find out about products, about the supply chain. And we'll be talking more about the supply chains in detail and these solutions in the later segment of the day. But that's it. I think I hope I didn't overrun by too much, but that's the demo that we wanted to show you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Ooh, I guess that's my microphone stall. Sorry. So just as a note, then the segment, this was the last session of the segment. We're going to have a short coffee break for, how long is it, Anna? 5-10 minutes? Half an hour. Oof, half an hour. Okay, so we'll see you back in here in half an hour for the next segment, which is, I believe, the Chat DKG. Construction. Okay, I apologize. Construction. So see you in half an hour.
Hello, everybody. This is very interesting silence. Everybody is like waiting for something special to happen, right? Well, I'm going to surprise you. It's just me. I disappoint you, really. So hello, everybody. Welcome to the conference once again. We just finished the coffee break. To briefly introduce myself, I'm Branimir, or people know me as Brana. I'm one of the three founders behind Tracelabs, core developers of OriginTrail. Super happy to have you all here at the first DKG conference ever in Ljubljana. And I was really impressed with the previous session, with all of the great presentations and practical demo from folks from GS1. And actually, the demo will be something you can also experience tomorrow if you're here in Ljubljana at the picnic. Don't forget to come to the Proof of Stake picnic. So now we're going to continue with a bit of a different topic, but very relevant and very related with the same set of technologies that we've seen in the previous hour. And that is construction. So we'll be talking about how we can implement trusted AI within the sector of construction with experts from the field. So we will start with a presentation by Professor Dr. Noemi Friedman. She comes from the Computer Science and Control Institute of Hungary. So they do very exciting stuff over there. She's a senior scientist and a PhD in civil engineering. Together with Noemi, we're working on a very interesting project within the EU. We're creating, with OriginTrail, a so-called digital building logbook, which is supposed to be kind of like the ultimate database for anything construction. All of the buildings in the EU, including all of the new buildings, but also old cultural heritage buildings. And Noemi will be today to present this project to us, followed by a panel in which she will participate with a few other experts, which we'll also announce at the right time. So happy to invite Noemi to stage, please, and give a round of applause for Noemi.
I'm much not so tall. Okay. So hello everyone, and first of all, thank you for the great introduction, and also thank you for inviting me to this great day. I'm really enthusiastic about these talks, and I want to point out first, I'm not a professor. I'm in a research institute, so I'm a senior researcher, and I'm not exactly following the academic track. And it's not only about construction, it's in general the building stock, the European building stock. So let's see how we are trying to transform this European building stock. To motivate this whole project and why I'm working in this field is that I don't know if you know that 40% of the energy consumed is because of buildings. As you can see, the main consumers are due to heating, ventilation, and lighting. What can we do? So our goal is to really reduce this huge consumption of the buildings, and with new technologies this becomes really available. And one of the key first steps that we have to focus on, as I think we should focus on, is to gain more data. So the building sector is a bit left behind with the digitalization, and this is one of the reasons why it's a bit difficult to make decisions in this sector and to change the behavior of the buildings, to take more care of sustainability issues and topics such as that. So what are the obstacles that we see in this domain is, maybe I can also use this pointer. So there are many processes that are replicated again and again. This is not related to This is not really related to the heating or the consumption of the building, but there are so many processes that engineers do that gives knowledge to people, but it's not shared. This knowledge is very rarely shared. All the data stays in an isolated manner with different engineers or different stakeholders within the building sector. And this is the first step that I think we should do something about. And also this is caused by lack of trust and lack of incentives that people are motivated to, and the different stakeholders are motivated to share such data. And for that, this is how we started our collaboration with Branimir and Tracelabs, and I even have the colors of Tracelabs, by fortune. So I'm very dedicated that this can work. So what the European Union initiated is that we should start by decarbonizing the buildings, and this is the first goal that they signed up for in the European Green Deal and Build for People, is to have by 2050 the whole building stock completely carbon footprintless, so no carbon emission, climate neutral. This is a huge goal, and I don't know how realistic it is, but I know that we should do everything that we have power of doing to go in this direction and try to make this feasible. Also, there are many other issues that you can do when you have access to data and information. For example, we should take more care of health issues of the buildings, that we feel good in our environment in general, and that the structures should be safer. We are also fighting with many climate change issues. There are more and more floods, and we had very bad recent news about horrifying earthquakes. And these are all things that we can not prevent this happening, but at least we can try to make it with less tragedies by predictive power. Okay, so this is the main goals and the main motivation. And a little bit about the Build Chain project. So you can see there are many countries, many companies and academic participants included in this project. We have many different expertise, starting from business model through AI, knowledge graph technology, blockchain technology, structural partners, structural engineering partners, architects, many different experts, and we are trying to learn each other's language and to move on and try to make the first steps in this direction that I have described. So what are the main objectives that we somehow summed up in order to achieve this is to have, first of all, to take care of the data, that it's shareable and that it's detectable, discoverable, and in order to do that, we really need these linkages in between the different databases and tools. We need to enhance energy efficiency of the buildings. This is one of the key focuses in the European Union at the moment. Improve safety of the buildings and occupant comfort, improving in general the management and renovation of large building stocks. And then, of course, there is this trustworthiness, transparency, and traceability of the data. And this is why I'm here in this presentation, because one of the solutions is to have a decentralized system, and with the help of the knowledge graph and with the help of blockchain technology, we can secure data, we can make data available or at least discoverable and searchable. And this is the main framework of the project. So how do we get started? First of all, what do we have? What kind of data do we have? And we have data on different scales. Sometimes we are only interested in some parts of the building, like a column or like a material that it was made of. Sometimes we are more interested in the structure of the building if we want to take care of the safety of the building. Sometimes we are more interested in the heating part, heating and ventilation. Sometimes we are not focusing on specific topics, but in general, all the properties of a building. For example, if I want to buy a building, it would be good if I could. if I wanted to buy a building, I want to make sure who made this building, what material it is made of, that there's no material that could harm my health, that I can trust that this building will still be standing there in 10, 20 years, and so on. And sometimes, if it's about policymakers or the European Union itself, then you want to make decisions on population of buildings on a small scale level, or in a city level, or sometimes even the whole European Union. So you have data on different scales, and we have this digital twin technology to improve the data to include also dynamic sensor data to learn about how the structures, the buildings are behaving. And we have also some historical data that we have available. And our idea is to connect all these different types of data with all different types of stakeholders within the business. So the designer, the user of the building, or the investor, or the engineer, or sometimes even the researcher. Researcher can also have access to many information, so they can follow up procedures that maybe came from research, how they implemented some standards, and maybe the standards should be updated. If we can learn how these buildings are behaving, or how our expectation didn't meet with the realization. And we have to do that throughout the whole life cycle of the building. This is why I highlighted that this is not only about construction, it's about the whole procedure of proposing standards, of doing the design work, of making the construction, of maintaining the building, or maybe demolishing the building or renovating the building, and if it's demolished, then recycling the materials that we can actually recycle. So there are all knowledges that we can collect throughout these life cycles, and by that, collecting all this data, we can create a new marketplace where these actors can share their offers, including quality certificates, credentials, and where it is possible to log in data and get out some data. So that's the basic idea, and you see these key elements that we plan inside. By having this interconnectivity and AI algorithms used, we can implement some new technologies like digital twinning, and create this whole ecosystem with a new marketplace. And we hope that with this, we can really achieve sustainability, energy efficiency, improve safety, health, and occupant comfort of the buildings. And you see that in the center of this, connecting all this information and stakeholders, is the decentralized knowledge graph. So this is why the color. So how do we initiate this project is we start with a digital building logbook. Actually, we are building on digital building logbooks, and the first initiation to collect data about the building stock is going in this direction, that the European Union is actually having 3 or 4 parallel big European projects to see how we can use these digital building logbooks. There are many, many companies that have softwares already using for different use cases and in different manners to use digital information about the buildings. And there are many initiatives, national initiatives as well, and some of them didn't really fly. And they didn't really fly because it's a really top-down procedure. They want to enforce that all these stakeholders, they take care of the data, that they take care that there is a digital building logbook about the building, and that they take care of it, that whenever something changes, they update this digital building logbook. But there's no real motivation behind it other than the authorities try to enforce this. So we believe that we should start a bit more from a bottom to top process to show usability of this data. How can we use it? What are the use cases that the different participants can take advantage of? And when they see why they make it, then it's more easy to motivate people to share data and put data in the system and update data. When I first thought about this project, and I called a friend of mine who's working in the construction sector, he told me that you're crazy. No construction company would want to have a follow-up procedure. That's not really the interest of a construction company, right? Because you can see details that they don't want you to see. And it's none of their interest. But maybe some companies are smart enough to stand up for it first, that they can offer somehow transparency by showing that they even do the follow-up procedure, so they can have proofs that they offered something. For example, a service provider who was telling me that they will renovate my building such that I can save 50% of the consumption of the building. And if they offer that they even have the follow-up procedure, they will measure it, and if I don't get this reduction, then they will give me back money. Then I would rather go with this company even if they had a more expensive offer. So I think transparency is an important issue here. How we start is we start with old buildings, and this is an important aspect that European Union has many cultural heritage buildings, and according to the European initiative, by 2030 we should only construct buildings that have zero carbon emission. Which is maybe doable, but maybe 2030 is a bit early, but maybe doable. But the biggest problem is the already existing buildings. This is a bigger difficulty, how to treat these problems. So what we get in the center point is municipality of Florence, and they own their own digital building logbook. They have a digital building logbook of more than 2,000 buildings in Florence. Most of them are cultural heritage buildings. And we will connect all this information that exists in this digital building logbook with the decentralized knowledge graph idea. And we have use cases that are somehow dictated by the municipality. And we see how we can make use cases to make people more interested in using such systems. So we build also building-related ontologies, and then we put all this knowledge using BIM technology. It's called building information modeling. And this gives a structure to the whole information available, and we put it on this decentralized knowledge graph so you can really search for this data and see what is available. And sometimes you do not have access to it, but you can ask access to it, or you can monetize the data and you can sell the data. And these are all possibilities that are made with the help of this technology. I wanted to point out another point, which I forgot, but I will remember. So maybe on the way I will remember. So how we got started is that we defined 12 use cases, and these use cases are very hybrid use cases. So some of them we expect to be used by researchers, some of them by structural engineers, some of them to take care of the energy efficiency of the building, some of them is trying to compute the carbon footprint of the building by life cycle assessment. Some of them are trying to make alerting system to know when an earthquake hits, if the building will resist the earthquake load or will not resist, or if there's a big flood that is coming, or a huge concentrated precipitation, whether we can do something about this issue. So these are the use cases, and to make those use cases realizable, we will develop 6 different tools to be able to do that. And we have 5 pilot projects where we showcase all these use cases with the help of these tools on some cultural heritage buildings, for example, in Granada or in Firenze. There's a modern building, or there's a building that is actually built in Slovenia. Or there's a project about population of buildings, many school buildings, how you make decisions about their renovations. Or there's a use case with different buildings that are of the same type or similar type. For this pilot, this is cross-laminated timber buildings from which you can already build really high-raised buildings, and it's a quite sustainable material if you build from timber. But it's a new technology to use timber for such high-raised buildings like 7, 8, 9-story buildings. And according to the standards, there are already some buildings that were built, but we see that these buildings behave differently from how we expected them to behave. And we use these different buildings, measured data, to update the behavior of the buildings, and we can update design procedures, how this kind of buildings should be done. And as I explained, we have this building information modeling, so the BIM technology in the background going on, which is by itself gives a semantics to the building elements, and which facilitates all information that is stored which is related to the building. For example, I can store where a sensor is located, where I can collect information from. There's digital twinning technology when I replace how the model is acting, so I can predict what it's going to do in the future. And there is this digital building logbook that we build on. We don't stick, and this is the idea that I forget, we don't stick into the idea of digital building logbook. So this is how the European Union started. So we fit it into this framework of the digital building logbook. We start small, but we really think big. We really believe that this technology can be scaled up, and all this different information in different levels, city level or building level, can be collected with some decentralized identities, and such way really we can learn more how we can achieve these goals for 2050. Okay, I will skip this slide, and I go to the impacts that we really hope that with this new technology we can achieve new economical and societal goals. The main target is really to achieve energy efficiency and transparency of the building stock. And by building this ecosystem centered around all this data available about the building stock, we hope we can do this with the help of the decentralized knowledge graph. So thank you for the attention, and if there are any questions, I don't know if you do hear questions. I don't see it as a part of the style.
We are slightly over time, but if there's a question, I suggest we tie it in with the panel, which is following right after. But is there anybody who wants an immediate quick question from the audience? Okay, so let's leave it for the panel then, I suggest.
You demotivated them.
Yes, I totally killed the vibe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the vibe killer. All right, so thanks a lot, Noemi. This was a great presentation. Please, I'd like to invite you to join us at the panel. Take one seat that you like. Whatever one. Don't take two.
Should I take one of those?
Yes, please. Grab one.
There's two here, so I think
and I'll join you somewhere because I also prefer sitting down. Anyways, for the next session, we will have about a 25-minute panel where we'll be focusing on exactly this topic, trusted AI in the construction sector. We have 4 amazing participants. Again, senior researcher Noemi Friedman, not professor, from Staki in Hungary, joined by another person who we already met, Branko Šafarić from GS1 Slovenia. I'd like to invite Branko to join us on stage, as well as Alex Lubbock from British Standards Institution, who is also with us today. Apart from Alex, we're also, and Alex is here. Hello, Alex. Welcome. Apart from Alex, we have Juan Chacho from University of Granada, who is also involved in the Build Train project and will be contributing to the panel, of course. So, because it feels weird that I'm standing here and you guys sitting there, I'm just going to sit next to you. Everybody sing a song now. Yeah, mine is working.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes. Let's see. Yes. I think like this. Let's try.
1, 2, 3.
Yes. All right.
1, 2, 3.
Fantastic. All right. So thanks everybody for joining, online and offline both. So I'd like to ask actually everybody to briefly introduce yourself instead of me wrongly introducing somebody again. I'd like to ask just kind of a quick couple of sentence introduction by everybody. So perhaps for the people who might have not tuned in before, it would still be valuable if the two of you again introduce yourself, Noemi and Branko. So I'd give the floor to you first, and then we'll continue with our guests from online.
Okay, I have talked already too long, as we just find out. So my name is Noemi Friedman. I'm working in Budapest in Staki. It's a research institute for computer science and control. And I work in the laboratory of informatics. We are doing mainly machine learning, artificial intelligence. But I have a civil engineering degree, so I came from the construction industry, really. I'm a civil engineer, and I made a PhD in France about deployable structures, completely different topic, but then I shifted towards stochastic computations, digital tuning, and machine learning.
Thank you, Noemi. That was perfect. Branko, can you continue, please?
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Branko Šafarić. I'm now working at GS1 Slovenia like an IT consultant. And you know how it works for the information technologies guys. Immediately after study, you are grabbed by one company or another and put to work. And that was also my situation also. Then I created my own company. I worked there 10 years. And then I once said, I have enough, and went to a lunch in the Chamber of Commerce where I met my CEO, and she said, I need you. So, so I'm now here. No, it's true story, really. I'm working on various projects in GS1, everything from the identification, traceability, EDI, mostly EDI, in fact. So electronic data interchange or electronic commerce. So I'm familiar with most of the projects around GS1. I am also a part of the construction group. I'm also there only as much as I have my free time, and that's very little. So I'm generally GS1 specialist, but not so much construction.
Thank you, Branko. Let's proceed with Alex. Can you give us a brief intro on who Alex Lubbock is?
Yeah, no problem. So Alex Lubbock, Global Construction Practice Director, BSI Group. I work in the assurance part of our business. I head up testing and certification of construction products. I've worked in a built environment for about 20 years, multiple different roles. Joined BSI about 2.5 years ago. Assurance was a new thing to me. I'd still kind of identify myself as kind of consciously incompetent in some way. I've got a fabulous team behind me from a technical perspective in that sense, but I've worked across the built environment in a number of different roles: subcontractors, main contractors, facilities management, work winning, change management, headed up BIM, also spent some time in UK government for 3.5 years, heading up digital construction, manufacturing and technology, leading on sort of strategy and policy across Cabinet Office, working with a number of different government departments to deploy that technology. Great to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for joining. And last but not least, Juan, would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting to this interesting event. Well, I am an associate professor of structural engineering at the University of Granada. I used to be a civil engineer and as a mechanical engineer. Here in Spain, the two degrees are very similar. My research has been focusing on artificial intelligence since the beginning. My PhD basically was focused on inverse problems, where I used to adopt different artificial intelligence techniques. And after that, I started to focus on proper artificial intelligence methodologies and developments. And now I am focusing on different applications, not only for the building sector and the construction sector, but also for the industrial sector, predictive maintenance, etc. But yes, kind of a mixture between building engineer or civil engineer, and also, let's say, data scientist, more or less. So my profile is very, very similar to Noemi's. Basically, all the aspects she has been remarking are very similar to mine.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, everybody, for the intro. And we're going to just be chatting a little bit about the topic. So to start off, I'd like to ask everybody on the panel to give their short 1 to 2 minute view on what are the opportunities and problems that you see in the space, especially with regards to application of AI technologies and trusted AI technologies. I know all of you have different backgrounds and experiences, and we'd like to see what have you observed so far, both in the real world as well as from the research perspective, of what are some key opportunities that are coming with this new technology in your domain. So I don't know if anybody would like to start. Is there a candidate, or should I point a finger at somebody? Point a finger.
I'm happy to go first.
Let's go, Alex. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want to point out, I guess, a key challenge for me, and the key challenge is trust. I think that's the title of the topic matter as well today. But underneath that trust is the risk of these new, I guess, approaches to delivery and making sure that they are sustainable and scalable moving forward. Within that, from an economics perspective, looking at how we aggregate demand as a sector, construction and the built environment is always challenged in terms of aggregating demand, and how do we make sure we can support scalable growth of these technologies in the sector is a key challenge. And one of the other pieces around sort of capacity and capability, actually how do we build confidence in these technologies and the trust that we require by deploying things like standards and assurance models to support this moving forward. I think if we rely, I think, Noemi, you spoke about it earlier about some of the top-down approach and bottom-up approaches you'd seen today. Actually, for me, it's a mixture of all of these things. We're not going to see sort of legislation focused particularly for these technologies into the built environment, and we're unlikely to see regulation focused particularly on these technologies in the built environment. There is likely to be an increased level of both at a broader level. It's how we then kind of bring in and introduce those things to increase then the competence, capability and capacity we have in the market to adopt as well. So at the core of that is, people have got to manage risk potentially differently. And I guess our role is to engender the trust to take those risks moving forward.
Thank you, Alex. Juan, would you like to continue, perhaps?
Yes, perhaps something to add. I believe there is a good opportunity as well on the transfer of knowledge. So the artificial intelligence has a great potential on exploiting the full potential of the data that we can generate and transfer the knowledge from one side to another. Here in the construction sector, it is not difficult to clusterize the buildings, the constructions. Basically, they are very similar. So, for example, when we think on concrete buildings, depending on different aspects and attributes, we can somehow clusterize. So if we learn something about the buildings here in Spain, we get data about this, we can exploit this data and transfer this knowledge to another country, to another area. So this potential is also huge. And I believe artificial intelligence and blockchain technology has something to say in that area of application of research. I am also thinking not only in the building sector, but also in the civil engineering sector. So if we think, for example, on bridges, on, let's say, railway bridges or road bridges. So they are very similar between them. So if we get data, we can clusterize this data and we can exploit this data. And of course, we have also the key aspect, which is the trustability and the safety of this data. So how to deal with this transfer of knowledge, but also in a trusted way. This is, for me, one challenge that we can learn and also we can exploit the potential that the artificial intelligence offers to us.
100% agree with that, and I've been actually having the opportunity to speak with Juan specifically on this knowledge transfer topic, which seems very interesting, specifically with the regards to data collection. Like if you have two different sets of similar buildings, let's say, in different environments, they're never exactly in the same environment or in the same place. You can learn quite a lot, and even collecting data in one place might not be as much as you can learn if you collect it in multiple places and then basically apply the same knowledge in different areas. So super excited to be exploring these ideas, because this is not just applying AI to data, but actually connecting different real-world cases and sharing this learning in between each other. Moving on, so I don't take part of the panel myself. Noemi, would you like to add to these points?
I will be really short because I was talking a little bit about these things.
As much as you would like.
So other than trust and the mentioned reasons, I think ownership is also an important aspect. So how these digital building logbook initiatives are somehow ended up in bad ways is because people do not want to share data, and it can be sensitive type of data if it's some dynamic data on what you do inside the buildings, what is the temperature that you use, and so on. These are really sensitive information on your personal life, and authorities need their own data, and there were big discussion who should own this digital building logbook. And I think really this key solution is to decentralize the system, is to have different owners of the different type of data, and some of them should be publicly available, some of them can stay personal, but such way that it's really somehow in a way detectable and searchable. So this what I would like to add.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Noemi, Branko.
Okay, my point of view is a little bit different. That is that we know that construction sector is the biggest of them all, the largest. There is no bigger industry sector than construction, maybe army, but we won't talk about that. Anyway, it's so dynamic and so like a target to the legislative, to the taxes, to every point of interest. So we have to. It's difficult to get any kind of control over this sector. Naomi mentioned before one of the aspects, and that's energy consumption. It's huge. It's huge. It's 30% of world energy goes to the industry sector, but that's not all. There goes also waste and construction elements, the building blocks. And to get any kind of control over this sector, we need to identify correctly all these building blocks. I mean, the lowest possible denominations of the construction. So we need to have a traceability option for every item which is included in the system. I want to say also that the construction sector will be a target for the taxes which are yet to come.
Fantastic, thanks Branko. Actually, maybe while we're here at those topics, I wanted to ask specifically Alex and you from a standardization perspective. What do you folks see as key topics to be covered by the standardization initiatives? And specifically regarding GS1, there's the initiative called Verified by GS1. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and how you see that fit in the topics of construction and applying trusted AI?
Yes, you know that the definition of the data or data definition of each element we are dealing with is rather complex. In every industry sector, there are lots of different data sets which should be available if you want to, let's say, understand what we are dealing with. So to give any kind of standardization of the data in general, to have a common denominator is almost impossible. That common denominator is too small to have a really good effect, but that means we can expect a lot of different data definition data structures which should be defined to, let's say, enable sharing the data. And tools like AI or a good, what you mentioned before is a graph database, which I think is really a very good, let's say, possible way of to the solution of sharing the data and understand the data, which is one of the reasons it's a good way. GS1 is also offering many different options. You know, we are legendary by the identification model. Our federative type of identification is very good because anyone everywhere in the world can use the same identification model but still be unique. And that's why it's offered, this system offers a solution to the correctly, when we are talking about the items, we know we are talking about the same item. Also, I would like to add that the BIM models, which are extremely important, somewhere, in many parts of the world, they are mandatory. Sometimes they are recommended, sometimes they are mandatory. And for them to work, they need the correct data. And without correct identification and correct data structures, which could be shared easily between users, that's impossible. And GS1 is doing a lot of that. We are doing registries, but they are just, let's say, a scratch of the surface, what is really needed. So it will be a long haul to come to the very long haul. Okay.
100% on point and agreed. Alex, what's the view of BSI and from not just from standardization perspective, just from your experiential perspective when it comes to applying these technologies or standardizing them in doing it the right way?
Yeah, it's a great question. Obviously, we've got a long history as a national standards body and the first in the world. It's a hot topic of discussion all the time. How do people want to digest standards in the future? What do those things mean in this particular subject matter? Actually, how do you aggregate over 40,000 national standards in our portfolio alongside all the other work we do with ISO, SEN and other standards bodies globally to bring together essentially structures of information that is useful to the user and making sure that we can support and enable these things moving forward. So I would say that discussion is kind of hot topic for us right now as a standards body in terms of how those things move forward. And I think there are a number of different potential roles for standards bodies in the future and how they transmit and share kind of sort of trusted information that could be, rules-based, that could be, product data sheets, that could be different types of identifiers that support those activities and bring some commonality and linkages to, I guess, broader standardization work in a global sense. From the other side of it, in terms of the assurance side of it, we've seen a number of different initiatives kind of evolve over the last few years that relate to this matter. So I agree with Branko that, you know, there does need to be some persistent identifiers, but, you know, let's accept that it's going to be some rather than just one, you know, because, you know, one is yet to prevail, and actually there are lots of good tools out there, you know, like GS1 that are doing interesting things in this space. That allows us a potential to share information in a more kind of sort of equitable fashion. What we're seeing from a regulatory perspective in Europe, obviously, is the update to construction product regulations to incorporate ESPR and the advent of digital product passports, and that initiative, obviously, to deliver that initiative in the sort of sustainability framework that's been set out. There is a lot of standardization work and assurance work that needs to go on alongside a huge amount of collaboration. So the sector needs to collaborate and decide what parameters, properties, etc., that it requires to be seen. And each of those properties needs to be, tested, certified, verified potentially in terms of the claims that people were going to make. So we have to be really realistic that current models for the use of LCA and sort of carbon footprinting that are technology and benchmark based are kidding ourselves. We've got to be realistic and start actually really understanding the depths of sort of scope 3 emissions and supply chains to really understand those initiatives, and that requires a lot more robust verification than what is actually happening today. In the UK, there are a number of other things going on as part of the advent of the Grenfell Tower disaster over 6 years ago now. Was the release of the Building Safety Act in 2022. So that is legislation. And the secondary legislation that's come out around, essentially, for this context, I guess, a digital logbook of buildings over 18 metres being a legal requirement on building owners, is slightly at odds to the comment Noemi made around kind of decentralising these activities, because ultimately there needs to be risk, liability and accountability as a last resort in place to address a shortfall in people maintaining and keeping these things up to date. I absolutely agree with the decentralisation of or management of, in terms of permissioning different types of information and different activities that go into that building. But at the end of the day, we have seen, a disaster where people have not been accountable, and some of that accountability needs to be firmly placed where it is best owned in that environment. So the Construction Products Association in the UK produced something called the Code of Construction practice around, I guess, behaviours and organisational behaviours, and do they have the right management systems and approaches in place to manage their information as organisations. This is now a live thing. This is for manufacturers to sort of verify their capability against. Then you've got object identifiers like BSI identifier or GS1, which should be persistent traceability of those products going into the environment. And then you've got the really complicated bit, which is the product passports, which is essentially the depth of not just the sustainability characteristics, but a broader subject matter of all of the characteristics of those products going into the building. These things coming together is a good thing. We are standing by, I guess, as a standards body and an assurance body, participating in a number of initiatives around product passports, etc., to, I guess, support the industry to move forward. But all of that has to be built on consensus and collaboration. And that has been the real challenge to date, is how do we get consensus and collaboration in a sector that's so fragmented to agree on those data sets. And if we can do that, then we can all move forward with more confidence and trust.
touch upon a lot of different topics, and since we're kind of getting close to the expiry of the time we have for the panel, we'll maybe take a few extra minutes. I'd like to ask Noemi and Juan to provide their perspective from an R&D perspective, really, on the topics, and you can feel free to use the build chain project example, because I know we've been working through it, but I know you guys have been involved in other projects as well, where you're trying to apply AI and within the construction sector. So what do you see as the key opportunities and challenges from an R&D perspective at this stage? And perhaps try to limit yourselves to 2 minutes each. That will help me do this panel right. Yeah, whatever, feel free.
So maybe the key difficulty in getting trustable data, that the data is really accurate, or if not, then at least I have information about its accuracy. And I think this is a key issue, because a lot of people just want to get around this collection of data and get over with it, and we really need a certification system. And then what we can use the data for, it's really I can talk for days about this topic, and you only give me a few minutes. So
maybe
I'm just
touch just a few of them.
Yeah, just a few of them. So what Juan and me we have been doing recently is really using supervised learning to learn behavior of the buildings from experimental data, that we have sensor data, and we can see that under different loading conditions and under different effects, how a building is behaving, whether it's energetically or structurally. And this predictive modeling really helps us to see when something is going off, or understand more the phenomena itself. So this is one aspect, but you can also use reinforcement learning. If I go back to my times of my PhD, I was proposing to not to stick with structures as structures that don't move at all, but you can also make the structures to move. They can be movable structures as well, rather not for structures, but for shading systems. So you can make some adaptivity that is added to the features of the building, that it can act adaptively depending on the wind direction, the climate conditions. So I find this direction extremely useful. And then in general, if we do have access to trusted data, then these big data procedures, or recently they call extreme data, when it's all different hybrid types of data, you can really do magic with data. I have been working in this field, and it's even still surprising for myself how much knowledge you can get out of it.
Fascinating to hear that. Juan, do you want to continue on that thought?
Yeah. I was thinking before how how to resume in a couple of minutes the challenges in research in this area. I would say that I just decided one of them, which is digital twinning of the construction assets, because there are many people talking about digital twins of everything, but in particular in the construction sector, we have digital twins about bridges, about buildings, about everything. But I think there is a lack of formality in these definitions, and we need to formalize somehow. And as a community, we need to provide rules and regulations on how to create the digital assets, the digital identities of the buildings, of the in general of the construction assets. I understand that we have the building blocks for this, because we have the computational models, we may have the data, we have the, let's say, the sensors, the telecommunication systems, etc. But how to put all this together in a manner that everyone can understand and can use and can be transferable and trustable, I believe that there is an opportunity there. Build chain is somehow part of this challenge. But not all of the project, but part of the project. But my understanding is, as a community, as a research community, we have this challenge of trying to formalize this digital twinning of the construction assets and exploit the full potential of this technology. This is how I see the next future on this sector.
So as we're nearing the end of the panel, and we kind of skipped the questions before, I wanted to ask if anybody from the audience or maybe even between the panelists has a question or remark to the topic. Awkward silence. There's a question over there. Microphone coming up just in 3, 2, 1. Speak now.
Thanks. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted for you guys to maybe expand on the data collection process. When you've said you're gathering some data from the construction buildings, how exactly do you do this, and how do you structure your data to have the same standards across different types of buildings and types of things you're measuring?
You're asking me probably. Well, today there is no common standard. We are, like a GS1, we are working a lot on the data definition structures, but this is a dynamic system which is keep on expanding. The way to exchange data is that we are dependent on the producers of the parts, the construction parts, because if you want to today to calculate the carbon emission for anything, you need the concrete data for all the parts which are included into this building, or anything at all. So to get this data, we need to acquisition this data from the producers, and this is a never-ending job. For example, we are now building registries, item registries, JETIN registries, we call them, which are collecting basic data of all the items on the world, all the items. That means it is a huge job, which is, like say, never ending, and we have huge problems of creating understanding to the consumers, to the public, how these data structures can be defined, how to be understood. And I want to say, on the basic level, this data, which is the most common denominator of the data structure, is difficult to understand from the wide public. Regarding the bigger, let's say, data structures, or the more concise data structures, this problem is much bigger. Today, there are lots of these structures available. In GS1, we call them GDSN. That is some kind of catalog of the precise product data, which consists of a few thousand attributes for a single item. But it is still not enough. Not only because of the data definition structures, but also from the public, from the users of this community, because they are not aware of the need. And the only possibility to convince them to give the data in an appropriate way is the law. And until that happens, it's difficult. But the ways the data structures exist, which are, let's say, dependent on the sector. But it's too long answer for details. So I hope I...
Thanks.
Anybody else want to touch upon that?
Maybe just really shortly, it's an ongoing project, and they try to automatize data acquisition systems too, and this is a big hype now that there is this building information modeling, and they try to make it possible that you collect data from pictures, you send a drone, and then the drone will make pictures and then make a point cloud, and from the point cloud directly generate a BIM which has information about the different types of objects using AI technologies. This is an ongoing research.
Never ending.
And never end. I hope it.
Actually, I'd like to add 2 sentences to that. So I agree with both of your points. And I think R&D is going to run in front of standardization, of course, because we cannot standardize something we haven't tried out quite a bit. So there's a lot of things being tried out, but built with building blocks like Juan and Alex mentioned, especially from GS1. So we're looking to build on already existing things, as well as W3C, such as the mentioned identifiers and verifiable credentials that Phil has introduced. All of these really provide building blocks to have trusted information, trusted data. And that finally involves linked data, because if you have it all separated in different places and it's all somehow disconnected, then it doesn't allow you to do two key things. One is to have the picture of the whole, and the other thing is to discover the picture of the whole. So if you don't have, let's call it an AI global search engine for construction, it doesn't matter if the data is sitting somewhere because you cannot access it. So, and that's one of the key value propositions that OriginTrail DKG brings to the table. It enables a decentralized way to discover trusted knowledge about any topic, and anybody else to introduce, to plug in, if you may, trusted data. And then it comes to formats as well. So the big part here is being also providing updatability as we learn along the way and we make mistakes in implementations and figure out how to make it better, ultimately standardizing it as well. Since we're quite over time, I'm going to thank everybody for participating in the panel. If anybody wants to add a closing short thought, feel free to pitch in. Would love to hear more from you folks.
If I may, I would just like to get one sentence. I think that I can say that I think that I can talk in the name of the whole community, and that's it. That we are glad that the IT providers are taking serious part in this sector, because construction sector is seriously under digitalized compared to all of that, and especially that you are using technology which is the top technology today, which will enable to create a relationship between the data in the data chaos, and that's the way to the future. That's.
Thank you, Branko. Want a final thought from
Just
Noemi?
let's make this chaos something sensible.
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Let's do it. Alex, you want to finish off?
Just to say thank you, and thank you for the invite today. It's been really fascinating going to listen to his views. I really liked Juan's point around knowledge transfer and how we manage that transition. You know, forget how kind of challenging this is as a sector, but just have a think about the fact that we have a reducing skill base globally. We have an increasing market globally. We have the biggest impact on the planet when it comes to carbon. The tools we're talking about today get people excited and get people interested in being in our sector. And even if we can just use this to make sure that our kind of brand is attractive to the talent that is out there to come and play, I guess to Branko's point about the IT vendors and so on, then this is a fantastic step forward.
Alex, Juan, do you want to provide the closing thought for the entire panel, for everybody? The biggest pressure is on you.
Well, a huge responsibility. Well, just thank you again for this great event, for inviting me. Just to remark the huge potential of this sector in the context of digitalization. I totally agree with Mariano on the under development that we have in relation to other sectors in regards to the digitalization, and this means the huge potential that this sector may have in the next future. So also keep track, I will say to the audience, to keep track of the developments of the BuildGen project, because I think we will be providing good news and good results in the next future. And Noemi, thank you for presenting us the project, and that's it. So just to remark this high potential, and let's hope that we can have the opportunity to continue these conversations in events like this.
Thanks a lot, Juan. We most certainly will. I'm looking forward to that as well myself. Thanks again, everybody, for participating in the panel, and thank you to the audience for the questions. We will proceed with the next section. So we have a very, very short couple of minute break to switch to the next section, which is Chat DKG, Building Trusted AI. So bear with us for a minute or two before we get started. Thank you. Okay. So we're going to be starting in precisely 58 seconds. 57 seconds. So for the folks who are tuning in online, hello world, console.log, hello world. And welcome to DKGcon, the first ever DKGcon. And it's already impressive. We can only imagine how it's going to be next year. Cannot wait, to be honest. All right, so 58 seconds passed, and next section comes in. So I have the honor to introduce a really, really special group of people and a new topic that's actually come up only recently, a few months ago. It's been in the let's say in building process for a while. So but the actual public inception of it, which involves including the OriginTrail community, is only a few months old. And I'll speak about it briefly, and then let the projects who are actually involved in it speak for themselves, which is going to be much more exciting than what I'm going to say. But anyhow, I'm going to quickly introduce ChatDKG, and I'm sure that already kind of sounds like something you heard of or most likely used, ChatGPT, right? Well, the idea is, how do we build trusted AI based on the DKG? How can we create tools that use trusted knowledge? And what we really believe at OriginTrail is that knowledge is basically a new asset class. Essentially, it is a super valuable, intangible resource that has been in exploitation, if you will, by large companies in the space of internet for years, actually using knowledge graphs under the hood quite a bit. And with OriginTrail, we want to bring that value into the world. We're bringing it through the use cases that you've already seen. Some of them you can check out on the website. That not all of them can be presented in one day. So with this knowledge becoming a new asset class, you as a person or as a company, you're able to create your knowledge assets in the decentralized knowledge graph. So what are these knowledge assets? The knowledge assets, or the core component of OriginTrail, are these units of knowledge, which basically have certain properties that are very interesting, such as you can create them yourself and own them. You don't need permission from anybody. You don't need access. You don't need any rights. Once you create them and they're part of the decentralized knowledge graph, anybody can discover them based on what you created, how you labeled it, what type of ontology and knowledge you used. And then once that somebody discovers that, they're able to verify for the origin of this information and the information update trail. See, OriginTrail, it's in there. Finally, and the best part of it is one can use it. And how can you use it? You can use it in many different ways. You can scan a piece of meat with the phone, as we've seen at the beginning of the conference, but you can also create large knowledge bases that solve all kinds of different issues. Not just supply chain, not just construction. You can go into very wide applicability, some of the technical use cases being search and discovery engines, knowledge sharing, knowledge marketplace systems, question answering systems, like the one you've seen today. And they're just scratching the surface. For example, recommended systems as well, such as the ones used by Netflix, Spotify, and others, and Amazon, by the way, all basically built on knowledge graphs. So the ChatDKG framework is an initiative where we want to build an open framework together for efficient search, access, and utilization of this trusted knowledge with AI. There's a couple of objectives of this framework. Basically, we're looking for tools to build them together as a community that allow you to use knowledge assets with AI. And then also we're looking to learn and establish what are the best practices on how we can do this, how we can discover knowledge, how we can access, query, and verify trusted knowledge. And what does that mean in different contexts? Finally, and not last but not least, we're looking to generate a large open knowledge base of trusted knowledge assets by jointly creating them as a community. And having that said, there's also an active grant program to support ChatDKG development. So you will see the first wave of grantees presenting today, actually in very bit after another presentation. And just as a kind of a brief stack to have this in your head, if you're looking at it from a technical perspective, I have data sources and data to knowledge layer that builds up to the knowledge layer in the middle, where basically we can look at different knowledge bases and indexes where you can discover this knowledge, on top of which you can apply all kinds of AI tools, such as the one listed here that you probably have heard of, and solutions. I encourage everybody interested to go and look at the website chatdkg.ai to actually see some of those in action. And what's really exciting here is not just the particular tools, but actually synergizing two approaches of AI. The symbolic or knowledge graph approach, which basically enables this representation of knowledge in very concrete ways, and also using logic on top, and all kinds of very, very advanced technologies, some of them mentioned by Phil at the beginning through the Link Open Data initiative, with the embedded representation, which is this new branch of AI, the neural AI, where we see ChatGPT and similar LLMs actually do amazing things without that much structure. So when you combine those two models, you get some really powerful things that you can do, such as you can, for example, predict connections in a graph. That means you can predict, in a way, what would be interesting in the future. We also have some projects that are actually trying to predict the future using graph machine learning with this, and they say that they can create the future. So a lot of very exciting capabilities, and it's an active domain of research, this intersection of knowledge graphs and AI. And within the ChatDKG initiative, we're looking to specifically create open source tools to tackle this area. What is this area? And I'll finish here. There's specifically four key areas of high priority that we're looking to tackle. That's semantic search over knowledge assets. So how do you best implement AI-based search over existing knowledge assets in the graph? Natural language querying over the DKG is another topic. How can you ask literally a natural language question in any language, say Chinese, and get an answer coming from the knowledge graph, which is not generated, rather it's extracted. So it's not an AI that hallucinates and can maybe generate some statistically probable answer, but answering wrong in some cases. Rather, it extracts an answer from an already prepared knowledge base with an actual natural language interface. The area number 3 is AI-based knowledge publishing tools. How do we enable it to be easier to publish knowledge? And one of the ideas here, as an example, is to use AI agents. Instead of having people, which was traditionally the high cost of knowledge graphs was something that was kind of prohibitive for their, somewhat prohibitive for their adoption. So only the largest companies adopted them, such as Google, Netflix, Facebook. They all have knowledge graphs, NASA, Uber. How can we remove the manual work and use AI to populate graphs with an exponentially growing amount of knowledge that is yet trusted? And finally, general AI system integration. So things that, let's say you as developers who are listening to this see as lacking, or where you can see an opportunity to make something more efficient or easier to build, or just generally more accessible to maybe developers who are not so knowledgeable about AI or not so knowledgeable about blockchain. The criteria for anybody wanting to build in the ChatDKG program is very simple. You have to build something which is public and open source. It has to apply to knowledge assets, has to solve a meaningful problem. That's probably criteria number 1. And obviously we want to do this together, because if you're building through the program and you're learning something, we'd like to learn from you as well. And when I say we, I mean the OriginTrail community, not we as Trace Labs only. So there's 1 million Trace tokens available, and we're on this mission to fight misinformation together. So feel free to reach out and jump to the website, chatdkg.ai, and you'll see all of the information there. Finishing here with this presentation, I'm going to just point out that we're going to have a couple of really exciting projects showcased. However, before that, to give a bit more introduction into the topic, I'm going to introduce a special member of the ChatDKG initiative. She is the steering committee member also PhD in computer science. Her name is Oshani Serenvinate. Okay, that's hard to pronounce. I'm sorry, but she's actually graduated her PhD from the essentially the inventor of World Wide Web himself, Sir Tim Berners-Lee. She's been very active in different areas of development, such as blockchain, knowledge graphs, the DKG in particular, and AI, and teaches and does her research at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in New York, where she's dialing in from right now. Good morning, Oshani. It's super early for you, I'm sure. Thank you for joining us, and please, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Okay, good morning, Branimir, and thank you for the very kind introduction. I'm actually not at RPI, I'm at home because it's so early. But I appreciate the invitation to come and talk at this venue, and I apologize I cannot be there in person. So I will talk a little bit about the goal of building trusted AI, and I will briefly talk about some of my own research in this area. But Branimir actually asked me to introduce a little bit about myself. So I put a slide. So I'm an assistant professor in computer science at RPI, and RPI is Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. We are based in Troy, New York. It's about 3 hours north of New York City. And around this time, it's very pretty because it's a fall. So this is my favorite time of the year in this area. And a fun fact that people might not know about RPI is that RPI is the oldest technological university in the US. So we have some history, we have some very old buildings, we have a lot of character. And as for my work, I teach a course called AI and Blockchain, hence my connection to this community. And I also teach a very fun course called AI in Fiction and Fact. And as you can imagine, with the recent advances in Gen AI, I had to overhaul my syllabus quite a lot because fiction and fact keeps blurring a lot. And on the research front, I research on decentralized systems. I define that loosely as web, blockchain, and knowledge graphs. And I also have an interest in applied AI. And I have done a lot of work in health informatics, for example. And as Branimir mentioned, my background, I have a PhD in computer science from MIT, and I have a very famous supervisor, Tim Berners-Lee. So here's Tim and I during my, soon after my hooding ceremony. I look very happy, Tim not so much, I don't know why, but yeah, so this is my background. And so with, Tim, I guess web becomes front and center. And in this, blockchain community, we talk a little bit about Web3, but there's, a lot of history behind the term web, right? So Web 1 is mostly known as the static web, where people could read content on the web, or on this interconnected, document space. And then Web 2 brought out this dynamic web, where people could both read, write, and interact with these knowledge sources. When it comes to Web 3, so there are these alternate definitions of Web 3. So there is the semantic web notion where there's read, write, interactable, and the web being meaningful. So instead of having a hyperlink to some document, you could have a meaningful hyperlink where the link is named. And now we are seeing this ownable web where you can actually own resources on the web. But I think it would be nice to combine both, best of both worlds, right? So you can have semantic ownable web, and I believe that the DKG movement is making that future possible. So you can have a read, write, interactable, ownable, and verifiable web. So this was a long time ago. So Tim Berners-Lee gave a TED talk where he asked, this is like call to action, raw data now, make your data available. And he even had this 5-star scale So if you have data on the web with an open license, you get 1 star. If you have it in some machine readable format, you get 2 stars. If it's in a non-proprietary format, you get 3 stars. If you use standards like RDF, you get 4 stars. If it's linked, all these like different data sources are linked, you get linked open data. And I wasn't there in the morning, but I heard that there was a presentation on linked open data. So, there is a massive amount of data. So after Tim's talk, there was this linked open data cloud that started growing. So this is a picture of the cloud in 2010. And in 2014, it grew to this much. And as you can see, there are different domains with like their own data source being connected to this linked open data set. And right now, like, it's massive, like there's so many domains. While this is really good, there are some limitations of linked open data because first of all, like, not all data could be made available on the web. There are some sensitive private data, and also there are issues with the intellectual property and data quality. So if you had, like, I'm not talking about all these data sources, but, some data sets may contain errors, they might have inconsistencies. The same fact could be asserted in multiple different linked data endpoints. There could be outdated information or be incomplete, which can affect the reliability of linked data. And then when it comes to data governance and privacy, there are some lax mechanisms in linked open data. There's lack of robust access control policies, anonymization techniques to maintain trust and mitigate risks. And overall, like, sustainability and maintenance, because running a server costs some money, right? So there should be a proper incentivization mechanism for the providers of the linked open data to make their data available. So these are some of the limitations of linked open data. And I truly believe that DKG, Decentralized Knowledge Graphs, can address most, if not all, of these limitations. So what does DKG enable? DKG, is a global knowledge graph comprising of a set of shared verifiable assertions that are not tied to any central authority, and it can be both public and private. In this world of DKGs, we imagine smart contracts, which are these programs that run on the blockchain, will allow users to contribute to the knowledge graph in a secure and incentivized manner, because now you can tokenize these knowledge assets. You can have a good incentive mechanism going on. And this will enable knowledge sharing and collaboration, proper long-term sustainable data stewardship, ownership and control of the resources in the KG, and even integration of advanced analytics, because now these smart contracts can be used to generate analytics on the fly. So decentralization, knowledge graphs, and AI are a powerful combination. And these recent advancements in Gen AI make the provenance of information sources at the front and center, because Branimir just mentioned that misinformation is an issue. And this particular project, DKG, which is an open framework for efficient search, access, and utilization of trusted knowledge with AI, which is based on this OriginTrail, DKG, and knowledge assets, is a very good effort. And as we will see in the projects that will be showcased soon after my presentation. And I won't go through this because Branimir mentioned, like, these are the challenge areas. And if you are working in these areas, you probably want to, submit your proposal. As Branimir mentioned, I have certainly, encouraged my students to work on these, because I personally believe these are very important challenges to address. I don't know how much time I've got, but I have a few slides on summarizing my own DKG research. So I have worked on scientific knowledge sharing, because there's this problem of this data lifecycle in research efforts. Bench to bedside or bench to boardroom takes incredibly long time, and there are lots of knowledge assets that are developed during this process, and it would benefit all the parties if the data is made available publicly, but with attribution, with some kind of incentive mechanism built in, so that knowledge could be used. And then I also have done some work on collaborative decentralized knowledge graph construction, where agents, either humans completely, or like humans and robotic agents, can collaborate to build a knowledge graph. And then finally, in terms of computable knowledge graphs, so these are rules like Swirl, semantic web rule language, rule ML. You could combine smart contracts to generate these computable knowledge graphs in various application domains. And since I like health informatics, I have done some work in the space with respect to clinical decision support. I could stop here, or I could talk a little bit of my research. Branimir, how much time do I have? Or I can take questions. Either way is fine.
Can you hear me, Oshani?
Yes.
Please tell us a bit more. This sounds very exciting. But
okay, all right.
Let's say you have another 5 minutes. You just bought them because you were good.
Excellent. So I will proceed to my research. So the first research idea that I want to talk about is incentivized accountable research data sharing ecosystem as a DKG. And I have put the paper which recently got published at the Transactions on Social Computing, ACM Journal. So as I was just mentioning, the bench to bedside has a long time horizon. In some biomedical domains, it can be as long as 17 years. And so there's an idea, researchers develop an hypothesis, they do the study design, do the research study, do the analysis, and then we have data that's collected during all this process. And then there are results, and results actually take some time, as you probably know. And then only after it's been verified in clinical trials and integrated into clinical practice guidelines will it be available to patients in a clinical application. So this is the standard process. And so the focus is on this, the research data. So research data might be just sitting on a shelf because people who do the research, it takes a lot of time and effort and money to do this research. And they don't want to be scooped up by other people by making the data available. So how can we actually make this a more sustainable data collection process? So the goals that we try to achieve in this work is to handle researcher's dilemma, which is modeled after the famous game theoretic concept called prisoner's dilemma. Basically, would I release my data and let other people scoop my idea, or I let my data out and everybody benefits because there's good data available. But you want to do that in a way that benefits you, at least you get the attribution for the hard work you have done. And then you want to reward reproducible research and peer verification, because in science there is a huge crisis in reproducible research and peer verification. So there are lots of researchers who spend enormous amounts of time reviewing research papers, and they potentially don't get a lot of benefit out of that, other than being up to date. But it would be a nice this same mechanism could be used to reward peer verification of research, and then a tokenization of research rewards. And we have done for the tokenization aspect, we have done this index, or create this index called Science Index. And this particular Science Index is actually built using a smart contract. It will provide a supplement to H index. So in terms of, sorry, I forgot to mention one thing. which is basically in order to overcome the cold start problem, we bootstrap the science index with publication data from Microsoft Academic Graph and Semantic Scholar, and also data citations from DataCite. And we ran some experiments and to see how well aligned the science index is to the actual ELCH index. And as you can see, it's pretty well aligned, so it's not completely off. But at the same time, if you take the career length, so one thing we know is that people who contribute data early in their career. So what we notice is that if you plot the science index versus the ELCH index over the career length, people who have a short career length, meaning early career researchers, have a higher index than an ELCH index. And we also did some experiments on Global South and Global North researchers. So for those of you who are not familiar, so Global North means more resource-rich institutions, and Global South institutions are resource-poor institutions. And one thing we noticed is that if you plot the ELCH index with the science index, the red is the Global North, and the blue is the Global South. With respect to ELCH index, we can see a huge disparity, but with respect to the science index, we see that they both are kind of aligned and the means are closer, which means that this is a more equitable way of measuring researchers' productivity than the excessive metrics like ELCH index. And then moving on, we all know this cartoon, like, on the web, nobody knows you're a dog. And I guess in this day and age, on the blockchain, nobody knows you're an AI. So building up on this, principle, we have something called swarm contracts, which are basically smart contracts that enable both all types of agents, humans, robotic agents, to collaborate. And why this is important for DKG? Because we want to preserve good quality data, or like we need to collect good quality data for the DKG, and we can utilize things like swarm contracts. And some potential application in this are things like building indoor maps, and a robotic agent could be scanning the space and building a map of all the artifacts. And a human can go in and put labels because they have more semantic information about the indoor space. So this is one application of swarm/smart contracts in DKG. So I won't go into too much detail here. So this is like our schematic for collecting data using our fancy robots and whatnot. And then finally, I mentioned about these rules, and so we have done this application in clinical decision support system where we take rules and convert them into smart contracts, and these smart contracts generate knowledge assets that can be injected or ingested into a clinical decision support systems. So with that, I will stop because I'm pretty sure I went over time. So over to you, Branimir.
Thanks a lot, Oshani. That was really impressive. Let's give it for Oshani, please. Thanks again for tuning in so early. Since we're a little bit over time, we'll be heading to our next presentation. So we'll have 3 projects presenting out of actually 5 that are building currently in the DKG initiative. And because we're late on time, I'm not going to give a huge intro. I'm just going to invite Miloš from DKG Copilot to join us and present what he's building with his team. So please, Miloš, join us at stage. The clicker is all yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I guess that we're a bit late. It's so good to see so many familiar faces here. So just like one sentence on introduction, my name is Miloš. I used to work with the team, so I built some of the components of the protocol. Then I basically landed the job at Microsoft. Now I'm working at the compiler, like basically on a .NET runtime level, but it's not like it's that important for this topic. And also I did a PhD at University of Belgrade with focus on, meta-learning and embedding. So basically what we want to discover here and to see what are the capabilities is basically a gap between LLMs and the knowledge graph. So conventionally, there are a lot of tools on the market that we can use in order to easily retrieve something from the any kind of like knowledge graph. And that's basically a gap between like a question asked in any language that could be converted to a Sparkle query or something like that. So this talk will be probably a bit more in tech, but I guess that you will be able to follow. So what we want to build, it's called the DKG Copilot. So we want to build a plugin for OpenAI, which will be ingested in Word, and which will support with scientific research in general. So what does that mean? So imagine that you have a ChatGPT within the Word, you will have it soon, and that you would be able to basically ask a plugin as an AI-powered assistant to provide, I don't know, like any kind of scientific research data. Like, would you like to summary top 5 articles from this year in AI field, or would you like to retrieve like all of the papers from one author, or to like basically do an overview in the field, or whatever you need? That's basically what we're trying to solve here. So as an interface, we will basically have that LLM, which will communicate with end user, and under the hood, we'll basically have DKG and the plugin, which will convert the question, which is asked by user, to Sparkle query, and that's basically the essential part of the project. So we want to discover capabilities of converting those questions to graph queries and retrieving data back. So those are like some essentials that we want to achieve. Here is an example of the demo that we achieved. Basically, we can ask like any question, and with some likelihood it will retrieve a result. It depends on an ontology. Also, it depends on complexity of the question, and also on the amount of data that we have within the knowledge graph. So going forward, this is the overview of the plugin. So we have like 2 tools. One tool is related to retrieving data and basically creating knowledge assets. And we want to scrape like data from different sources. So there are multiple sources that we can rely on. One is, I think, called Semantic Scholar. The another one is SemOpenAlex. The third one is one that Oshani mentioned. It's called Microsoft Academic Graph. So basically, we want to retrieve as much data as we can. And we want to use that like asset bot. It has like a couple of components in order to seamlessly retrieve the data, since we are talking about like huge amounts of data. For example, only SemOpenAlex contains about 5 terabytes of data about papers, institutions, citations, and relation between them. Then on the left side, we have a structure or like overall architecture of the plugin. So as an interface, we have Word and OpenAI model that communicates through the API with the plugin. And plugin contains like several pieces. One is Maestro, which orchestrates the entire flow of the plugin. Then there is a query builder, that is the essential part. And then on the top of that, we want also to showcase how user without like prior experience with implementation of like any of ML models can perform any kind of clustering or regression or any kind of ML without any expertise in the field with such kind of plugins. So going forward to the functionality, on the right side we have a sequence diagram. I'll not go deep into that, but I'll try to explain how it works. So as of features, user can ask a question, can after that ask to perform any kind of ML. We pick like 2 options. One is clustering, and another one is regression. It's not like limited, we can extend that. But for now, we wanted to like limit the scope to some of those like tasks, and also we want to focus on unsupervised tasks, so we don't have a need for label data. Then there is a feedback loop, so user can provide feedback. So it's more for us that we can see what's going on and why in some cases we didn't hit well. And also there is data population. I talked a bit about that, but we can talk probably like later over lunch if anyone is like interested more about that. So when a user asks a question, we retrieve a generative Sparkle query from LLM. And we want to basically benchmark different approaches there and to identify and see which one is the best. So like the first approach is that we first like validate the syntax according to some ontology, and if everything is fine, we can send a query to the DKG, retrieve the data, and see if that's correct or not. Then initially we got that from a supervised Sparkle model like ChatGPT or like any other regressive model, but usually it's not enough since it's not fine-tuned to our case. So we want to also play a bit with those models to perform a kind of few-shot learning. So briefly how it works, we have like a base model which is trained on entire internet or on a large corpus of data. And then there is something called reinforcement learning with human feedback or from human feedback, which means that we generate or scrape from the web the existing mapping between like a question and the Sparkle query. We can consider that task as a translation. We don't translate between like two languages, but we translate from a natural language to programming language, and that's it. And with fine-tuning, what we want to achieve, we want to basically have another model that will instruct the base model on how to react. So there are like multiple phases how it's done. Probably it's not now a time that we deep dive into that, but it's called like policy learning, and we ask model to provide like multiple questions, then we manually rank them, and then based on that we instruct another model to train the initial one. And by that we are going to try to fine-tune the existing models, so we are not going to rely only on ChatGPT, but we also want to try Llama by Google, T5 by, Llama by Meta, T5 by Google, and also there are like different types of models. Some are only encoder models, some are encoder decoders, and the third ones are only decoder models. They all have like different purposes. For example, some of them are like more used for classification or such kind of tasks, while others are mostly used for generation, or it's basically the case with the ChatGPT as well. So here we have just like an example of data. So we will parse the data in JSON-LD format. We'll try to import as many data as we can. We set target to 10K of assets, but we want to try like even more. So we'll see if we're going to hit some limits there. And yeah, that is the like schedule how we plan to do that. There is already a demo, but I didn't manage to set it up like online. So if anyone is like interested to see how it can actually work and retrieve actual data from the model by using simpler ontologies for now, please stop by, and like, yeah, I'm ready to like chat, and more than like happy to like chat more about that. So yeah, thank you for like your attention, and I think that's all from my side.
Impressive.
Or probably we should take it.
Actually, we're kind of late, but Miloš will be sticking around, and if you have questions, especially the technical stuff, it's really good to approach him, especially over a beer, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Beers help. Awesome. Thanks a lot, Miloš, and it was a really impressive presentation. Since, as you might know, with the schedule, we're a little bit over time, I'm gonna also just be super quick and give it back to, so we're flying back to the US to Darren Zal, who is going to be presenting his project within ChatDKG. Darren, you have 10 minutes. Go. Hello, USA. Can you hear me over there, Darren?
Hello, hello.
Hello. Ah, great. Awesome. So I'm not sure if you heard my introduction. I briefly introduce you, and you can start whenever you're ready. You have 10 minutes. Please try to stay within 9.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, hi guys. My name is Darren. I'm here in the west coast of Canada. And I'm going to be talking about natural language knowledge graph question answering. So yeah, kind of some similar concepts to the last talk that we heard here. Just a short background about myself. I'm a software developer, background in Web3 and regenerative finance, which is kind of the subcategory of Web3 that's concerned with kind of directing, economics and finance towards, planetary regeneration and economic equality. And I guess I'm really just motivated by kind of democratizing data and knowledge and providing people with tools for sense making and wise decision making and navigating the interconnected challenges that we face. And so, this project is really about democratizing knowledge. So these knowledge graphs, like the DKG, they utilize these standard querying languages such as Sparkle, which are very powerful languages, but they require technical skills to use. And so a significant portion of people are left out. So this project is aimed at a solution of providing an interface that translates between just natural human language and Sparkle. And this can utilize some advances in AI tools. And so some of the benefits from this is just enhanced decision-making, innovation and collaboration, and wider user engagement. And at the bottom here, we can see just a very simplified schematic of what this process looks like, where you have this kind of intermediate layer that translates between what the user's question is and between the knowledge graph. So it's kind of translating between human and machine languages. And so what is the state of the art? Well, there's some of these large language models, such as GPT-4, can already actually do a decent job of translating natural language queries to Sparkle, as I'll show in the next slide. But there are some challenges with this, and such as the data that it's trained on. It's contextual to the data that it's seen, so it doesn't necessarily translate to other data sets. There are large data sets that exist for training these large language models. So basically, there's large data sets that contain both like a natural language question and the Sparkle equivalent. So this can be useful for fine-tuning a pre-trained model. But again, one of the challenges with this is the data that it's been trained on. A lot of these data sets are trained with, or they're based on Wikidata. But they can be useful in kind of teaching the language model the general structure of Sparkle queries, which is useful. And then there is some kind of cutting edge research on this topic. One of the papers that I've been looking at is basically looking at this exact problem using a generative approach for Sparkle query generation for natural language questions. And this actually, some of these research has like open source code as well, which is very handy. And in the top left here, you can see a little bit more of a detailed diagram of kind of this process where you have this intermediate layer, and there's some stuff going on here where you have basically, once you have this model fine-tuned to be able to translate natural language to Sparkle, then this is the model that you're using. And there's some other pieces as well that can be useful, such as what they call named entity recognition and also ontology priming. So this is basically mapping the objects that are being referred to in the question to the nodes in the graph, and also the types of objects, and then the types of relationships between the objects in the question to the types of nodes that you can have, and then the types of links that you can have in the graph. So it's basically trying to just map the things in the question to the graph, and this makes it easier to do that translation process. So this is just an example of showing you what GPT-4 can do, for example. So you ask it this question of, can you get the YouTube channel of GS1? And it actually gives you a Sparkle query, but it doesn't show any results because it doesn't know the identifier of GS1. And then even and then when you do give it the identifier, it actually does give you the correct query. But also it doesn't actually know when you ask it what the ID is, it actually doesn't know. So it does a decent job, but there are some issues with this, and then such as, you know, basically that entity resolution. It's not able to identify the object it's being referred to in the question. And then again, also this is like Wikidata information, so it's contextual to that specific data set. But it shows you what can be achieved and like what's already out there. So this is a architecture diagram of my proposed solution. So again, you have this intermediate layer. You know, it's referred to here as the natural language processing engine. This is where the language model sits. And then also some of these other components that are useful for this processing of the question, such as text and graph embeddings. And these help with basically like identifying the entities or the objects that are referred to in the question, and mapping that to the graph. And so, yeah, there's, and this kind of touches on like the training as well. So you know, the idea is like you can have training data that a user could choose. So this could be a subset of like knowledge assets. And I really see this as being like kind of a modular solution where ideally you could kind of create one of these solutions for a specific data set, and you could kind of fine tune a model that could answer questions about a specific data set, but it could also just be for all of the data as well. And this goes into some of the process of just converting natural language to Sparkle. And so you have the user interface, and these natural language questions can get passed to this intermediate layer where key entities and relationships are identified and mapped onto the graph. And then the query is passed to the DKG, the results are passed, and then ideally the results can also be converted into some kind of natural language presentation that just makes it easily displayed to the user. And then they can provide feedback and improve the process in an iterative manner. And yeah, so I've been doing research and I've acquired a data set. So I've collaborating with this project called RefiDAO, and they're one of these like regenerative finance Web3 projects, and they're actually creating their own knowledge graph to map out this ecosystem of like all the organizations, all of the people, all of the events. They're just an incredible project, and they've basically given me access to all of their data. So I'm, you know, converting this into a graph format, and then I'm going to be looking at this as for my proof of concept. And then, yeah, next steps are, you know, software development, and then and then when this is launched, you know, hopefully this can be you know, taken up by the community. It's going to be hopefully stewarded and be just one of these modular components that fits in with a lot of the other chat DKG solutions, such as, you know, different types of embeddings, like these pieces can all work together, in my view. So yeah, hopefully this can be a valuable component or building block to the chat DKG framework. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. I'm not sure if you could hear that applause, but it was quite loud. Thanks again for the presentation and tuning in so early. Super happy to continue chatting on this and hopefully meeting next time at the conference or a conference. Feel free to stick around. We have to go with the next presenter from Polycode. It's Filip joining us and explaining what type of tool they're building within ChatDKG. So Filip, take it away. Thanks.
Okay, can you just switch it? Thanks. Hi everyone, I'm Filip. I'm a Solidity expert and one of the co-founders of Polycode. We at Polycode have been in this space for a long time now. I think back from 2016 we've been developing smart contracts. We've been working with different small and medium companies while developing some custom proof of concept solutions for them because they wanted to move into the blockchain space. In this process of heavy development, we realized there are some pain points which you experience when developing blockchain applications. These pain points were very tedious to us, and we wanted to avoid them. We didn't want to repeat this process for every application we develop. That's why we started developing our internal tools, which helped us abstract away these complexities, and we reuse these tools for every new project. This is how our first product was born. It's called the Dev Tree. It's a low-code app builder and SDK. The Dev Tree is built with one goal in mind, to make the Web3 developers' life easier. Not only the Web3 developers' life, but also any existing Web2 developer wanting to move into the blockchain space, he or she is going to have a use of this tool. It's available at app.devtree.sh, and it actually consists of three main parts. There is the dashboard, which is what you see on the left part of the screen. This is where you create your workspace, you initialize your project, and you preload it with some of the smart contracts powering your application. Then you proceed to use our second tool, which is called the DevTree SDK, which is what you see on the right part of this screen. And it's actually how you build your application. So you literally connect to the dashboard, you npm install this package, and you're good to go. You're good to go to develop the Web3 application by using nothing but pure TypeScript, which is a very popular and common programming language. As a matter of fact, what you see on the right part here is the code, which is actually a full NFT minting application typed in less than 10 lines of code. And as a final part of our components, there is the DevTree widget, which handles all of the blockchain interactions as you're requesting them for your user to execute. This DevTree widget abstracts away RPC management, native gas coins management, wallet connections. We even provide the user to connect their wallet by simply logging in with their email address, and then we use a custodial blockchain wallet provider for them to hide away the complexities of blockchain wallets. Now, when we launched this tool, we realized it has a lot of value. People were starting to use it to rapidly develop proof of concept solutions, but then we had to extend this to make it a full product suite. What happens once you quickly develop and launch your own application? Well, of course, you want to keep track of what's going on. Is there any activity? Is everything working as expected? What are the transactions that users are executing? Stuff like that. So to achieve this, we built another thing called the Polyflow, which is an addition to the DevTree. So if you are using the DevTree, you also get this. And this is basically the shortest pitch I can tell you. This is the Google Analytics for Web3 applications. So you integrate it very easily. You can use it as a standalone product, but you also get it as a standard tool together packed with the DevTree technology stack, and it tracks every action on your front end automatically. We are talking about wallet connect actions, users executing different types of transactions. Maybe you want to know what types of transactions are users executing. Maybe you want to know what wallet type do they use when they are connecting to your application. All of this is valuable data. And on top of that, we also track real-time incidents. And as probably some of you know, if you've been using Web3 applications, you know things break a lot. So RPCs fail, something breaks on the front end, you don't know what happened behind the scenes. The Polyflow is going to report this to you automatically. The same we did with Polyflow. We realized we can actually use our DevTree platform to host other products and tools and let developers who already use the DevTree get reach to these different tools. So as the same way as we did with our Polyflow, we actually tried to do the same approach together with OriginTrail, which is obviously why we are here today. So OriginTrail supported us in making a full DKG integration together with our DevTree SDK. So what we did actually is we took the DKG SDK, we deeply integrated it with our DevTree SDK, and in turn we allowed any existing DevTree user to actually reach to the DKG technology and use it to build on top of that. We believe if we offer different tools and building blocks to the developers, they are going to start building most interesting apps and maybe bring some new value to the market. It's like the same as with Lego blocks. Once you buy the basic pack and then you start playing around, you'll get bored in 3 days. But once you start buying extension packs, then it gets interesting. So that's our goal here. In order to see how this works, we also have some docs available on the URL below, but I can share the presentation with anyone interested. But most of the time, the docs are not even necessary, because how we approached this project, we did it all in TypeScript, which is a very type-safe and easy-to-use language. So all the DKG interactions are typed, including parameters, return values. And most of the time, you don't even need the documentation. It's very expressive. Just by reading the function name or parameters, you can assume what's gonna happen next. I'd like to show you how this works in production, hopefully. So here I have my local OT node running in the background. Here is the trace. It's basically a local OT node that I'm going to connect to and execute some operations. So the code powering this is presented here. I hope it's visible enough. So on the left, I just want to show how simple this is. And please keep your phones in your pockets, because I have my private key exposed here. So I'm looking at you guys. Just realized that, yeah. Okay, so this is how easy it is to expose the DKG functions through the Dev3 SDK. We import the client we developed, and we create something which we call a connection object. This is the thing here I selected. So we provide the basic data, and we have actually achieved the connection. The rest is simply, just call the functions and start building or interacting. As a first thing, we are going to read the node info and then output that to the console, just to make sure that everything works as expected. And then we are going to try to actually create one knowledge asset on this local OT stack. Branimir was talking about the knowledge assets, and he already gave a really nice introduction. The one we are going to be using for this example is the Tesla Model X knowledge asset, which we are going to store locally. So let me go back here to see if node is still running. Yes, it is. I'm going to run my script here on the right part and see what happens. Okay, we got the node info result here. So we are running node version 6.0.16, and now we are waiting for the storage result. Here it is. So we basically got the result back that our knowledge asset has actually been created on our local OT network with the status completed, and also we got back the UAL identifier of this knowledge asset. This is how it works. This is how it works in production, and as I've said, the single goal here was to make the developer's life easier and to develop proof of concept solutions more rapidly. Going back to my presentation, what are the next steps for us here? Well, we would like to build 2 more things. The one on the left side is related to the front end and the end user, like the end user using the apps built on top of the Dev3 and on top of the DKG. This is the Dev3 widget I was telling you about. The Dev3 widget in its current state knows how to process pure blockchain transactions. It can handle them, it can present them to the user, and it can lead the user through this process. But for the DKG interactions, DKG is something else. It's a bit more than pure blockchain interactions. There is the blockchain node here, but there is also the gateway node storing all the files, knowledge assets, and giving the user an option to query for these assets. So to give the more user-friendly approach to this process, we would like to build the full Dev3 widget support to understand the DKG operations. And on the backend side of the things, on the right part, what we would like to build is, and we are going to build this, is a shared test infrastructure. So as you've seen in my live example, I had to run my local node, local OT node, in order to get my local stack working so that I can connect to it and execute some of the DKG operations. Alternatives to this are you either have to connect to the testnet or the mainnet. Someone has to whitelist your IP address. You need to receive track tokens on your wallet, and then you're only able to interact with the system. We want the developers to be able to quickly prototype their solutions and just run it locally to see if everything works as expected. To achieve this, we are going to build shared test infrastructure, so every Dev-tree user creating a project on the Dev-tree dashboard is automatically going to get an access to this shared test infrastructure so that the testing and building becomes even more easier. Of course, in production, you're going to want to run your own gateway node. You're going to want to be fully decentralized so that everything is as reliable as possible. But for the initial steps, just for playing around, and we believe this is important to play around, something like this could be very useful. That's all from my side. I would like to thank you for listening, and if there is any questions, I'll be around, so just hit me up and we'll discuss. Thanks.
Thank you, Filip. That was an amazing presentation. Amazing 3 presentations. And there's more, but there's not enough time to show everything in such a context. So I invite everybody to jump into chatdkg.ai, the website. It's really a GitHub repo. You can find out a lot of different things, find examples, play with the code, check out the projects that you've seen today. And having that said, we're going to wrap this section up and actually make a lunch break. We're a little bit late with the programming. So I'm curiously looking at Anna to ask her about the scheduling.
We reconvene at 1:30.
So 1:30 we come back here and the sessions start again. All right, fantastic. Thanks everybody, and see you 1:30.
All right. It's past, and we're going to continue with the DKG conference. Next up in line is a very interesting topic, trusted artificial intelligence in media and education. And we have a few very interesting speakers that are going to join us here on stage. First off, we're going to start with a couple of presentations, and then we're going to move to a panel. First in line is John Domingue. He's a professor of computer science at Knowledge Media Institute of the Open University, and also a president of the STI International. John, and then we're gonna follow. Then we're also going to be joined by Wes, but I'm gonna leave the stage now to John.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you very much. So I have 10 minutes to talk to you about 5 years worth of work. So it'll be quite a dense presentation. So some background and motivation. I'm from the Open University, where I've been throughout my career. I went as a PhD student back in the 80s to build an AI tutor. I got my PhD, but I still think I'm still working on that topic. The Open University is a bit special. It's large, 200,000 students. The word open means you do not need any qualifications to start studying with us. 34% of our students would not get into a standard university. We have tens of thousands of students who have a disability. So our core mission is social justice through education. And if you ask anyone at the OU who works there, they'll say that we do that through being open to people, places, methods, and ideas. We teach at scale. So we have an open area which has tens of millions of visitors every year. We had a MOOC company we founded which has 10 million learners at any one time. We do a lot of work with the BBC. So every time you see David Attenborough on TV, that's always a co-production with us. Blue Planet 2, Frozen Planet, Green Planet. So things that are driving us. So the dream of AI is personalized learning. There's an old paper, I think it's 1984, from Bloom, that did a comparison. Students taught in a standard class with 30 others versus students taught one-on-one, using a particular type of learning called mastery learning, where you cannot move to the next topic until you've mastered the one below. So students who are taught one-to-one perform 2 standard deviations better than students taught in a standard class. The average student taught one-to-one will perform better than 98% of the students taught in a standard class. And that's the dream that many of us have been following for AI, to give personalized one-to-one tuition. On the blockchain side, if you work at the Open University, you believe in lifelong learning. I hope you would all agree with me that learning doesn't stop when you're 24 or 25. And that means you're going to be learning across many institutions, maybe at different universities, maybe in your company, maybe on MOOC platforms. And that means you need to think about where you're going to store the credentials. So we have this underlying theme here of trust. And trust in education means credentials, and trust in the credentials. So where are they going to be stored? So the vision we have for this is that they're stored from when you're born. In fact, already in Brazil, birth certificates can be stored on the blockchain. So you're born, your birth certificate goes somewhere, and then as you grow up, you collect more certificates. Anyone who has children will know this. They have swimming certificates, sewing certificates, etc. There's also the vaccinations that they have, which are important when they travel. They win prizes. Then you get degrees, or you may get scholar qualifications. You go to university, you get degrees. You learn to drive. Maybe you drive your parents' car. So all of these qualifications need to come somewhere. And in our view, they should belong to the student. So we talk about self-empowered, self-sovereign students that are in control of their educational data, including credential data. So that's the vision that we have from a trust and decentralized side to go with the vision of personalized learning. At the OU, we have my lab, which is an R&D lab for the OU set up in 1995. We produce new tech for the university to use. We also have an innovation stream called Test and Learn, which has been £3 to £4 million every year, looking at new technologies, included augmented reality, virtual reality, blockchains, and AI. And this is the AI strategy in a nutshell. So in the middle is a sort of AI brain, where we have an enterprise data hub with all of our interactions with students and all of our content. We have different mechanisms, including generative AI and knowledge graph around that. And then you have a number of AI services, giving every student their own personal AI, having a tool which allows tutors to predict. We built this 11 years ago with 95% accuracy. Is the student going to pass the next assignment? Are they going to pass the course overall? Tools to support the creation of materials. We spend £40 million plus a year doing that. Tools to support the creation of assessment. And something we call the Dream Machine, which is an AI career coach. So I don't have time to show you everything, so I'll just show you a couple of things, just give you a few slices of what we've been doing over the last few years. So this is, let's say, version 0.1 of moving towards supporting students in their careers. I'll just start playing this. So we have a platform, blockchain-based, for storing credentials, based on the Open Badges standard and also using verifiable credentials. Within that, you put in the skills that students are acquiring as they learn. You then use information extraction to extract the skills in jobs which are advertised online, and then you do a semantic mapping between the two. And at the top, there are the jobs for which Michelle is qualified for. At the bottom, there are jobs for which she is nearly qualified for, and then there are where there are gaps, it points her to courses which can fill the gaps. So we think of one trusted data space between learners, credential providers, credential consumers who may be employers. And then you can see her looking at courses. So there's a lot more one could do around advising students, and we've done a lot of experiments on this. So we imagine that students will have all their credentials on the phone. So I can tell you today I have a PhD, and maybe half of you don't believe me. And if you don't, I have to get a flight, go home, go to my loft, maybe find my certificate. But if I can pull out a phone and you could have all my certificates all across my lifetime, across many institutions, then that would be great. So that's a glance at the Dream Machine. Content, AI for generating content. This is a PhD from a sister institute at the Open University. He analysed what's in our materials. So we have, it's 7 in this diagram. It's now 6 different learning activities. So when you're an academic, you don't write words, you write to support learning activities, to promote learning in your students. And the types of activities include being a simulation, just reading, assessment, experiential, interactive, communicative, etc. And the blue is assessment, and the orange is assimilative. So in a sense, our materials are boring. You know, you just sit there reading and doing assessment. And maybe with AI, you could make it more dynamic. So this is a writing assistant using generative AI. I'll just show you, so just a proof of concept. So you choose a module. This is one in languages. Our modules have 6 units. You choose a unit, and then you say, okay, I need a conclusion for this unit. And then you just say, the prompt is generated for you automatically. It first does a semantic search of our materials, so it's trusted, and then that goes embedded into a prompt, into GPT-4 through Azure. And then GPT-4 just writes the conclusion for you. You can speed it up. Of course, this is interactive. So you can say, we have a human in the loop, we trust the academic. And they can say, okay, please add a concluding sentence to this. I can tune it. But of course, they could throw this away if they want to, or they could adapt it as they see fit. A couple of other tools that we've integrated into this. For the moment, you can store conversations, you can reload conversations, you can generate quizzes. The tool's just instantly generated a number of quizzes for me. So generating assessments is something that academics find a bit of a chore. So it generates them seamlessly for you. The different types of quizzes with the answers. The next thing I'm going to show is activities. So remember I'm going to show Core GPT. So Core is a tool that we built over 10 years ago. It semantically indexes research papers which are online. So we have 300 million research papers which are online. So Core GPT acts like a state-of-the-art button. So imagine I have to update a course. I want to know what's the state of the art now. It finds me the 5 most relevant articles out of the 300 million and gives me a summary of those with the references. So I can embed them in. These are the activities. The tool can analyze what learning activities are you already supporting in the content I've ingested, and I give the academic the chance to transform this. So this is assimilative, the student is reading. I want to turn this into an assessment, or I want to turn this into something communicative. And they just click the button, and then the new text is generated. The academic can check this, and then use it if they want to, or throw it away. So we think with this, we can A, save a lot of time, B, really make the materials dynamic, and the engine also forms the basis of what we'll give to the students, which will be in my next screencast that I'll show you. So this is it's the same engine, but now geared for students. So going to this Bloom's thing of can we move students to getting personalized learning. So what I do is I select a module, and I select a particular unit in the module. Again, it's the same unit in the languages area. I load them into the system, and then what I can do is I say, okay, I want to test myself. How good is my learning? Of course, everything is around assessment, and assessment is going to change with generative AI. So I've asked for 6 different test questions. So it's generated. The first one is, what is an accent? The second is to do with sign systems. I put in my answers, and then I ask the tool to mark. It will say it's correct, incorrect, or partially correct. If it's not correct, it gives a suggested answer that you can look at. So the students, of course, can use this to make sure that they know what they know, or they know what they don't know, so they can focus their learning. The tool will generate flashcards. So if there's an exam or test coming up, it will help them to revise. So any number, and it will generate a PDF if they want. And then finally, they can simply chat to the tool, ask questions, and get answers. In fact, the AI tutor asks them questions. So what's happening here is it's our curated material behind the scenes. So it can be trusted, there's no hallucination, there's no copyright issues, and we know what's happening to the students. Another thing we want to do is, this is all text space. As you know, if you look at any on Twitter or there are these human-like avatars. Like this is from a company called Unique. Some of them are scarily good, but I created my own avatar over the weekend, and I can't tell the difference between the avatar and me in how it looks on video. But what's happening here, I'll just show you a quick demo, is it's the same engine underneath, basically, but now you get speech understanding, semantic search, then a query, then through GPT-4, then the answer comes back. You see it as text, and then it's verbalized. So this is not an FAQ. It's not a hardwired question. This could be any question on the... What is the difference between structured and unstructured interviews?
In a structured interview, all interviewers ask the same predetermined questions in the same order. This makes it easy to compare answers between different candidates. In an unstructured interview, the interviewer asks questions as they occur to them and follows up on the answers given. This allows for a more natural conversation, but makes it harder to compare answers.
Okay, so we've validated the writing and this with academics in the area, and they're pretty happy with it. So I find this very exciting in that you can automatically, pretty much, change, anything you've ever written into an interactive AI. Penultimate slide, We've evaluated an earlier version of this with students, and they like it. They like it a lot, and they want us to have it now. And then to conclude, all I would say is things are moving really fast in this area, and it's going to change everything. It's going to make everyone far more productive. It's going to give academics an army of assistants to help write materials. Students will soon have this personalized AI. And what we're doing at the OU, which we encourage everyone to do, is to coordinate, create educationally tuned versions, train your staff, and experiment. Thank you very much.
All right, next in line, I would like to invite Wes Levitt, Co-Chief Investment Officer at Alpha Transform Holdings. We met Wes whilst working with the Alpha Transform Holdings, and recently we also launched a very interesting solution together, which also tackles some of the challenges that we will discuss later in the financial media.
Yeah, very exciting. The demo, great. All right. Hey everyone, good to be at DKGcon. I'm Wes Levitt. I'm Co-Chief Investment Officer at Alpha Transform Holdings. And what I'm going to talk about today is a product that we're building that leverages the DKG called ChatAnalyst.ai. It's going to revolutionize how financial services companies can develop their business lines. So I'll give a very brief background on our team since we don't have a whole lot of time. Most of us come from traditional finance backgrounds. My partners spent numerous times in executive roles at NASDAQ, UBS, the Chicago Board of Trade. Before crypto in 2017, I spent about 10 years as an analyst in real estate private equity and also at a mortgage REIT. Basically a lot of years where I wish I had the product that we're building today. So this one is very personal for me. We're also the parent company of a company called Blockchain Wire, which is the leading crypto wire service. So about 1,800 clients, including Bitfinex, Gemini, and Crypto.com, and we've put out about 5,000 press releases. So a great wealth of knowledge that we're now looking to put onto the DKG. But a good question to start with is why we are doing this. So it's no secret that AI is basically infiltrating every sector you can think of. Finance is no different. Probably about 60% of finance companies already are integrating AI into their main business lines. So not testing, not POCs, it's already happening. We expect that'll be about 100% in a year or two. It's just there's some dinosaurs in the financial industry that are slow to change. So, but this is happening quickly as they see the advantages their competitors get. They think there are three main hurdles as to why they're not adopting AI faster, and that's access to the data sets they need, the quality of the data sets and their analysis of it, and access to personnel, so basically the talent in order to use these tools. We can't help them with the third one, but we are building something that can very much help with the first two, access and quality analysis of this data. So I kind of alluded to what the main problem is, though, and it's the provenance and quality of this data. And how that plays out is something you guys are probably pretty familiar with, AI hallucinations. And so in layman's terms, that's when you put a query into an AI chatbot and you get something that's either garden variety false or just made up entirely out of whole cloth. It can be a simple mistake like happened with Bard from Google that embarrasses a company, or it can be something more damaging. I have a friend's company who ChatGPT reported that the CEO had resigned 2 years ago under harassment charges, which was news to the CEO, who was still in place and has never done anything like that. But there's no provenance of the answers that it's giving, and there's no underlying sources. So he's in a terrible position where he doesn't know if there's slanderous materials out there on the web. He's frantically searching to see if that's true or if it's just ChatGPT having an off day here. So in our mind, for financial services companies where they can't afford these type of errors, perfection is the standard you're expecting. The information you're drawing from needs to have provenance, and that comes from having these as knowledge assets on the DKG. Most of you guys are probably pretty familiar with this, but just very quickly what that means for us is if ChatAnalyst.ai is using some data that they to source information for your query, it is an asset that lives on the DKG somewhere. which then exists underlying as a unique NFT on an L1. So one, you can check your sources, and two, it's an immutable source for this. So if company information changed at some point, if you're citing a news article from Bloomberg that later someone edited, you may not know what the change is, but at least you can know that there's some reason why this is not the same article I cited. Now I can do further research to find out what it is and what changed. Yeah, again, you guys know the OriginTrail tech stack pretty well, so I won't belabor the point, but yeah, it's built as a Web3 application. It leverages the DKG as the way to establish provenance for this information. And one thing that's very important to us is that OriginTrail uses multi-chain consensus. So you can use any number of L1s to place this information on. It's important for a lot of reasons. One, we don't know who's going to win the L1 wars. We don't know if the L1 that's going to be most important doesn't even exist yet. For chat analyst AI to be very successful, the amount of information that needs to be loaded onto the DKG is enormous. We're talking about millions and millions of knowledge assets just to begin with. I mean, the universe of financial information in the world. So we can't expect that's all going to happen on one chain or any number of chains. It needs to have flexibility to do that in the future. Similar with knowledge graphs, I mean, I think in the interest of time, we won't spend too much time here, but this is basically what powers the semantic searches that allow chat analyst AI to find the correct information when you put in a human readable query. But rather than take my word for it, I think the easiest way is we can just show a quick demo here, if you can help set this up. So we are in the first stages of MVP we're building for this, so we've sort of throttled it a little bit for our demo here, but what we've done is load all of the investment information for Tesla for the last 2 years into a basic version of Chat Analyst AI here. And so it's a similar UI and UX if you use ChatGPT, but I've showed some interesting questions we can ask it. You can either take some suggested ones, add your own, or for example, I want to see something like something more complex that would be harder for me to find rather than just control F-ing an SEC statement. So let's say for Tesla, I wanted to summarize the current risk factors of the company. And during this time, what it's doing is it's canvassing the knowledge assets that are indexed to Tesla. It'll find the information that it needs for that, and then it'll use an LLM to generate the response to this, which is currently OpenAI, but it's agnostic to that. You could just easily use another LLM if you wanted to swap that in, or maybe even have your choice of which to use here. I like that it actually takes a little bit, so you know this is really working and not just a pre-canned answer that we prepared for you. Oh, it timed out. Right. Yuri, another question I should ask, or?
I think you can try repeating the question. Sometimes since this is still a proof of concept, you can ask the same question.
Okay.
And if it doesn't, sometimes it takes because this is a very complex question.
Yeah, I could have just asked what the operating expenses are, but I wanted something a little fancier here. But we could show the, yeah, we can do some more simple ones if you prefer.
I think it's waiting for OpenAI to respond, and it has 60 seconds. So it's waiting for OpenAI API to respond quickly, and because you know how ChatGPT responds like word by word, it takes some time. That's why they show it word by word, because otherwise the users would be seeing something like this. an improvement, definitely. There it is, yeah.
Okay,
nice.
good. So, the current risk factors for Tesla, ongoing legal proceedings, an uncertain macro environment, rising interest rates, obviously pretty general, but that's included in pretty much every SEC statement today from pretty much any company. And the downward trajectory of average selling prices, probably seen the price cuts recently for Tesla cars. Probably a similar answer you may get from ChatGPT, but with an important difference. There's zero sourcing if you put the same question and get a similar answer from ChatGPT. So while I may believe it, if I'm in the context as an investment professional presenting to my investment committee, I will get laughed out of the room if I say, oh, I got it from a bot, don't worry about it, I'm sure it's correct. They're going to expect me, my managing director as an investment analyst is going to expect me to have highly sourced content before they make million-dollar investment decisions. So in this case, what I do, I can easily see that the source content is their quarterly SEC report. I can go to the DKG Explorer and see both the underlying document, which is an SEC 10Q that Tesla filed, and I can also see on-chain that this was stamped on the OriginTrail parachain with this ERC 721 NFT. So not only do I have the source content to confirm, but I have the provenance of when this was put on there, and that is the same item. So if anything is to change in the future, or if there's an amendment or something else changes on there, I at least can know that I'm not working with the same material. Here, if we have a moment, we can compare also with Google what you would see here. So let's say I want to see the summary of Tesla's liabilities here in Q2 2023. Hopefully a little simpler one for OpenAI, but just as a comparison, we can start. We can see what Google will tell you if you ask that question. And you're going to get that Tesla's shares dip and maybe a few comments about it. You get unrelated 99.1 filing, Q3 results from Teslarati, which apparently is a Tesla fanboy site, a YouTube video. That's not to say you can't find all the same information. It's just, as an analyst, it's far simpler for me to find it through this. And I'll get the exact information here summarized, but with the source contact index. So if I don't believe this or I need to source my information, I don't have to search for it. I have exactly where it came from, the quarterly SEC report that Tesla released on their investor relations page. So if we can switch back to the slides. Oh, okay. Yeah, in summary, this is, as a financial analyst, this is something that would have changed the way I worked immensely. You know, I wouldn't be at the office until 2 a.m. trying to source and report this information myself. As a company, sorry to say for the analysts, but you don't need to hire 1,000 analysts. You need to hire 20 that are well-versed in how to use this, and you can spend that more money more wisely elsewhere. So where we want to start with is with blockchain wire and putting the thousands of crypto press releases we on. Quickly, we're expanding in the next couple of weeks. We're going to add the universe of all SEC information. And eventually, we want all global financial information to be added as knowledge assets. And to power this is the most powerful financial services search in the world. Financial analysis is obviously the number one way it'll be used. But as an investment advisor, you know, right now you might use a robo-advisor from a wealth manager, but it's pretty primitive in terms of what it can offer you. You give it kind of your age and your risk tolerance, and it tells you an asset allocation. This can fine-tune it against all the financial information available and also be trained on what worked for other people in your situation and what their reaction was and whether that was the right allocation for them. It also replaces investment relations for every public company, because instead of having a team to source information and look up where it is, you can use chatanalyst.ai, and then if there's any question from a shareholder about what the source was, it's simple to just follow the DKG item and know exactly where that information came from. So in short, we think this is going to be an extremely powerful tool in the finance world. If you know any companies that may like to pilot this with us and with the OriginTrail team, then please let me know. Find me at the conference, or I think you have our email addresses on here, somewhere here, if you want to reach out to either myself or my partner Enzo, please do, and we'd love to start testing with you. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Wes, you almost answered all the questions I have in the panel, but let's jump straight into it. I would also like to invite Oshani Senivratne. I believe Oshani is already online with us, so I'm just going to ask gentlemen to please take your seats, and we're going to start this fun session. Testing. All right, let's go. Okay, so we have a very interesting guests here. You met them all in the previous sessions. So we're going to jump introductions because you have all introduced yourselves. The interesting topic about trusted AI in media and education and how we can fight misinformation in media and education. So I would start off by asking you a question. How many of you have witnessed your relative sharing an obviously fake news? Come on, don't be shy. All right, no one is perfect. And I'm sure you also know someone who has faked his diploma or, education credential. If not, someone amongst relatives, then at least your minister or your famous politician. But anyhow, so apparently that's a huge problem, and we're gonna tackle the problem of misinformation and how artificial intelligence is also kind of exacerbating a problem and how it can actually also solve a problem. So I'm gonna start with Wes. Wes, you already really nicely described and showcased how we can use sort of a chat analyst solution to come to trusted information about just about any company, and in that way we can power trust in financial industry, which is like a very important thing. We've witnessed Bernie Madoff in a previous, bull and boost market, and now within the crypto market also Sam Bankman-Fried, who has nicely pulled a lot of value, and this value just disappeared. So in relation to that, in financial industry and financial media, how important is trusted information and problems that you see in this space? You already touched upon some of the issues.
Yeah. I mean, more broadly, it's a no-brainer because half the problems you see in financial services are caused by lack of good data or lack of trust in the data you have available. I mentioned I worked in real estate for a bunch of years in mortgage-backed securities post-financial crisis as they were trying to rebuild that system after it basically blew up in 2008. And a big part of the problem is you have these complex bonds with thousands of underlying properties and no good reporting information, or when you do have it, it's held by some third-party company. That company goes out of business. Now that information's been lost. If all of this is held and it can be trusted on a knowledge graph like the DKG, it solves a lot of problems in causing financial losses. But it also just saves a lot of money because there's hundreds of millions spent annually in the US alone on record keeping for this kind of thing. And I don't think the gas fees are that high to put this all on chain. And with wire services as well, since that's our background, at least once a year there's a fake PR press release that goes out and takes a couple $100 million off the market cap of a company because everyone just trusts it came from a specific place, but there's no real way to track that unless you know the provenance of the release. So there's some real low-hanging fruit that you could fix here.
Great, and with the blockchain wire solution chat analyst, this is just a first step, and how far do you believe this can go? We have, let's say, competitive centralized services in the marketplace already, but what is the advantage of a decentralized service in terms of also content syndication, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the advantages of decentralized money or any other case where you don't have to trust any kind of tampering with it. So especially when it comes to information from sensitive government information, naturally the government controlling it is often with a conflict of interest to whether they may want to alter the information there or remove something that was previously there. So that's pretty obvious. But it's also, there's a lot of situations where JP Morgan doesn't want to put all their information or trust the provenance on Goldman Sachs system because they're competitors, or there's just an ownership thing. They can't abide by that. A decentralized version that's almost like a public utility that everyone can trust because it's open source and there's no way someone else can control it or use it against you is probably the more attractive solution there.
Thank you, Wes. I'm going to move on to Oshani. Oshani, your special field of interest are knowledge graphs and blockchains. I'm wondering, how do you see decentralized systems based on blockchains and knowledge graphs will help advance trust in artificial intelligence? We have witnessed that also artificial intelligence might be the biggest bullshit generator that was ever created, apart from human beings. So how do you feel trust and the blockchain technologies, decentralized systems, can help mitigate problems which are being generated by artificial intelligence also?
Thanks for the question. So I think the answer to that was pretty evident in both John's presentation and Wes's presentation, because we saw some very cool demos of how first of all AI can be used to kind of enhance knowledge in certain cases, like creating questions that could lead to a knowledge bank of assessments for educators. And in Wes's case, we saw how we can use frameworks like ChatDKG to provide sources of verifiable knowledge assets to augment the hallucinated, or not hallucinated, like the generated things from these generative AI technologies. So in both cases, I suppose we can augment the existing Gen AI technologies to provide workarounds for these hallucinated technologies. In my work, I work on essentially preserving the provenance of scientific research. And so there are two aspects. So one is when you feed in bad data, that could actually correspond to some of the hallucinations as well. So if we can have verifiable research outputs, that could help alleviate the problems. So of course, this is not really the made up things that we hear about, but I'm also talking about some people falsifying information and how blockchain can help in first of all mitigating that problem in the first place, such that we have clean data, we have people to basically incentivize so that they can provide good data. And then there is another technique in Gen AI chatbots, like it's called RLHF, reinforcement learning with human feedback. So it's something similar to how you would say this is a good answer when you get an input from ChatGPT. But in very niche domains, perhaps you probably want to incentivize people for the contributions that they provide. And I think something like a blockchain-based incentive mechanism could help. And then again, there's this other issue of intellectual property. So those are very complex topics. But I think a combination of blockchain and knowledge graphs, where we have some source of truth, and with blockchain, being able to verify that source of truth without any doubt, could actually provide solutions to this very, very complex set of problems.
I think you pointed out also one important aspect here, that trusting information source is important, but also being able to protect your copyright is almost equally important. So kind of preventing copyright slurping in a fashion that bigger centralized companies are doing now, and also receiving lawsuits from creators which are never really compensated for their work being used to train models. John, let me move to you now. John, I watched your TEDx talk on blockchain-based decentralized university, the one you presented now that you're being part of. It's really amazing. So how do you believe blockchain-based decentralized universities and the approach you suggested which is the autonomous organization or DAO within the university, could be used to create a new kind of university with no central control. And following that, how could blockchain and knowledge graphs help push for such an agenda? When I watch your TEDx talk, you focused mainly on blockchains, and now artificial intelligence and also knowledge graphs underpinning such technologies. How do you feel the university that you're representing could be, put next to universities? I'm not going to say that you're creating some sort of a competition to Ošanis University, but still, how do you feel it can compete in the market of other universities?
Okay, great question. This is not on, is it? Okay, thank you. So, as I said in my talk, I've been at the Open University all my academic career, and it's funny to be in academia. So we're a laggard area. So if you went to your doctor or your engineer and they said, "Oh, come to me because I'm going to use methods which were 500 years old," you'd run away, you'd run a mile. Okay, but the university can do that. They can say, "Come to us because we're really old and we really have old methods," and people somehow like that. I don't understand why that. So we were created 50 years ago, which is young in European university terms, and I really think that the people who created us were geniuses. So what they did was they disaggregated what a university is, even before the internet was big. This is back in 1970, and what they did was they separated out the part of creating educational materials, they were central academics, from the part of delivering teaching. We actually hired other professors to do that. I joke we were sort of an Uber before the internet came around. Now we've moved up on board. So the OU's been thinking about disaggregation since its very beginnings and changing the model of universities. And I think what drives us and what drives me is this social mission. So the end goal for us is basically free, high-quality learning for everyone. It was one of our vice-chancellors who said that his goal was to break the insidious link between exclusivity and quality. That, again, universities can say, "Come to us because we reject everyone. We reject 99% of the people that come to us, so we're really good." I mean, how can you sleep at night? You should be open. So I love the word that we're open. So if you have that goal, you want to be open. You have to think about how can you reduce costs but keep the quality. So disaggregation is one key, that you can disaggregate. You've already disaggregated content generation from teaching. You can also disaggregate assessment, the IT aspects, and have the different parts have that. The other thing is we believe in lifelong learning. It doesn't stop, as I said earlier. That means you're going to be learning across. Now, what you really want, you don't really want to, let's say if you're 35 years old or 40 or older, you don't suddenly want to drop out of your career for 5 years, mostly, because you have mortgages to pay. But you want the learning to come to you. So imagine if we lived in a world where the learning could adapt to you. You could generate your own personal learning pathway and then have your favorite teachers. So, for example, I want to be like Oshani. I want to have Sir Tim Berners-Lee teach me, or somebody else famous. Now, maybe individual professors could do that, and then you have your own path. So it's really completely changing what a university is, from this big, old thing that's monolithic to something that really adapts to you. Blockchains can help in terms of identity and disaggregation and who gets the credit for this. AI can help in reducing costs. So I think the two together, also with knowledge graphs, you can really do something special, as long as people don't believe it has to be old to be any good or exclusive.
And can we also hope for future prime ministers, politicians be educated by open universities with real diplomas?
I think you actually have produced a few PMs, haven't you?
Yeah, there are famous people. I'm trying to think. There are, I think, I might be right. I think Gordon Brown, who was prime minister for a while, don't quote me on that, but I think, and I think some of them have been not only students but have been tutors. So these other people that we hired to be tutors for us. So a lot of famous people have been tutors for us as well.
Anna, do we have time for some closing thoughts? Wes, back to you.
Yeah, I'd say even though we're focusing on the financial side because that's kind of where we come from and where we see the easiest path for it. I think the same concept applies to any news media you want to consume. I mean, we're focused on financial media and financial information, but I also want to know provenance of the data or the news I'm getting online, because that's probably an even bigger problem than financial information. And the DKG is perfect for me because I'm not expecting it to tell me the validity of the statement that's being made. There's no way any system can fact check every article that gets created. I just want to know I'm getting it from the right place so that I can understand the source, use my knowledge of the source, if it's biased or not, and then make my call from there. But the problem is when I see an article that says it's from CNN or something that, a CNN article that cites Reuters, and it wasn't actually in Reuters, but there was a mistake along the way because they didn't have provenance of their underlying source. So it's critical that there's no break in the chain between original documents and what's actually getting to us. It's okay if there's garbage in, garbage out. That's pretty much impossible to fix, but you're compounding that problem if you then have breakages along the way where you're getting worse and worse data. By the time it gets to us, you don't even know if it's true or not.
Thank you. Wes, Oshani, can solutions such as a decentralized knowledge graph, can it be put into the center of new knowledge generation? They say knowledge is power, and knowledge shared is power multiplied. And in some ways, gaining knowledge and also kind of sharing knowledge oftentimes can be seen as an exclusive profession in a way. So how can what you guys are studying can also helping to build? How can it help advance knowledge exchange and knowledge sharing also in the context of decentralized AI? And then I'll move on to John, who will answer a question: how can Open University help push for that? But perhaps a more exclusive view in a way, because you're representing a university which is still open, but at least not at a face value as open as John's University. How can we combine both approaches towards making knowledge generation and exchange more, let's say, inclusive?
Right. So when it comes to making AI inclusive, I suppose making the models available for other people to use could make a huge difference, because actually right now there are lots of models that are available. There are websites like Hugging Face that makes so many models available for decentralized AI. I'm trying to connect your question to the university setting, because our university is not as open as Open University. However, we try to be open with our coursework, and we try to follow things similar to the MIT OpenCourseware to make the knowledge shareable. I must admit, it's not in knowledge graph format, or it's not in a it's not available on a blockchain by any means. But I gave a very brief presentation earlier about how to make science more open. So that has been a recent interest of mine. How can we make the data collection process much more equitable so that everybody in the whole research life cycle will gain benefits for the hard work that they do, and it's not limited to just the final paper, which obviously contributes to your H-index, but some people put a lot of effort in collecting the data, writing code, and there are some benefits. Actually, there are lots of benefits by making those things available even before the paper is published. So how to do that in a way that your ideas won't be scooped up, you get the due credit. So that's an interest of mine. And then with respect to making, let's say, models available, so Hugging Face is a very centralized place, but can we have a decentralized marketplaces for making these models available? Can we actually have, let's say if you have a model and we need data from lots of contributors, can we collect the data and reward those contributors in a fair manner? So we recently had a paper called Predict Chain, where we developed a system where people, researchers could upload models to this decentralized ecosystem. And at the same time, people could contribute data to improve the models. So there are efforts like that that could actually bridge much more availability and inclusivity for everybody in this decentralized AI space. So that's, you know, kind of my stance on that. I guess over to you.
I think you passed the ball to John to conclude this panel with your final thoughts.
So yeah, so the thing with any new technology, what it does really at its heart is it makes you think, what are you doing? What's the point of what you're doing? And I'm at a university. So the UK universities, I was at the Houses of Parliament for this in the UK, and I know globally they're all panicking because of ChatGPT. They're all really panicking because students could be using ChatGPT to generate their essays. We've done some evaluations. For the undergraduate courses at the OU, it gets a good pass, not for the master's courses. And the detectors don't work. So now the way I think about it is, well, why are we teaching students to do something that an AI can do? It's like teaching people to do multiplication and long division when calculators come out. So you really have to think, what's a university for? And the core at changing anything at university is assessment. If you don't change assessment, everything else is just a waste of time. If you change assessment. So I think we're going to go through an assessment revolution, and this will be tying assessment closer to what students will be doing when they go out to work in the world. For example, for Wes, what does he need? He probably doesn't need people to write essays like ChatGPT can. So that's really what we need to think about. What, for every sector, what does it we really need? What's the nature of knowledge? And how can we empower citizens to have control of that? That's what I think about. What blockchain does is it really gives you fine-grained provenance. It's almost, you know, you could say, okay, this piece of source came from this person, this is where they got the degree, this is their professor, this is what the professor had for breakfast, and then you can say whether you trust it or not. And it's up to you. But you need to also train students to live in this world as well. That's my final thought.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So no more fake news and no more fake diplomas in the future, hopefully. Thank you very much to our guests, Oshani, John, Wes. And you can also chat with the guests outside or, you know, after the conference. Thank you very much.
My mic on, boom, very nice. Hi everyone in the room as well as online all over the globe. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening or whatever it is in your time zone. Man, I'm having a good time today. I have to say this is really, really packed. For those that don't know me, I'm Tomas. I'm one of the founders at OriginTrail, and really thanks a lot to the guests up until now. It was some great sessions that we've had so far, and we will make sure that we don't drop the energy level now, because we're diving into another very exciting topic, which is going to be the creative industry and the trusted AI. So we'll be going through conversations, and we'll be seeing some things that were built out using the OriginTrail Trusted Knowledge Foundation to figure out whether this trusted AI is actually a danger or a foe of the creative industries, or is it a friend? Currently, it's you know, the judgment's very much out there. We've seen some stand-up comedians being very angry about ChatGPT consuming their, well, OpenAI consuming their work to be training their models. There's lawsuits pending, I guess, or ongoing. We've had a very disturbing Netflix series on Black Mirror, which showcased how
we can have a lot of generative subworlds start to happen, and terms and conditions shouldn't be always accepted just randomly. And yeah, just the power of how creative really can get pushed by the artificial intelligence. And I believe also a large part of what the strike of actors in Hollywood, which will probably see us get delays in some of our favorite series, is because of the fact that the imagery, the physiology of actors can be captured by the studios and then reused in films. Instead, you don't have to pay the extras this time because you just use a program to do it for you. Might be a weird experience for the guy or girl watching themselves on screen without being there, but there you have it. So there's definitely some dangers out there, but there's also some good examples which we'll highlight later today. So I'll be joined on the stage today by two creators in the space. It's going to be Amos, he's a builder of Tracverse Metaverse, so he'll be telling you much more about that. And we have Barbara joining us, an artist whose painting you can see also there displayed. And there's also an overlap between what Amos is working on and between what Barbara is working on, which we'll be exploring and finishing off this segment with a nice panel. So without further ado, I invite Amos to join me on stage, and let's kick this one off.
Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen. It's time to wake up. Let's have some fun today. All right. How's everyone doing? Can I get a good yes? Happy? Okay, great. That's enough. Who am I? My name is Amos Thomas. I'm a son of Yahweh at the House of Refuge. I'm married to a beautiful wife named Yvonne over there. You may know that guy or you may not know him. You don't have to know him. If you don't know him, forget about it. I'm an IT specialist and webmaster for 6 years at a government institution at the Massachusetts state. I'm a Web3 educator for 3 years, primarily focusing on the DKG, my Decentralized Knowledge Graph. And I'm aspiring full stack developer of 1 year. This has a lot of history behind it, my Zero to Hero course. I made it a mission to be able to educate people and show them that you can build as well and be as great as Branimir himself. So let's talk Tracverse. What is the goal, all right? The DKG captures knowledge, which is an essential pillar of wisdom. We see BSI, GS1 using knowledge and transforming knowledge into wisdom to make better business decisions. Tracverse is focused on capturing stories, which is a core pillar of entertainment. It is important to understand throughout this presentation that knowledge does not necessarily equal stories, even though stories comprise of knowledge and can communicate knowledge. In the DKW model, knowledge is considered actionable wisdom, or wisdom is considered actionable knowledge. So, stories are a valuable extension of the DKW model, data, information, knowledge, and wisdom model that should be captured on the decentralized knowledge graph and verifiably interconnected with the outcomes of its influence to be harnessed by all. The outcome of such a perspective is an omniverse by default. So let's talk omniverse. But before that, we got to talk metaverse and multiverses, right? So what is a metaverse? The term metaverse was claimed by Neil Stephenson in 1992 in his book Snow Crash. It was used to describe a single virtual world or digital space. A metaverse usually extends as far as its economy or ecosystem. When you think of Decentraland, CryptoVoxels, the Sandbox, they extend as far as the blockchain network they're on or their token economy. What is a multiverse? A multiverse is typically described as multiple virtual spaces and economies shared among participants, including parallel universes, multiple metaverses, digital realities. In my humble and very humble opinion, most blockchain networks kind of feel like mini multiverses, housing many metaverses. So now that you have a general understanding of what a metaverse is and what a multiverse is, let's talk more about the omniverse. from the context of stories. So what is the Omniverse? The Omniverse is all virtual physical spaces and economies within a single domain. Of course, we're focused on stories today. It is a web of interconnected, parallel, physical, digital realities and all timelines. The past, future, and present are actually all now within the Omniverse. Web3 currently contains no Omniverse, and that is from a protocol level or narrative level. And the understanding for why this doesn't exist is quite easy. Well, an Omniverse needs two key factors that Web3 has yet to truly solve: interoperability and a universally anchoring narrative that supports it. So who has an Omniverse? Well, Marvel has one, DC has one, NVIDIA has one. Where's the problem here? Has anyone noticed the problem? It starts with Omni. Yeah, we have three. Omni means one. Why do we have all of these Omniverses? Granted, NVIDIA's Omniverse is understandably not focused around storylines, but the two above are. That's a problem we need to solve. Marvel and DC Omniverses, let's take a deeper look inside. Well, first of all, we have no real-time visibility into the connections within their narrative network. Where is Superman right now? Okay, don't worry, I'll wait. Story arcs are generally controlled by DC and Marvel. Open community contributions are generally not interconnected, although they are respected and acknowledged, not interconnected, generally. Artworks and storylines are limited to the potential of hired artists and specialized community members. Of course, in the past, you had to be great at what you do to work for these organizations. It's hard to maintain the discoverability of stories as well as continuity of all works within their individual omniverses. If you do some research online, you will quickly discover the drama between us comic nerds and this issue. So what is the Marifa Omniverse in comparison? And to be clear, Marifa is the name of the Omniverse that Tracverse is trying to create. One quick Google search of the word Marifa should let you know what we're trying to achieve here. AKA, Marifa means knowledge. So Marifa has real-time visibility into connections within our narrative network. Marifa storylines are not controlled by Tracverse. Open community contributions can be interconnected at will. Connecting and sharing assets is highly encouraged in the DKG because it adds value to your assets. Artworks and storylines are uncapped by combining the power of AI with human authorship and creativity. You no longer need a staff of 50 well-trained artists. Over the years, you can have an open community of well-trained artists utilizing AI art to recreate the beauty that is Marvel and DC. But this time, it's Marifa. It's easier to maintain the discoverability of stories and continuity of works within the Marifa Omniverse thanks to the DKG. Now, a true global Omniverse needs interoperability, it needs verifiability, and most importantly, it needs discoverability. The Marifa Omniverse places all of humanity's laws into a global, open source, standard agnostic index. And as you can see, we're connected to all these different blockchain networks. So as I said earlier, if we do consider a blockchain network a multiverse, this indeed is what an Omniverse would look like. So what is lore embedding? Now, I do believe I made the right choice here, because it was either between lore embedding or lore insemination. Every and anything can have a story. NFT collections, businesses, people, thing, the Mona Lisa, think about it. The stories are the why behind our lives and entertainment. The DKG allows for Mark Grunwald's omniversal method to take true form. If you do not know who Mark Grunwald is, then you may not be a comic nerd like me, but he is responsible for the concept of the omniverse itself in comics today. The reason why we see crossovers between these different realities and between DC and these different comics is because of his initial work. So over to the right, what we see here is a small snippet of the Marifa Omniverse on the OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph. Following the teachings of omniversal lore embedding, or lore embedding, we've decided to create planets on the Decentralized Knowledge Graph. Places, races, and items and characters. Now, over to the right, what we see here is a kuvuka. This is you and me about 1,000 years from now. They have a special device in their chest, which is in the background, called a kuvuka O-Link. It is a futuristic device that these human beings use to connect and communicate with the device called the Omnicore. Well, what is this Omnicore? The Omnicore is actually the futuristic version of the DKG. You may be getting a pattern here. Yes, our Omniverse is built directly to teach you what the OriginTrail is. What is the Decentralized Knowledge Graph? AKA learning through entertaining and interacting. This is the Omnicore in the future. As to why it looks like that, as to why the DKG looks like that, Branimir, why did you make this? You're just going to have to go to Tracverse.com and read the story to find out. So this is a character, Android Zalax. This guy is quite mean, but for a good reason. Well, not really good. But as you can see, he has various connections to his artwork. Over to the right, you can see the planet he's connected to. You can see his name. You can see an unrevealed trait about him. You can also see his story in the Omniverse, his role in the Omniverse, directly reflected within his asset graph, as well as his image, all located there. But if you take a little glance over to the right, you're going to see a knowledge asset right there that has a tag of Graph Comic. Oh my God, what is that? Let's find out. So the Graph Comic that's connected to Android Zalax is the Chafu Genesis. This comic details his experience in the Omniverse. This is the actions that he has taken to affect the Omniverse, the stories. Spoiler alert, it gets pretty bad in the end with his sister. Who controls the Omniverse? Well, we all do. Community governed to us means more than votes on a blockchain. Anyone can do that. When you apply the standards of the Omniverse thinking and lore embedding to your creations, you are automatically a part of the Omniverse. This follows the exact same building methodology or perspective of the DKG. The DKG does not control everyone's data. You control your data. You will control your part of this Omniverse. Tracverse is just a fragment of the Marifa Omniverse. That is key to understand. In the same way, Trace Labs is not the DKG, Tracverse is not Marifa. Tracverse is building on Marifa. Tracverse has solved the issue of not having a universally anchoring narrative to support a true lore-based Omniverse. The DKG introduces the proper tooling for building a first-of-its-kind storytelling Omniverse standard. It is my opinion that it is worthless to put stories on the blockchain alone. What is a story that you have not heard? Would your favorite story still be your favorite story if you haven't heard it? Maybe it is, but you haven't heard it. So it's a hammer without a handle. We are constructing solutions that leverage the underlying branches of Marifa, our stories, our artworks, our planets, our lores, as well as your lores. So who and what can benefit from the Omniverse? Clothing brands, car manufacturers, generated AI. In fact, the image above that you saw from Android Zalax is an AI-generated image. See, I saw a future where we have a plethora of generated content without meaning. This devalues creativity. Our future creations should be directly connected with the lores they represent. This can also be used for learning materials, which is something we'll be diving into probably next year at the next DKG conference, following your great presentation. So in conclusion, Marifa is an attempt at making a global storytelling omniverse. It is not enough to store laws and stories on the blockchain alone. Tracverse is constructing solutions that leverage the underlying branches of the Marifa combined with AI technologies. Tracverse is utilizing lore embedding to build value in digital and physical products. For example, this shirt contains one of the characters from the Omniverse. If you scan this shirt, you can directly view his story. And it updates in real time. Whenever he decides to perform another action, you're going to know that it was done. This brings value to the actual products that we're building today. I just want to say the final part of the Chafu Genesis is live. I launched it this morning. The Graph Hunt will be launched a little bit later on for you US folks, because I know it's quite early over there. And I invite you all to join me in making the Graph Omniverse humanity's greatest story. Before you clap, use the power of stories. Before you clap, special thanks to all of the beautiful OriginTrail community members all across the world. You should see your name here. Crypto Goku, all of you guys, thank you for showing up every day and making this vision a reality. Thank you. I got a little bit too excited. Forgive me. I must introduce a special friend of mine, a special creative, Barbara, to speak about her creative influence. But I do believe we will have a short little video as well, but feel free to take the stage.
So, hello everyone. I used to make my living with words because I used to be a journalist. And I wanted to hide away from this and wanted to just bare my soul to everyone through my paintings, which I guess is so much worse because it feels sometimes like it's an open heart surgery when people look at my stuff. Because it says I'm a visual artist, I thought I wouldn't be using too many words, but I'll show you a little bit of the video that I created for a presentation of my art, and I'll tell you a few more words afterwards. Circus as a word and as a space holds a unique place in our collective imagery, from being used as a synonym for chaos to a place of wonder and magic. For me, it's not just a spectacle of color, pushing of boundaries of everyday life. It's also about the trust in those around you, the trust in your body, danger ending in a safe landing. The extraordinary ability and acceptance of different shapes and sizes, of cooperation, of collaboration, of crossing the borders. Equality, but also understanding specific roles in specific moments. The beauty of movement and the search for connection. This is where I find inspiration. Painting or drawing circus artists come from seeking to capture and translate what their movement creates inside me, to take the language they create and use that to develop a new one. I do a lot of drawing and sketching. For me, that is like taking notes. They sometimes even have little words on the side too. Or the sketches just consist of like a foot or a shoulder or a line that gives directions on where the movement is going. I think over the years I've developed two ways of how my creation process starts. I sometimes wake up and want to work with either a specific color or a specific type of paint. It starts from the lushness of the materials. Then, in my large collection of memories, images and videos, I find who or what would work with that. Other times it's the live performance, or a performer sends me something where it's something I've seen on Instagram, and that results in this urgent need to capture it in some way. With some artists, we like spending time taking photos in everyday places, and that works as a starting point of the process. Sometimes I sit in on the research and development of circus shows, and those are amazing as they offer not just access to backstage life, but a deeper understanding of the process of creation of movement and character.
So that's me. So the images you've seen here are mostly the ones that are either oil painted or acrylics, so everything that's quite tangible. And then at some point I was sort of left without a studio to work in. And because I live in London, and anyone who's been in London, you know that everything is a shoebox sized unless you are extremely rich. I sort of had to stop painting in oil, and I was thinking, what can I do? Because this is driving me crazy. So I started doing some digital art, which it didn't replace what I obviously still massively enjoy doing with oils, but it is a completely new avenue for me. So oils take a bit of time. So I paint less of the big paintings, like these ones. I can do them on the train, I can do them on the plane, I can, whilst I'm waiting for something, it's really quick. And you can create lots of interesting ideas. But again, I wanted something tangible, something I can touch. So I've come up with this process of transferring the digital images on special paper and then transferring them to the wooden boards. And as you can see, I create a lot. And then the first time I spoke to Amos about the future, because obviously all of these methods are mostly either present or past, I've realized I'm actually quite a prolific painter. That's how I've been described by many people. I make a lot, but I have no catalog. And there's lots of painters like me. We have no way of tracking what we've created. So you try in the notebook first, and then you lose the notebook. Then you try in a sketchbook, because those we normally don't lose. And then we lose a sketchbook. And then I sort of thought, I'll just use Instagram, because it's right there. But then I delete a post, because I don't like it. It doesn't go with the other 3 images around it. And then I've lost all the data about. Then I tried archiving it. I can never find it again. Then I'm worried I'm going to forget the password to get into Instagram, and I'm going to lose all the data about my work. So when Amos showed me the little moving clouds, I was like, I'm not going to lose that, because that is stored somewhere really safely. And it suddenly really made sense. I know this is like a little admin things for most people, but for me, this is a massive solution to a big problem. Forgetting a file, losing a sketchbook, and it just suddenly started thinking, like, what are the other problems we have in arts that could be solved if we just sort of used this new world that's coming? And I know mostly when you speak about arts and the new world, everyone is, oh, AI is going to replace you. No, it's not. We're quite self-confident that way, that we have enough of good ideas that no AI can come up with. And we've been faked a lot through the history. There's whole villages in China of painters who paint much better than I do. And they can recreate whichever painting you point at, but they can't create it. That's the difference. And I've tried a few chats creating a little AI image collaboration myself. It's not that easy. You still need to know what you're doing. So it's not replacing us. It's a new tool. That's how we can see it. And then there's also something we'll probably touch more on when we're all on stage discussing things. It's this. This is what comes with every painting you buy. It's a certificate of authenticity. And this paper, or any other size or layout, should stay with the painting everywhere it goes. And that's where we come to provenance. That's where we come to the knowledge about the painting. They get lost, or they lose their ink, or you're not sure if they're real. So again, another solution in the world of arts. So when I was trying to sort of balance out this idea, will I be pro or will I be against it up here? I think it's solving a lot of problems at the moment, so I'll try not to be too scared of it. And now Amos is going to introduce what he can do with the stuff I create.
All right, beautiful people. Let the show begin. Dun, dun, dun. All right, no. All right, I do have a video to show you guys. Today, of course, generative AI is not going to stop. AI is here to stay. So it is up to us to make AI become our friend or our enemy. So how do we make it our friend? This is one video demo that I will love to run right now. Feel free. So what we witnessed there was Barbara's portfolio, newly cataloged. As you said, she did not have a digital portfolio of her assets before. Now she can have one that's verifiably interconnected with her identity on the decentralized knowledge graph. Since we know that AI technologies will obviously, there's currently, as Thomas spoke to earlier, the lawsuit issues with AI technologies in this industry. We thought it best that we align generative AI with the future potential of creatives and artists. So artists are rewarded each time their images are used for generative purposes. This aligns the incentive mechanisms of these technologies and makes humanity a better place and makes AI more trusted. So I'm inviting Thomas. I know that you, sir, have a great panel to run today, so we can, let's get this.
Let's do it, yeah. Alrighty. That was cool. I mean, congrats as well from my side, and thanks for showcasing it. I think we'll do this panel with a couple of questions for each of you, just to kind of maybe try to summarize a little bit about some of the things you guys were already talking about, as well as some of the things that are a important opportunity or a threat you're seeing with this technology going forward. So maybe I can start with you, Barbara. I'd like you maybe just to take us to the artists community, and what's the mindset of the artists community at the moment when it comes to AI or blockchain or trusted AI as such. Is it something that is creating a fear? Is it something that's seen as exciting? Obviously, there's been a lot of kind of allegations to the loss of human creativity due to AI. So are we witnessing here a much stronger paintbrush, or is it like a magic wand that's just going to disappear everything else?
I mean, I'm going to start with the last point you made. I think we can use it as tools. I don't think it's going to replace us. I think there's a space for everyone. There's lots of people who will go into the shop that's right across the parking lot here, and they will buy an image in a frame and put it on their wall, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if that's an AI-generated thing, that's also beautiful. If you can make it, go ahead, do it. It's fun. I think it will give more people a way in. But if you're using my image to then do something with it, that's where I think we need to be a bit careful, because then you're not just taking my image, you're taking a part of me that took hours to make, years of studies of movement to get him right. So that's where I think we need to be careful when people are just, because obviously everything is more or less freely available, which doesn't mean that we're just giving up on our copyright in that respect. But saying that, I have a lot of friends who are extremely excited. There's all sorts of things coming, and there's if you look, for example, at that painting, it's very different to the work that I create digitally. That's because I'm not a very detailed painter. I dance when I paint, I move a lot. You can see I'm moving with my arms now when I speak. I'm not a very sit-still person. So creating an image that would be very detailed without the digital world for me would not be possible. Just as maybe someone who is in their heads really creative, has great ideas, can verbalize them really well, but they've never been taught to draw. So they're losing out. They can't make images. But now they can, because they have this assistant that can help them. So I think what it can do is, if we just see this, as a point, like it did when the paint suddenly, they invented a way of putting it into a tube so it looked like a toothpaste does these days. You can just squeeze it and take it with you wherever you go. What if this is another one of those that we can leave the studio and we can create just anywhere? On the plane, we can create it with help, we can create it without help. If we just take it as an opportunity, this is what I've been told by my very dear French painter friend is, oh, stop moaning, just get on the train and just do it. I think we have a chance of a great success, but obviously with traceability, with things being attributed to people, and with getting the fair share of the cake.
Awesome. So it's not all doom and gloom, in the artist world at least, but maybe let's see in the metaverse builder space and trusted AI tools. Is it a corner-cutting exercise to use AI, or are we witnessing a new paradigm shift which is going to change altogether how we're doing things?
In my opinion, you're definitely witnessing the birth of a new sort of standard of creativity. And I know it's great because people are fighting it. When you think about computers, when computers first came to be as a standard in industry, there were many complaints and fights against computers stealing my jobs and all of this. But now I find it hard-pressed to find somebody without a computer on them. You have computers in your pockets, you have computers in your ears, it's everywhere with you now. I think AI is going to have the exact same effect on humanity. For example, I have always been an awesome storyteller. If you are aware of my YouTube channel, I make content strictly on the DKG in a story-based format. And I've always wanted to create characters and worlds for people to enjoy and communicate with, but unfortunately, I'm a trash artist. I cannot draw very well, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not good at it. By the way, I can sing, I can dance, but that's the one talent I just don't have.
There is a party later tonight, which all of you are coming to.
Which I will be singing at.
We'll test it.
You can test this real fast.
Right, so for somebody like me, the ability to generate Android Zalax and connect them to an asset graph and create an entire omniverse or world or an ecosystem that's thriving. I mean, come on, that's exponentially, that unlocks an exponential amount of creativity, not just for me, but for every single person. So when you combine the power of AI with an open source, decentralized system like the DKG, what you can see is an army of creatives at, of course, a base standard, because we'll almost never be as great as true artists, because they will also be using AI tools in their workflows to enhance their workflows. So they're super artists, and we're just artists. Okay? So I do see that AI technology is creating a new paradigm of creativity for artists as well as non-artists.
I mean, when we were chatting before, we were also talking about like not everything is for everyone. I've had painter friends who people would walk in and they would say, "Oh, that's a beautiful painting, but could you do it in pink?" You'd silently die inside. But with AI, I'm thinking, well, not a canvas. I could do you a print and then just talk to AI to do that for me, because I'm not doing it in pink. But we have to pay the rent. So, you know, it doesn't have to be all doom and gloom. It can be used in many different ways.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of, it's opening up also not solely for fine arts, but also any type of creative work that's done, whether that's fashion, whether that's in written arts, so either poetry or prose or scripts, things like that. All of it can be heavily impacted, and you know, to your point, like also building stories, obviously in Tracverse, I'm excited where this merging or convergence of technologies can bring us more so than maybe if we have, you know, if built on DKG, if you have that transparency and integrity versus running away from it.
And yeah, I do agree fundamentally. The thing that has humanity scared about AI, really and truly, is the fact that, well, we can't trust it. And obviously, the devaluing of human work, right? If we do not align AI at the incentive level, we do not have an incentive to create ourselves. because AI can continue to rip our work and do the very minimum of what we're doing better than we do. So we need to find a way to reward artists and creators for their work, and I think that the decentralized knowledge graph is the best platform, medium to do this on because of its interoperability factor. It integrates with almost any ecosystem to achieve these similar results. So I think that the future of AI is definitely anchored in decentralized knowledge graphs. Yeah.
But also, for me, for example, my art is not just my story. I always say that my inspiration is very strong in the people I paint. So when I'm talking about my art, because I'm finding it quite hard, is I mostly talk about the people I paint, how great they are, what they do is, how fantastically amazing, no fear of heights, the level of trust they have. And what I would like is that if there is a document sitting somewhere about my artwork, that there's also a link to that human, so that the person who buys the artwork and checks my certificate of authenticity can actually go to that person and go, oh wow, this is who she actually painted. So they get sort of roped into the whole process, not just at the beginning and whilst I'm painting, but also the person who is enjoying it in the end can then still sort of get involved into that second part, and maybe that will, you know, just encourage them to buy the ticket to the next circus show, and then everyone wins.
Whilst we're speaking about the different experiences, not sure if you know, but you're able to watch this very conference also in the virtual reality today on Canvasland. So where also you can see the exhibit of the artwork that was showcased in the video before. So when we have all these different dimensions available, is there a fear of losing out that human experience if we are focused on the digital world, or do you feel that it enhances this in some way?
So this is an interesting question, because I do believe the metaverse itself is an artificial experience, right? The reason why we engage in the metaverse is to escape the boundaries of our physical domain. So the more artificial it gets, it actually enhances that artificial experience. It only makes it greater. You can only do greater things in that artificial world, the stronger this artificial presence is. So this is why I don't necessarily believe that the issue is that AI does what it does well. I don't think anybody has a problem with that. I think the problem is that I just want to be rewarded every time it does what it does well. You know, so the method, really and truly. So for me, the more, if we enhance these ecosystems, if we enhance AI, but we just make sure we align it to our creative expression, I don't see why we would have an issue with the metaverse being too artificial when that's our desire. We desire to be as artificial as possible.
I mean, I might be taking this to like a too simple example, but lots of the people I work with, we meet through me just seeing them somewhere on social media going, wow, love what you do. When can I see this somewhere live? So it never stops at, oh, I'll just watch the videos. There's always that desire for the live interaction, for the experience. And I don't think that people will just stop wanting to experience. Like, I mean, you're all in the room. You could all be sitting in your pajamas at home watching this. There's absolutely no reason but the desire to be in one room together as humans, to be here. Well, I don't think this is going away no matter what kind of AI we're getting. I don't think that because people are saying posters, people are not buying canvas, because I think these are different people. These are different tastes, and there's nothing wrong with one or the other.
Alrighty. We're chewing into the coffee break, so we're about to get some stern looks, I think, just around the corner. So I'm gonna, one sentence or two if you want to do your final thoughts, and then I think we will slowly wrap this one up.
Absolutely. I will say that right now you can actually, I think you can view Barbara's work connected to the Omniverse. As I said, the Marifa Omniverse is a collection of all timelines, which includes today. So theoretically, you should be able to see anything that is established today within the Omniverse. So I've gone ahead and uploaded her catalog to the Omniverse, so you could go explore it on the Decentralized Knowledge Graph, check her artworks out.
Not the whole catalog.
Well, some of them, some of my favorite ones actually. And of course, also your business is also an entity on the graph, so you could see her website and such and interact with her ecosystem.
Yeah, I'm going to say that probably the disruption we're seeing with the AI and people worrying about the images getting stolen and the copyright infringements and all sorts of things is one of the things that is not mentioned that often is if we actually start using the knowledge graphs to keep this, like the information about the paintings without walking around with these papers. Because the primary market in arts is when you buy from me or from the gallery for the first time that you're selling. There's also a secondary market where people are reselling the things that have already been bought once or twice. And that's where provenance comes into the game. It is not just important who was it painted by, it's also important who was it owned by during the last 50 years. So if that information is publicly available, what will that do to the value of the paintings? So I think this is a real interesting one for the auction houses to tackle, and I think this insistence on having this information somewhere available for everyone will have to come from us, the artists, because I do think there might be some unexpected resistance from unexpected parties.
Amazing. It seems we're tilting towards the friend side. In the friends toward foe question
Jump
from the beginning.
Jump on the train and ride it.
There you go. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen next. I invite everyone to follow you wherever they can. I'm looking forward to kind of next year presentations, see what we muster in the meantime. And yeah, even the sun started coming up, so I think it's definitely time to wrap this one up. Thank you very much for being our guest tonight, and enjoy the coffee break.
Are we back? We're back? Okay, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on to our next segment, Trusted AI in Supply Chains. It was a very engaging previous session, so this is going to be a tough act to follow, but we'll do our best. And let me just grab quickly, there we go. So Trusted AI in Supply Chains. So supply chains that's where OriginTrail started, right? And they're a very, let's say, broad category. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to define where exactly supply chains end, where they begin. You could argue that everything that we see, everything that we engage with is kind of in one way or another related to supply chains. So they're a very important part of our lives. They're the engine of today's world, if you will. But still, they were not really noticeable in a sense that being in a public focus until a couple of years ago when when things started going bad. So there was a whole bunch of events that kind of brought this into public focus, and everybody all of a sudden was, oh wait, we have an issue with supply chains and whatnot. So, and we have had a bunch of headlines like this, right? So everybody I'm sure still remembers the Ever Given ship that got stuck in the Suez Canal. Sorry, was it? So we had 2 years after this, right? After this, disputes are still being resolved because there was no transparency. There was no way of actually finding out exactly what's on that boat, from whom, at what point in time. And we're still seeing these butterfly effects kind of in today's supply chain world. We have another example of ships being stuck, this time in the Panama Canal. So again, similar situation, seemingly small thing, right? It's a canal that goes across Panama, right? It's causing a cascading effect on the entire, pretty much everywhere in the globe, because of congestions, because of things not arriving on time, and all of these things. And these things really go on and on. Shanghai having constricted capacity because of COVID and whatnot, that has never really recovered ever since. And in January there was another spike. So we have, and the list goes on and on and on. Lorries stuck at checkpoints for 4 days. I'm sure, Paul, you remember that this headline when due to Brexit red tape, there were really trucks stuck for 4 days at in front of the UK border. And the question is really, how do we use AI technology to transition from such headlines into something that is, a little bit more like this, where you have, you enable essential solution that enables any supply chain participant to simply ask a question related to the supply chain, get a trusted answer based on some very connected and highly verifiable data sources. And this is a video. It's a video of an actual solution. It's just for, let's say, time purposes. It was done like this, and you can ask really anything. And we'll talk about this more in the panel. Asking what the route of a specific shipment was, what was on that shipment, who was involved, what certificates do they have, IoT of the container. So all of these types of things, if they were available for, in these headlines that we looked at just in the previous slide, probably they would have resolved in a much quicker manner, and we wouldn't have, certain consequences still visible today. So that being said, I would like to invite Georgios from the WFH, World Federation of Hemophilia, to give us a bit of an indication of, or a bit of an insight into how such underlying trusted infrastructure, being OriginTrail, is used to lay the groundwork for trusted AI in medicine donations. So Georgios has been working with us in the British Standards Institution to deploy OriginTrail technology for medicine donations in India. And he has actually been a part of WFH since 2015. And he is one of the guys who developed the distribution network to store, ship, and monitor donations for hemophilia treatment medicine to over 74 countries. So without further ado, Georgios, I see you're here. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Hi to everybody. I hope you can hear me clearly. Thank you for the invitation, Jurij, to present I'm going to try to do this as fast as I can, of what WFH has been doing and how we are supporting patients with rare bleeding disorders to more than 75 countries right now. So what WFH, our goal our strategic priorities is to try to reach out to patients that they haven't been diagnosed yet, and also provide for them treatment till they can get a sustainable supply of treatment and support from their countries. We have been trying to do this since well before 2015. This program has existed since 1996. But in 2015, 2016, after getting multi-year agreements with donors, manufacturers of hemophilia treatment products, we managed to reach out to more patients, and we have been trying since then to develop a distribution network. Now we managed since 2015 to reach out to more than 25,000 patients, to have more than one warehouse. We have hubs in the United States, European Union, and most recently in India, to create some sustainable supply, to have a sustainable supply to most of these countries. So we are not just trying to provide them products, to deliver the products. We also have to prove to our donors, the manufacturers, that we can do this in a sustainable way, and we can account for every single vial we receive to our warehouses, to every single vial that goes to these countries, and also showcase the work, the results, the impact that we have for these patients. So India is one of the countries that since the beginning have been receiving between 36 to 40% almost of the supply. And that's why it has always been under the magnifying lens. Everybody wants to talk about India. And the next slide, you're going to see on the heat map in the back that India has been receiving, and the region around India, they have been receiving most of our products. So we started with only one hub, one warehouse in the United States. Then we moved to Brussels, established a second hub, and now we have a third one in Mumbai, India. The point here is that to put the products closer to the actual need, where they have to go, mitigate distribution, transportation charges and fees, and create a stock account. So the easiest thing to do up to that point, as you're looking at this slide, was to just ship from the hub, either from one hub to the other, or from each hub to the actual countries. The challenge, and this is where BSI and Trace Labs came in, was to try to track and trace products as they move out of the local hubs, let's say, or the initial delivery point in each of the countries, how they move around the country. So, for example, India has, right now they have 92 hemophilia treatment centers. And that was our biggest challenge. This is where we wanted to understand how the products are moving and how we can trace every single vial on the lot level, where it goes, if it's going to be used, what is the stock in its treatment center, etc. And practically this slide shows that, okay, we deliver to the main country hub, let's say in India is New Delhi, then it goes to the treatment center, and then from the treatment center, each treatment center will treat, right now India has almost 12,000 patients that we are treating. How this happens, how we can trace that specific patient ID. We don't have the patient details, all we have it's a number and their date of birth, when they were treated, why they were treated, the type of treatment, make sure that these products were used before their expiry, that these products can be accounted for. And like I mentioned before, we also need to prove to the donors, to everybody that their brand is on every single product, that we can at any point of time give them a report of we have that much stock in this warehouse, we have shipped that many vials to India, and each treatment center, they have this, they have used that, and this is what's left. And also that's how much we need to resupply these patients so we can have sustainable treatment for them. So there is a product flow and there's also a data flow, and that you can see at the bottom. And this is where we wanted to leverage the technology, develop a mobile app that would allow us to do barcode scanning, and through that barcode scanning we could have a data stream that would translate into a dashboard, and we could easily see what happens where. Just quick remark is that we are getting very regular audits, apart from the internal audits that we have to do based on our quality management system. We will also, at any point of time, the donors, manufacturers, they're allowed to audit this distribution network, how it works, how efficient it is, etc. Now, this is real-time, the examples of people in India that they are scanning the products and they're scanning the barcodes. Then they allocate products to patients or treatment centers inside the country. And this is the part where we really had to, we needed the support of BSI to set up the system, the control points of who has to scan what. And this is the fun part, was when we could get geolocation of this patient ID. They received this many products, there's that many vials from this lot. They use them at that date and time. Getting these dashboards and getting this data from the origin, from the warehouses that you have seen in the previous map, up to the final point of utilization, it's a great asset to have for many, many reasons. It's already talked about compliance, accountability, visibility, traceability, but also gives us we get so much statistics, so much data for us it's important to keep this program growing and getting more donations. So compliance and all of everything that goes with it is amazing for the quality departments of the manufacturers, of our donors. But what they really want to see in the end is also you treated that many patients, you had that many infusions, you used that many vials for these surgeries, that many surgeries. Some of them were life-saving, some others were minor, major, etc. So just to recap, what would be amazing to have, using AI and using the technology and using all the data points that we can collect through the mobile app or any other means, is how can we get a measurable, quantifiable impact of our donations, how it changed the quality of life of the patients in India or elsewhere. India was the country that we tried to test this, but we have to expand to almost 75 countries. So how fast we can get the vial from Memphis in the United States, from Brussels, from anywhere in the world that we receive that vial, how fast we can get it to the patients that they are in need. So how efficient is our distribution network, how fast it can work, how safe it is. And how can we always, at any point of time, somebody asks, okay, we gave you that many vials, this lot was 3,500 vials, can you account them for? What happened to them? Where are they? So half of them, they are in Venezuela, the other half is in Nigeria, and there's also something left in Kenya, and they were used at that point of time by that many patients for these reasons. That would be an amazing story to have in the end, while respecting security and compliance throughout our supply distribution network. That's the last slide, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Georgios. That was, yeah, another round of applause. Thank you. That was very insightful, and we're also looking forward to seeing how we can apply the AI technology on the, using the foundation that we have already laid down. So thanks for dialing in, and looking forward to, to going forward.
Thank you, Jurij.
Great. Okay, so that was Georgios. We talked about the importance of having such a trusted AI foundation for medicine donations. And next up, we're going to have a fireside chat with between myself and Shelley. So Shelley is actually dialing in from Phoenix. So a very good early morning to you, Shelley, and I apologize for the early hour. So maybe we rebrand this to a coffee chat rather than a fireside chat. Shelley's a senior program manager, global supply chain solutions at BSI, and heads the BSI Connect Screen supplier team. So Shelley will give us more or a quick introduction into what SCAN is and what they do and what we have been doing with them. So and we'll be talking essentially about how AI, trusted AI, can actually transform supplier compliance in supply chains. So Shelley, I would hand over to you just to do a quick introduction of yourself and SCAN, and then we can take it from there.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate everybody. So this is very exciting, and I am the Senior Program Manager, as Jurij had mentioned, for the BSI group and for everything Connect Screen related. We have had a great opportunity to partner with OriginTrail for the SCAN Association, which has been a very exciting opportunity where we had gathered, where SCAN is a not-for-profit association who really had a goal with the top retail organizations of trying to find a benefit to do more sharing of audits versus, putting more taxing efforts onto a very heavily audited supply chain right now. So their main goal was reducing the audit redundancy. So their main goal is to be able to share audit findings, limit the redundancy audits, really drive that cost savings and efficiency for all the members in the supply chain. So one of the other things we have done is, embracing innovative methods. We really need to be able to understand, what is it that we can do to be better, more effective, more efficient in this particular process. And along the way, we've realized that there are other savings that take place in this regard, right? Like reducing the carbon footprint with all of these different audit savings. In 2019, we added an additional layer of trust, with the exchange and verification of audit reports. So really exciting times to be able to get that particular part of the program going. So as we can see over here on the right, the SCAN membership, really has the top importers from the United States, and they have a global impact where they have only 1.56 trillion in combined revenue at the end of 2022. Some key statistics I wanted to be able to share just to be able to show you the impact of the program. So we've got over 55 members over the since 2015, it's grown from 7 to 55. Over 25,000 audits conducted, and these are all on-site audits with a couple additions of the immersive technology that we had to introduce during the COVID situation. Over 30,000 factories are being touched in this particular program, and 51% of those audits are shared amongst this membership, which is really exciting since this number continues to grow, which is equivalent to over $7.5 million in savings just in 2022 alone. One of these side things that really took place that was exciting that we weren't really anticipating or thinking about when this first happened was the carbon footprint. Over 500 metric tons in savings in 2022 because of the different audits and all the shared factor from that perspective. So SCAN's been a very exciting program, and it's a great program to be able to try and benchmark and implement new technologies, especially everything that we're doing with OriginTrail right now.
Am I on? Okay, I'm back. Thank you, Shelley. You mentioned in the slides, so we have been working with SCAN since, or using the Origin technology with SCAN since 2019, which is now already over 4 years. What was the kind of the main cause, the reason behind the move into that direction to ensure more trust, more verifiability of these audits?
Well, so like anything, when it starts to get, something becomes very popular, people start to try and figure out ways to circumvent the system. And one of those things was, we started to see fraudulent audits surface around here. Some of the factories were starting to produce fraudulent reports trying to embellish upon their scores. So we worked with OriginTrail to be able to infuse, a trusted mannerism here, where we wanted to remove the fake type of certificates and audits from the program. And we did this with this, being able to put these audit reports into a verifiable knowledge assets database, where we can guarantee more secure, accessible mechanism for our membership, right? So they can log in, they can see everything is trusted and vetted. And we also, implemented like a QR code from that particular point of view, where only authorized and permitted users could access and gain access to those completed reports. With that being done back in 2019, it's been very exciting to see that we have not seen any other reports surface that have been showing any sort of fraudulent activity. So that's been a really great accomplishment from that particular part of the program.
Yeah, thank you. And that's actually a very good point. So it seems like we've established a very good foundation, right, of these knowledge assets that are connected. One of the things that we also talked about is extending this connectivity, right, to be not able to only connect audits between each other, but also, the auditors who made those things, the actual certificates. So that's also, we have a solid base to do that. When we now have, as we extend this connectivity and we provide more trust, what do you see as the key opportunities going beyond that, especially in the context of, we looked at some of the AI solutions that we've been working on with OriginTrail, some of it I actually showed in the intro to this particular segment, specifically related to AI. So we have this strong foundation. Where do you see the key opportunities for SCAN using this going forward?
Oh my goodness. So all of this information that's being collected is very exciting, right? So we want to be able to continue to empower the organization. So something like a SCAN association, which has over 50 members, the largest retailers that import within the United States and globally, to be able to not just be able to see audits that are trusted and everything, but to be able to capitalize on the information that's being collected, right? What would be, even more exciting is to be able to query all that information and not just be able to say, who has, the best scores or whatever, but be able to stitch this information together and be able to start understanding what kind of impact is this having in their supply chain. Being able to gather processes to work smarter, be more proactive and engage with other factors such as the geographic risk, local events, any sort of incidents that are taking place, and being able to connect things and, things that may not have been previously noticed and any unseen patterns. So organizations can be more predictive and more proactive, with how they're managing their supply chain activities.
A lot of sense, because you can discover a lot of things that you maybe you weren't even planning for, right? When you have all of these connected, so driving connectivity in the supply chains. Where does the government or the government agencies, specifically in the US for SCAN, come in, and how do they play into this whole thing? And do you see any potential for going beyond the US for SCAN or similar associations?
Yes, so absolutely. It's super exciting with the conversations that are taking place between SCAN and the US government, for example. Everything that the SCAN Association has put into play has been considered really best in class, and it's been highly recognized. So not just we're talking about the factories and everybody taking and participating in these audits, but being able to partner with the US government, hopefully in the future here soon, is going to be able to help open up more opportunities for more transparency and more productivity, and being able to really identify that type and leverage that type of relationship. As it continues to grow and potentially expand, we would love to be able to see partnerships with other global type of organizations, because these types of activities helps create that level of transparency, more trust, and being able to drive that higher impact across everything. And the other part that's really taken notice is really that carbon footprint savings, right? It's really trying to show that everyone is really taking the same initiation and efforts to really drive that sustainability factor.
Touching on that, sorry, am I back? Yeah. Touching on that carbon footprint topic, or actually maybe touching upon the cross-country angle that we talked about before. We see, for example, SCAN working with CTPAT is one of the criteria, right? That or CTPAT is one of the organizations that sets the criteria for imports. As part of the, let's say, government-private partnerships. We have the similar programs for AEO in other countries, such as the Trusted Trader in the UK. What would the value of having such a connected repository for this be specifically to the governments, for example? If the governments had access to, not only their own repository of trusted traders, but a more globally connected, data set, if you will.
So that's a great question for that perspective. It's really one of those things about the trusted factor, right? Being able to create that level of transparency and engagement, and really trying to help, tighten down and, reduce any of the risk in the supply chain. But the more connectivity, the more partnership, the more trust that's taking place, everyone's being able to see and be able to, prevent risk and reduce any gaps that are established in that regard. Government entities would be very excited to be able to see and partner, just because it shows that level of engagement, and it should be able to help, reduce any sort of the stressors that are taking place in that regard. It should help be able to, reduce the amount of time waiting at borders, being able to try and be more predictive in nature, and be able to help reduce any sort of risk that could potentially be introduced from that level of transparency.
And for the organizations themselves, right, we mentioned this ultimately would lead to improved security, resiliency of supply chains they're in. What does that translate to in terms of impact for the organizations? You mentioned one of the impacts being, there's a whole lot of CO2 impact, greenhouse gas emissions that can be saved. What kind of impact would this bring to the organizations?
So being able to understand those hidden connections that may not be easily identifiable, right? If we're able to query this knowledge base and be able to understand these different connections, the potential to really revolutionize the management of supply chain and making it more efficient, resilient, and sustainable, is one piece of it, but it also allows you to be more rapidly responsive to everything that's changing out in the market. Right, so being able to really capitalize on this information and being able to make the data work for you in a quicker, faster, more efficient manner is really going to be able to help organizations stay hopefully ahead of the curve and be able to address any sort of gaps before it becomes a risk to their supply chain or their brand.
In summary, what I understand from all of the things that we've now discussed is the potential of this technology is also way broader than just security and compliance. Applies to the whole supply chains as a whole. There's a whole lot of potential that we probably haven't even touched because we maybe don't even see it because of these hidden connections yet. But once they're there, that will pop up. And it's really exciting to see where we also take this with SCAN. What can we do? What type of further improvements AI can bring? And wanted to ask you, since we're kind of closing to or getting to the time limit here, if you have any closing thoughts that you would like to share, kind of in the directions, like a more broad direction of overall supply chains. Yeah.
So I think everything that we were talking about, I mean, I'm really excited about the potential about this, right? So being able to see, you know, where AI is taking us these days, and, you know, just being able to query and be able to figure out ways to be more predictive in nature. You know, the different organizations that we work with today, everyone is chomping on the bit to try and be able to figure out how can they just be more effective and where they are able to benchmark against everything. So this technology being right around the corner and being able to hopefully get implemented here really soon is really exciting times, and I think it's going to be really cutting edge. So, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be a part of it.
Thank you, Shelley. Yeah, no, I appreciate you also taking the time, and always pleasure chatting with you. And I think we're all looking forward to seeing the next iteration of you know, what we can do for scan and supply chains in general together with BSI. So thank you for joining. I apologize again for the early hour, and we'll speak soon.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right, so that was Shelley on the potential of AI in transforming supplier compliance, and now we have a very interesting panel coming up for you guys. I just accidentally skipped one of the slides by pressing here. If you can just return it back maybe for the panel. And I would like to, we have two panelists that are here in person. We have two that are online. So maybe I would like to ask Paul and Nena to join me on stage. And let's check if we have Ken and Nazneen online. Am I live? Yeah, okay, good. So thank you also, Nazneen and Ken, for joining online. Before we go into the topic, I'd just like to do a quick introduction or introduce the speakers. Great, now I can see you guys in front of me as well. So we have four wonderful speakers here today, excluding myself. I'm not that wonderful sometimes. But I would start maybe with a quick round of introductions. Nazneen, you're the founder and CEO of UMaker and NED at AstraZeneca, but I would ask you just a couple of words of introduction from your end.
Well, thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person. Yes, so UMaker we build science-based solutions to try and make healthcare more sustainable, better for people, better for planet, better for business. My background is as a scientist and a doctor. My field is actually cancer genomics, but essentially I'm about data. So I'm tremendously excited by the different things that people have been talking about today. The way that we drive change is through policy, partnerships, and products. And one of our partnerships is a Sustainable Medicines Partnership, which Trace Labs has been part of. This is a group of 48 organizations working together to execute projects to reduce wasted medicines, as it's probably not a surprise to people that billions of medicines are made every year and just thrown away. So lots of opportunity to make change there. And thank you very much for the invitation today.
Thanks, Nazneen. Pleasure to... is the mic on? Yeah. Thanks, Nazneen. Thanks for the introduction. Pleasure to have you here. Ken, maybe if you can take it over. And yeah, maybe just a quick, just a quick introduction also for you, from my end. So Ken is the managing director at Virtual Partners. He's also been involved in the logistics industry for a very long time and is one of our consultants. So, but I'll leave the rest to you, Ken.
Hi, thanks Jurij, and hello everyone. As Jurij says, I've been involved in logistics and supply chain management for a very long time, and learned a few things from the numerous mistakes I've made during that period of time. I've worked as a freight forwarder, then worked with a large global express operator, then set up a very interesting logistics business, and also founded various startups. All of this has revolved around operations as well as information systems, and designing and implementing the information systems and networks that underpinned or still underpin some of the most sophisticated and extensive supply chains on the planet. And I came across OriginTrail back in 2017 and thought that they'd alighted on a problem that I'd been struggling with for over 20 years, and had numerous attempts at trying to resolve that problem, which no one yet has come close to doing this. But OriginTrail now are very, very close to doing this, and hence my interest in helping them and sharing my mistakes with anyone prepared to listen.
Thanks again. Always happy to have you. Also, feel free to share the mistakes at any point in time. We're happy to evaluate them. Next, I'd like to ask, just for a quick introduction, is Nena Dokuzo. She's from the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology here in Slovenia, and she is the head of project group for New Economy and Blockchain Technologies. So, Nena, if you could just do a quick intro. If this doesn't work, I could give you that.
I will try. Okay. Yes, thank you for the invitation. I'm actually also a member of a European Blockchain Partnership and the head of delegation for UNC-FACT or UNCE, dealing also with that advanced digital technologies. I'm also the coordinator of the strategy for the digital transformation of the economy, and the topic that you are having today here is quite relevant also for our activities.
Great, thank you, Nena. Happy to have you here. Thanks for coming. And last but not least, we have Paul Raw. He's a senior consultant for supply chain security, risk management and resilience at BSI, and Paul has been working alongside Trace Labs for quite a couple of years now. So thank you for joining, Paul. Maybe a couple of words from your end as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. As Jurij said, I'm a supply chain security risk and resilience consultant for BSI. Essentially what we do is we engage with clients to try and resolve their problem statement across their global supply chains. So we work with WFH trying to help them manage and mitigate the risk of diversion within their supply chain for pharmaceutical sectors, but we also get involved in numerous different sectors across their global supply chains. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Paul. And I think now we've introduced everyone, we can jump into the weeds of it. So if I could just ask the technical team to share quickly the slides that we have, just for a quick context setting introduction. Yeah, there we go. So the topic today that we're going to discuss today is really connectivity in global supply chains, and how we can foster sustainable and secure global supply chains through through connectivity and AI. But connectivity is it's an essential thing in global supply chains, but there's a lot of things to connect. We have trade documents, supply chain events, IoT readings, geographic risk ratings, company audit, certification, legislation requirements, other supply chain data. So all of these things need to somehow be connected to understand, to have a full context of what's going on in the supply chain, and to act in the direction that improves the sustainability security. And this is not simple, right? We have a lot of different participants, we have a lot of different countries that are involved, different legislations, different standards. So it's very difficult to bring all of this together. That's why supply chains have maybe been a little bit lagging behind also in terms of adopting AI technology, because they don't have the underlying foundation to be able to use it. And just to give you an example, this is a screenshot of one of the shipments that we did for a demo where you can see actually for a single shipment how many different connected data points are required. And this is not all, this is probably 20% of them opened up because otherwise the screen breaks. But just to give an appreciation for the complexity of what needs to be underlying, what needs to be available for AI to be actually able to do things like this, that what we saw before, where you can then just ask what was the route of a specific shipment, and the solution knows exactly where to look. It has verifiable data sources, and it can return exactly the map and the content where it got the information from. So that's kind of just to set the context of what we're going to be discussing today. So we can take the slides off now, and I would maybe start with you, Ken. So you mentioned you were in various executive operational positions in logistics for decades. What do you see as the most critical issues related to lack of connectivity in supply chains that are just kind of hindering this adoption of AI?
Well, if you're a logistician trying to manage a supply chain and the flow of product through the supply chain, then your biggest challenge is the unexpected surprise. And most companies, manufacturing companies, their logistics service partners, try and understand what's going on in their supply chains in real time, but it's very hard. And most of the systems that underpin a lot of these operations are several years old, and they've got a huge amount of information locked up in them. But you don't really care about that if you're trying to manage an operation. You want to make sure that the stuff that's supposed to move moves when it should. The products that you're managing or keeping track of the inventory records of the inventory in your care, that you can trust it, you know exactly what's there. Trouble is, most supply chains, as the slides illustrated just now, they don't involve just tens of companies. They're probably the tier one, the top tier companies. It's the multiple tiers of suppliers and sub-suppliers below that that can, in some supply chains, run to tens of thousands of companies. And they vary in sophistication in terms of the information systems they have and the granularity of the information they had. So the unexpected surprise comes from, why didn't my delivery turn up? Why wasn't my product manufactured? And it could be that you thought that the product was being manufactured and it wasn't because the warehouse caught fire the night before, or a critical component in a sub-assembly that's part of another assembly that comes together in the manufacture of a car didn't get made because there was a shortage of the constrained material. Now, the company doing that piece of manufacturing with the constrained material actually knew that the material wasn't coming through, but they neglected to tell you, even if it was recorded in their system. So the net result is you have a problem, you then have to resolve it. And you need to resolve it by usually running around and panicking. But what would be ideal is that you know that something's going to happen so you can plan and adjust and manage the customer's expectations accordingly. So that's what causes the biggest problem. Lack of connectivity, which primarily translates into lack of visibility. I can't see what's happened because I'm not connected to you, or I'm not connected to you in real time. So these are the challenges even now with the ubiquity of advanced information systems. That's the biggest problem that comes from this.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and it kind of flows into the question I have for you, Paul. How does this lack of connectivity between all of these, suppliers that we have, sometimes in thousands, in hundreds, how does this translate into, or what kind of impact does this have on supply chain security, risk, and what impact does this have for the involved companies, but not only companies, also governments, customs agencies, and all the other organizations that are involved in supply chains?
Yeah, so we've worked on a number of different projects that really demonstrate that. Essentially, the lack of usable information. There's no shortage of information for business leaders. What generally happens is business leaders are overwhelmed with information. They can't use that information effectively. So there's a lack of cohesive and effective decision making because of the overwhelming nature of data. Also, when we ask clients to map out their supply chain, generally they do it in a very linear fashion. And obviously we're very aware that it's not a linear supply chain, it's a network, and that interconnectivity is often lacking. And so there's a lack of appreciation of the wider dynamics within the supply chain, and then that makes organizations really responsive as opposed to proactive. So if I take the example, for example, of A-Trust, when we developed that solution there, the problem statement was, how do we stop diversion within the supply chain for pharmaceutical products? The impact is obviously tremendous. They're administering pharmaceutical or medication to clients, and ultimately, if it goes wrong, the conclusion could be death. So we developed a solution that gave them transparency in real time, allowed them to identify where product was within the supply chain, allowed them to identify diversions within the supply chain. So whether it was temperature diversions or deviation from the dedicated supply route, and also entering the black market, and counterfeit products entering the black market as well. So all of those problem statements are commonly applied across all organisations, whether it's commercially, and we also did some work with the UK government for the border agency, being able to identify risk profiles when products are entering the UK supply chain. So adding those dynamics to a risk profiling process, using the same mechanisms and addressing the same problem statements, but just through a different lens, means that supply chains are more effective, and business leaders are able to make more impactful and meaningful decisions in real time.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, that's kind of also flowing into the next question. So we looked at the overall area, then the security and risk. Nazneen, you've been working in sustainability, specifically in the pharmaceutical supply chains in the last years, and through the Sustainable Medicine Partnership. What do you see as the, really the impact of not having this connectivity on sustainability? What type of, what are we missing out on, or what could we achieve if that connectivity was better?
Yes, I mean, it does follow on nicely from the previous two speakers. I think that what we've been lacking has been an ability to take a systems-wide approach, a network approach to appreciate the complexity. So often when we're trying to make supply chains better, we have been forced to think about it in a relatively small scale, a small set of problem statements, a linear, people seeing their tier one suppliers doing the best, but recognizing that really it's very difficult to actually have an impact at a holistic, a systems-wide level. So if you take something like medicines that are being wasted, the reasons for that really at every step of every part of the network, every node, every part of the supply chain, there are issues that are going on that ends up with a medicine being made but not used. And the lack of visibility sort of impedes you moving forward, but really it's the connectivity that you need to be able to get your arms around and be able to access that allows that to start to be tractable. So I think that has meant we've struggled, I think, in the past to be able to really think about these really ambitious, big, but really super important things to tackle in the medicine supply chain. But then now with the emergence of technology and connectivity and the way AI can interface with that, I think we're really on the cusp of being able to do some really meaningful change in that regard. But it cannot be overstated how important that connectivity and our ability to be able to sort of put our arms around it and interrogate that is kind of central to understanding and to traction.
You mentioned something interesting. You mentioned technology as being one of the factors that, obviously that's what we're talking about today, but being one of the things that can accelerate or can be an enabler of connectivity, which is an important piece because technology adoption, especially in such complex environments, takes usually a long time. And Nina, going over to you, since you are obviously working in a government environment, from a policy perspective, what kind of are the most significant barriers to adoption of technology, specifically AI, because I think that's been also the, let's say, the most what the most conversations have been around in the past months and year. What are those barriers from a policy perspective that we need to look at to be able to actually do things better?
Okay. First of all, the largest barrier is understanding of the technology. No matter if it is top level of the government or lower level, middle level of the government, understanding. Then the second is willingness to apply those technologies afterwards. The third thing is definitely a lack of common standards. You are talking about connectivity today, about the resilience of supply chain, but we know that as soon as the goods travel from abroad of EU, for example, then we face that different standards, different points of view, different data that can be accumulated and transferred. And here we come also to the problem of interoperability of this data. The third thing is that we are probably not working a lot on the consumer protection environment, okay? So maybe better traceability, for better connectivity. We saw the case not only for the medical issues, but also microelectronics and so on, which became very important during and after COVID. We are talking about strategic autonomy of Europe, okay? But without that connectivity and without interoperability of the data and supported by that advanced or emerging technologies, which AI can be very important contributor to this, I think that we stuck in the middle. So definitely either inside of the government and also in communication from the government to the companies, to the consumers, the communication shall be clear. And here we need to get clear determination that we are setting that connectivity and interoperability and traceability of materials and data with all of these advanced technologies that are available now on the market.
Thank you, Nina. That's actually very, very insightful, and it brings to mind a topic that you mentioned. So you said connectivity of policies essentially is also important in understanding of being or having the policies be actually compatible with one another. So for going into the next kind of, and I see we're running out of time, going into the second round of questions, I would just maybe shorten the length of answers so that we can cover that. To do that, to understand the policies, to be able to work across boundaries, borders, we do need that interoperable, you mentioned interoperability, right? Interoperable, trusted foundation upon which AI, other types of systems can draw upon. And that's exactly what OriginTrail has been working on. That's exactly what the solution that we showcased before is based on. Now, Ken, going back to you, a quick, and if we can make it, slightly shorter, I apologize for the time, but you've been involved in the OriginTrail ecosystem for a long time. Where do you see, once we have this trusted knowledge foundation established and solutions such as we briefly showcased before, where do you see, what areas do you see being the most impacted, and which ones maybe, will take a long time because there are some really significant roadblocks?
Not artificial intelligence I'm worried about, it's human intelligence. Most of the people running these systems or have managerial responsibility in the companies involved in operating supply chains, the biggest thing they could do is interconnect, open up their data stores, share information much more than they do now, and understand the sheer volume of data that their supply chains are going to start accumulating way beyond what they have now. Trouble is, most of them are not that interested. They say they are, but it's fear. They've spent a lifetime developing systems that are unique to their own operations, and sharing information is very scary for them. So that.
And we have seen actually some of these similar attempts. One of them was the IBM's attempt, and IBM and Merck's attempt at creating a similar solution. That, of course, fear was the main reason that that didn't work out. Of course, with the underlying infrastructure being the source of that fear. So that's a very good thing to keep in mind when deploying such foundations, right? They need to be open source, they need to be trusted, and they shouldn't be controlled by one single entity. And I think that's kind of the very important thing. Paul, we've worked on deploying OriginTrail in A-Trust. You mentioned before, we worked on developing a solution for customs, right, whereby the customs agents could assess the risk of shipments coming in. Where do you see the most, or where are you the most excited about applying this next step, which is including AI on top of this highly connected structured data to derive value from a security and risk perspective?
I think in the interest of time, I'll give an example as an answer, if I can. You mentioned sort of Evergreen, the Suez Canal incident, which is having rippling consequences throughout the globe, even to this day. So if we were able to plot an entire supply chain on the decentralized knowledge graph, you could imagine the solution would become that if you were subject to an incident like that, which caused a block in your supply chain, if you could then ask the system, what's the optimum alternate supply chain or route of distribution that we could use now to circumvent the particular incident that you're talking about, and it gave you a solution. And then you could ask, well, how many of those organizations within the alternate solution are certified to this particular standard? And it gave you an answer to that. And then you could challenge it again and say, how many of those organizations do we have standard operating procedures or contracts in place that we can engage them immediately? And it gave you an answer to that. Then the benefit is self-evident in how it can help you transition from that responsive approach to supply chain management into a proactive approach and effective, timely decision making. So I hope I answered the question there by that example.
That's a very concrete and an illustrative example. So a lot of exciting things to be looking forward to. Thanks, Paul. Nazneen, for you, a similar question. We did some proof of concepts whereby users were able to, scan a code on our fictitious medicine and chat with the product information leaflet, right? That was kind of the first step into that direction. What do you see as from a sustainability point of view as being the most exciting areas once we also connect, other supply chain elements and not just the basic, let's say the basics?
Well, I think trust is obviously important, and confidence is absolutely important in anything to do with healthcare. But I really want people to think about the potential here. And what really most excites me is the potential here to democratize information, to bring more equality of access to information to more people. And so I think that once you've got that, you can overlay whether it's LLMs or AI information on top of your trusted source that allows practitioners, doctors, the public to be able to ask information in a really easy way and get that information back so they can be empowered to be able to about their own healthcare and be safer in their own healthcare. I think we have to make that happen, and we have to make the rest of it work so that we can deliver that.
Happen is also by having support from the governments. So I'll ask the last question to Nina. In what ways can government bodies actually support this adoption of technology? So we talked about obstacles before. In what ways, right, can we get that support so that the AI technology, trusted AI technology, is adopted quicker and we see results, positive results also
faster?
Okay. First of all, we need the clear determination of the government that it wants to support this. So what strategies are for, and policy orientations and so on. If the government has a clear strategy that it wants to integrate that advanced digital technologies or advanced technologies into the business processes, this is the first step. The second step is probably, okay, we are all talking about funding. Funding shall be specific oriented into the research, but also the deployment of that advanced technologies. And the third thing, which is also very important, and we came in the recent years to this finding, government shall be actor in cross cooperation between the companies and the countries, so that that technology can be faster integrated, but also can be developed beyond the state of the art, because we cannot stop, we need to go on.
Thank you, Nina. So if I try to do, in the interest of time, because I think we have significantly overrun, or my bad, if I try to do a quick summary of what we talked about. So connectivity is extremely important, but in supply chains, but is extremely difficult because of all of the different factors of different actors, legislation, different governments, cross-border transactions, all of these types of things. But once achieved, it can really, there is potential for really extremely high level of benefit, from supply chain risk, security perspective, to sustainability, to just overall being more efficient, reducing cost, and also being able to actually have more real-time information and understanding as to what's going on in your supply chains. And that's kind of how do we get there? One of the ways to get there is through also support from the government side, because governments are, at the end of the day, huge participants in global supply chains, and need to be just as equally involved as the organizations that are actually shipping and receiving. So that would be my kind of quick summary. Thank you to all of the speakers for joining. Nazneen, Ken, thank you for joining online. Wish you guys were able to come in person, but we'll make sure that you are here next year. So yeah, so that's it. I'll conclude the panel here.
I can sing with this one. All right, I'll keep it here, I guess. All right, everybody. We keep going on. We are almost at 5 o'clock for the keynote speech. But before that, we have one more very exciting presentation. And it's going to be done by Cosmin Pintoiu from Google. We're going to learn how to build with the Google Vertex AI platform in a few clicks, how we can easily build using LLMs hosted by Google and with the DKG. So what you will be seeing is a presentation of just one of the platforms that can easily be integrated with the DKG. To recap, we have designed the DKG in such a way that it's not only open source, but also following certain principles of neutrality, usability, and inclusiveness. Therefore, meaning that whoever is, let's say, a Google Cloud user can easily use DKG, or an Oracle cloud user, or Amazon AWS cloud user. Anybody really, the point is that the technology can be in a neutral way applied with all of those. And today we get to see what can be done with the Vertex. Vertex is the new, just recently launched AI platform from Google, and it has some really, really cool features. Probably what's the first thing that you think of when somebody tells you Google? Which type of activity do you do on the internet? Search, right? So today we'll see how we can use this superpower of Google that we've been using for many years to search over the DKG. Cosmin, can you hear us? Hello and welcome. He showed up for a moment. All right, let me try one again. Cosmin, hello, sir. All right, before Cosmin join us, some mic issues, right? All right.
The mic is fine. Hope you hear me fine. I just have to rejoin to be able to share my screen in Zoom. It's a laptop security policy.
All right. So are we okay now, or do you need some more time? Fantastic. So take it away, Cosmin. And everybody, please, a quick round of applause for our friend from Google.
Let me unmute. First, we have audio, we have video, it's all fine. I don't think I have any feedback from the room, which it's a good sign. Let me also open the chat. Cool. Nice. It's great to be here, even remotely, though I wish I would have joined in person. Let me see. All good. Cool. I've joined throughout the day. Awesome energy, great speakers, and I'm sure I'll make all the possible things to join the next edition in person. With that being said, let me introduce briefly myself. I'm a customer engineer at Google. Been with Google for almost 4 years now. For the past 10 years or so, I've been working with, let's say, large amounts of data, starting with big data as a let's say data analytics specialist, and then I moved to machine learning, and then ended up starting, let's say, this year in the realm of generative AI. It's really hard to to rise to the level of the previous panel discussion, but what I'm about to share with you today is a couple of things on machine learning platforms in Google Cloud. Our end-to-end machine learning platform is called Vertex AI. And on top of Vertex AI, we recently added tools and to help customers start their journey with generative AI and large language models. In the end, I'll give it a quick, I'll show a quick demo on how to build Vertex AI enterprise search applications and how easy is that, and we'll also see the more advanced and build it yourself version. Okay, with that being said, Vertex AI has been around for known as Vertex AI for the past 3 years. Before that, we had a platform called AI Platform, and the AutoML capabilities will merge together in early 2021. With Vertex AI, we're trying to offer a platform from the infrastructure layer with accelerators, GPUs, and custom ASIC chips like TPUs. On top of, you have access to a development environment for data scientists and machine learning engineers. Of course, it's a mature platform offering also the entire machine learning operations suite of tools, as you can see in this slide. And really, starting from top to bottom, we have the AutoML capabilities in various, let's say, modalities: vision, speech, translation. But what we'll dig into is the green line here, called the Generative AI Studio and Gen AI APIs in the Model Garden. Let me switch to the next slide. Okay, I only have like 5 or I think 7 slides. But this is, again, a similar picture. If I start from top to bottom, you see the kind of solutions that allows you just to bring your own data and easy implement a bot, document AI discovery solution, access to healthcare API. And this is mostly for, let's say, business users. Again, we'll zoom more on Vertex AI search and conversation. For the developers, we have this model garden, which I'll show you in a minute. It's a collection of large language models we make available in our infrastructure. And finally, the foundation models, which are Google trained large language models in different modalities, from text to image, sound, code. Again, all these can be spin up as in your own instance and trained and deployed on our infrastructure using accelerators. Cool. Let me just jump ahead and take a step back and look at what happened in the past years in the generative AI space. So I don't know how many of you are aware that the Transformer paper was published by Google in 2017. As you can see, there's a lot of commitment from us in the AI space. We consider ourselves a pioneer and an AI first company. All these developments are taking a really solid approach to responsible AI. And this is where we really pay a lot of attention. Moving forward, the tools and the models we make available in Vertex AI called Model Garden are also first party, our large language models, third party, and open source models. These are then easily to pick up from GenAI Studio. I'll show you in a minute, where you can prompt design, you design your own prompt, you engineer your own prompts, and of course you can build these adaptive layers, fine-tuning the models for your needs. Okay, as a short overview of the models we have in the let's say range of large language models. We have PaLM, which is our latest family of models available in Vertex AI. We recently announced the next generation called Gemini. PaLM is available in different modalities for text, chat, image, embeddings, and chirp for speech to text. In Model Garden, we try to build this, let's say, collection of models, again, from various sources, which you can pick up, tune, customize, and easily implement through API calls in your applications. That's the TLDR. GenAI Studio just allows you to experiment, and it's a simple UI. I'll show it in a minute with a couple of prompts. Last slide on this topic would be the MLOps approach for generative AI. And this is an interesting topic, because I think in the market, we're looking to come up with new terms like LLM ops or GenAI ops. In my opinion, machine learning ops and its, let's say, best practices and processes are the same for large language models. Of course, this has to be, let's say, upgraded in terms of how we deal with adaptive layers, with embeddings, with prompts, to keep on this, let's say, continuous training, evaluation, and deployment of models. So with that in mind, let me just switch to, okay, maybe I'll just cover now Vertex AI search. I know we're only 15 minutes in. My demo will be based on Vertex AI search. So what Vertex AI search is an evolution of our enterprise search. Okay, I'm not gonna come up with all the steps how we got here, but initially, let's say we have search 1.0, where we have word text search, and then we evolved to search 2.0, which is summarization, leveraging these large language models in our experience. Let's say you have access to ground search results, to facts where this data, or citations where the data comes from. And what we're looking to, and we're on our way to search 3.0, which brings this layer of personalization. And it's really interesting that we had internally access to a similar search engine to help us being more productive. And this personalization layer just makes sense for you to, have the tools built based on your role, your work you're doing, showing up earlier in the search results. So this is a sort of evolution. Now, Vertex AI comes up with a lot of tools combined to help customers giving access to their enterprise data, maybe in distributed knowledge graphs, in tools like in applications like Salesforce, in databases, or in PDFs, HTML, websites. It really brings up a lot of data from various data sources to come up with a response, a summarization of your natural language query you're sending, and also to allow you a follow-up question, to give you options to give it human feedback. Based on that, the model learns which way to go next. Okay. This is a high-level architecture of the Vertex AI if you would like to build it yourself. So the idea is to come up with these documents. We call it documents, could be PDF or could be databases. We announced that on our way are connectors to various applications. So basically this data will be then stored we create embeddings from these chunks of data, then we store it in a vector engine. Essentially, you'll be able to send this context back to the large language model, and then you receive the summarization with the groundings, the facts you get. Now, it's all easier to show than to explain, going through these slides. With that, let me see if I can share this screen. Okay, 1 second, new share, resume share here. Got it. I'm on it. Can you see my console? I don't, maybe in chat I'll get a feedback, but for anyone who is not used with...
Can you hear me, Cosmin?
Yes.
Yes, so we can see the console. I just have to warn you, we're super short on time, so try to be quick. Thanks.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Thanks. I won't go through all the tools that we have here in the Vertex AI. I'm just going to show you how the models are grouped in the model garden. You can see Palm 2 for text. You can see the details. You want to deploy it or edit the prompt, which you can also do in this generative AI studio. Now, before this, I built a couple of documents based on large language model white papers. These were all embedded using Vertex AI search, and essentially I ended up with this tool. So just to start over, it's 6 clicks for you to point to your data source, build the embeddings, and have this data available to integrate in your, let's say, internal custom employee-facing search engine. Okay, you can see here what the data looks like and where it resides, when was the last time trained. And if we go to preview, we'll be able to ask questions like, what is RIG? And based on these data, it will only be able to look and come up with the summarization. As I showed you, is the human feedback you'll be able to give, and also to see the groundings in the lower part of the dashboard. Of course, you'll be able to ask a follow-up, like what's the architecture and so on. So you'll be able to interact easily with the data you own, leveraging the large language model. Just the last slide, I think. I don't know if I can share this, and I will hand it over to Brani for picking up this integration with the distributed knowledge graph. This is the high-level architecture from a security standpoint. Let me see if I already shared my screen back here. Okay, now I'm good. You see on the right hand side, you have the large language model, which is in a frozen state. You'll be able to deploy an enterprise search app within your Google Cloud perimeter, leveraging your DKG data, your knowledge in the same perimeter, secured by your managed encryption keys. And with this, I'll hand it over to you.
And in the interest of time, we're going to show you actually how this can be built. I'm inviting to stage one of our lead engineers, Nicola, who will show a very short demo on how you can search through the DKG.
Thank you, Brano. So yeah, here we are back to the same interface. Like, thanks to the openness of the DKG, as Brano said, there is no more a question of what can be built on top of DKG. It's a question how. And Cosmin shows it can be easily built. And yeah, I had a lunch break today and I managed to do it. Just joking. Yeah, I had a lunch break a couple of days ago, and it's less than a lunch break you need to build something like this. For example, looking at the same data set that Jurij showed us before, for the Ecuador example, we can do a simple search query. We would get the data which will show, for example, knowledge assets associated with the YouTube video of the Ecuador. And for example, for each we see the URL, unique identifier of that knowledge asset, blockchain where it resists, and also the owner. For example, we can do a bit more complex search, like give me farms with ecological certificate. And here we go. We have 4 farms here in our current data set. It even fixed my typo, but what's the main thing here? Yeah, this data exists on the DKG, and if we take a closer look, it is there. So you can easily integrate the DKG. You will have it with all these tools that's provided by the Google, and it's just the question which tool you want to add. And on top of it, you just continue the building and you continue exploring the graph, looking, for example, who is the institute who issued this certificate, which is Concert, and continue with building on it. And yeah, that will be all from me, just as simple as possible.
Great job, Nicola. Thank you, Cosmin. Again, let's give the folks another round of applause. And to finish this session, we're basically going to have a very tiny short break while at 5 p.m. sharp CET time, or depending on where you are in the world, try to convert that. We're having Professor Dr. Bob Metcalf join us, who recently just won the Turing Award, which is, if you don't know about the Turing Award, it's literally your Nobel Prize of computer science. He's also the inventor of Ethernet, which is basically the main prerequisite that was needed for internet to exist. So on top of what Bob has invented back in the day in Xerox PARC 50 years ago, Tim Berners-Lee, who we mentioned today, built the World Wide Web, and now we're able to build Web3 and all of the stack that we've been talking about for this whole time, including the standards, the technologies, and whatnot. So it's going to be a big honor to hear his talk. He's going to talk about seeking truth in the age of AI through connectivity. He's also known by a law named by him. So you probably know about Newton's law and similar laws. Well, there is a Metcalfe's law, if you haven't heard about it before. And the Metcalfe's law states a very interesting statement. It says that when you have a network, the number of participants in that network determines the value of the network. But it doesn't determine that value in a linear fashion. Rather, the value of that network, let's say being the cell phone network, is proportional to the square of the number of participants in that network. So that means if there's 5 people in the world with a phone, the value of that network is proportionally around close to some number 25, but if there's like 10 people in the network, just double the people, the value is 100, so it's 10 squared. So basically it's an exponentially growing value, and the law has been essentially confirmed in many ways, including social networks, which actually grew in this fashion. So Professor Bob will tell us how he came up with this notion. From his perspective, go into the topic of seeking truth through connectivity and why connectivity is so important. We'll follow up with a short fireside chat afterwards, and then we'll be closing with the founder's presentation. So having that said, just checking from the tech side, do we have Professor Bob on the ready? Okay, so are we going 5 sharp or?
Let's go.
Yeah.
Right now.
If he's been waiting all day, then let's do it. It's 10 a.m. over there for him. Hello, Professor.
Bob.
I'm not sure you could hear that, but that was quite a loud applause. Oh, we don't hear Professor. Okay. Can you please check if you're muted? All right. Can you send him a chat? It looks like he told a very big story. Professor, we didn't hear you, unfortunately. It looks like you had your mic muted or something. Can you check? Did I hear something or no? Still no. Still no. Okay. So perfect. We have enough time. Yes. So the 2 minutes sound check. Perfect. Anna, are you in chat with Professor? Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hello, Professor. Great to hear you.
That was my fault. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You got quite a lot of credit from inventing the internet. So you're fine. You have a lot of room to make more mistakes. Thanks again for joining us, Professor. Good morning to Austin, Texas, if I'm not mistaken. And whenever you're ready, feel free to start with your keynote talk.
Well, I invented Ethernet, and over the next 50 years, 100 other people invented Ethernet, and they all have earned some claim. So I'd like to say thank you to all the other Ethernet inventors. But as a result of being an Ethernet inventor, I'm a member of the Connectivity Society, and we meet quarterly. And we just had a meeting of the Connectivity Society, and it was very sad. It was a sad meeting because one of our members had died. The inventor of USB had died. And so we, the members of the society, became the pallbearers, and we carried his coffin across the street to the waiting grave. And we lowered the USB inventor's coffin into the grave, but it jammed. So we pulled the coffin out of the grave, and then we rotated it 180 degrees, and it went into the grave. That is connectivity humor. I don't hear a lot of laughing. In any case, connectivity is my hammer. There's an expression that says, if a hammer is your only tool, everything looks like a nail. So I want to warn you, connectivity is my hammer, and everything looks like a connectivity problem to me. And just to get it out of the way, connectivity is the apparatus for moving stuff from A to B. And that stuff might be energy, it might be mass, but it's typically among us connectivity guys, it's signals are carried. And I'm here to report that the most important new fact about the human condition is that we are now all suddenly connected. About 5 billion of us are connected, 2/3 of the human race, and we've all joined the network since October 29th, 1969, when the internet first started shipping packets. So the most important fact is we are now connected. We are suddenly connected. That is, having been connected since 69, that's pretty fast. And it's in fact the suddenness that has created some of the pathologies that I'll mention a little bit later. I'm here at this DKG conference because I have a hunch. And the hunch is that a mixture of connectivity and distributed knowledge graphs and blockchains and are converging. And it's an important convergence. And in particular, it's going to help us solve one of the biggest problems we have these days, namely truth. That is, all over the connectivity space, people are having trouble deciding what is true. Now, they've been deciding this for some time. Here are 4 networks: the ARPANET, the ALOA network, the Ethernet, the internet itself, going back to 1960, in the 60s. All those networks have had a problem with truth. Now, the value, as we just heard from Branimir, the value of a network grows pretty rapidly with the number of participants, as the square my law proposes. And that value has been pretty positive over the last 50 years. For example, 1980, we had 2 billion people living in extreme poverty. And after a short time, say 2015, we only had 700 million people living in extreme poverty. And that reduction in extreme poverty, that was the first reduction in the history. Going back to 1820, it had never gone down before. And then starting around 1980, poverty went down. Now we can argue, and I'm happy to argue, that that's a consequence of the internet. That is, as the internet spread around the world, 5 billion people, mostly video on cell phones, that this improved the productivity of their various economies and thereby reduced poverty. I hasten to emphasize that because I'm going to give you a list of the negative values of the connectivity very shortly. So in the growth of the internet over that time, there were a number of really surprising reversals that we can expect other reversals, and that's why I'm enumerating these. So, for example, there was a Grotius law in the 50s, where an IBM executive had a law that said that the cost of a supercomputer grew as the square root of its power. The consequence of Grotius' law was to recommend that computers be ever bigger, surrounded by dumb terminals. Herb Grotius was wrong, and Silicon Valley, as a consequence, thanks to Moore's law, managed to move Silicon Valley from Route 128 in Boston to Route 101 in Silicon Valley. And then there was Negroponte's law. Let's call it a switch. It was called the Negroponte switch, where Negroponte noticed that we were all expecting that as the internet grew, that the local distribution inside of buildings would be done on copper from AT&T, the old AT&T copper, and the long haul would be of the internet would be carried by microwave. And Professor Negroponte noticed that that's not how it was playing out. In fact, the reverse occurred. The internet today, the local distribution within buildings is now done wirelessly, and the long haul is done with cables, principally fiber optic cables. That was a surprising switch. And finally, there's Cooper's law, another switch. Marconi has spent his life and won a Nobel Prize getting radio to go further and further and further. But since about 1905, Cooper, the inventor of the cell phone, Marty Cooper explains with his law that all the traffic in radio since then has been by having radio go shorter and shorter distances with smaller and smaller cells. So that was another big surprising. So there are huge surprises in the evolution of connectivity, and we can expect more of them as we put connectivity under DKGs. Now, a consequence of all this connectivity coming up so suddenly since 1969 are some pathologies. The first pathology was hacking. In December of 1973, 2 high school students hacked the internet. So hacking has been going on for some time. The next pathology of the internet was pornography. The United States government almost shut down the internet because it was so good at carrying pornography. And then they passed a law called the Communications Decency Act. So now, of course, there's no more porno on the internet. The next surprising pathology was advertising. Those of us who built the internet to connect the world were offended that people were advertising over the internet. But in very short order, we learned that advertising would fund the development and operation of the internet, which it does to this day. And we have a bunch of new pathologies now. We have polarization, loneliness, and fake news. Now, fake news is one of those pathologies that asks the question, what is true? How do you know what's fake and what's not fake? And that is not a solved problem. We're in the midst of solving. Now, we've solved the previous pathologies. We're going to solve this one too. But at the moment, what is true is the question of the hour. And this is where the DKGs come in. The DKG comes in to feed truth to the AIs that we're putting on top of the DKGs. Let me just leave you with end these short remarks with a paradox. I call it the transistor neuron paradox, and it's a connectivity paradox. Neurons are pathetic. They're huge and they're slow. Transistors are wonderful. They're down at 5 nanometers now, and they're switching in the billions of cycles per second. But even though transistors are much more impressive compared to neurons, neurons win hand down. Human brains are much smarter than the computers that we build with our transistors. So why is it that computers are not as smart as people, even though they're built out of the superior devices called transistors? And there is an answer. And the answer to that question is connectivity. The difference between computers and brains is the brains are much more highly connected. If you look at the GPTs have what's called parameters, which are analogous to the synaptic connections in the human brain. And GPT-2 had 1.5 billion parameters. GPT-3 had 175 billion parameters. And everyone's guessing what GPT-4 has. Guesses range from 1 to 100 trillion parameters, a lot of connectivity. So let's assume the GPT-4 is going to get 100 trillion parameters or connections. That's 10 to the trillion is 10 to the 12 times 100 is 10 to the 14. So that's a hell of a lot of connectivity in the GPT-4. But the brain has 10 to the 11th neurons, each of which has 10 to the 4th on average synapses. So that's 10 to the 4th times 10 to the 11th, 10 to the 15th. 10 to the 15th is 10 times bigger than 10 to the 14th. So if you just look at the connectivity of the brain, the GPT is still a factor of 10 to go, even given it's 100 trillion connectivity. So connectivity, I'm arguing, is very important. And in designing our various systems, like supply chains, like construction, monitoring, transportation, we should start with connectivity. And if we do, we'll end up better off. So let me end there. Branimir, you might have some questions you'd like to ask.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, Professor?
I think so.
Oh, yes, thank you very much for that great presentation. I'm not sure if you could have heard, but there's been a bunch of laughter and applauses here. We muted the microphones, though, so you didn't have any noise. But I assure you, the atmosphere in the room is...
There was some people laughed at my jokes then?
Yes. Very much so. Especially tired people from a very long day at the conference. So thank you for that very inspiring speech. Actually, we are to continue with a fireside chat, for which we can just nicely flow in and invite our moderator, Ivan, to join us. So I'm sort of softly looking into the direction of the crew, see if he's around.
Since I've been up since 1:30 this morning, forgive me if I fall asleep during the fireside chat.
So, because we're a little now ahead of schedule, we're going to have a very, very short break before we do the fireside chat. So, Professor, can you join us back in about 10 minutes?
Did anyone laugh at my USB joke?
Yes, very much. Even so, even now. I don't know if you can. Please laugh now, everybody.
It's satisfying to people to hear the laugh. Anyway, take the break. I'll be here.
All right. See you in 10. Thank you very much. Okay. sam ga pre par sati. Is over in 3, 4. We can count up, right? Number go up. All right. So I've been informed that we have everybody ready, including people in the room. So welcome back, both everybody in the room and everybody online throughout the world. We are going to, we're going to move on with a very interesting fireside chat. And we have together two very, very interesting folks with me. Previously, you might have seen, if you have tuned in, the keynote presentation of our advisor, Turing Award winner and Ethernet inventor, Professor Dr. Bob Metcalf, who really upped the atmosphere in the room with the probably best joke this month on USB. We have to create a knowledge asset out of that one, definitely. And joining us as well is Ivan, who you might know because if you watched YouTube, you probably run into him if you're trying to find something about blockchain. Actually, I did quite some time ago, I think 2016, 17 maybe. He had some really cool videos, like you could type in programmer explains Ethereum. Programmer explains Bitcoin, and it was such well explained, simple language type of videos that, from what I understand, because of that, he got a tremendous amount of following. He's also a blockchain advocate, software developer, data scientist. Basically, his mission is to educate the community about blockchain crypto. Has created the YouTube channel I mentioned called Ivan on Tech, and he's also literally a global phenomenon spreading knowledge on these technologies, makes complex simple and delivers entertaining content, also founder of the Moralis platform. So welcome, Ivan, hope you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you, Branimir. Thanks a lot for the great introduction, and also good seeing you. Professor Metcalf, and looking forward to this fire chat. Let me know if we're ready to start or not.
We are basically. So Ivan is going to be moderating a somewhat firesidey chat, but it's quite warm here, so you could say it's kind of like somewhat over there. With Professor and myself, I'm also going to be participating from here. So yeah, Ivan, take it away. It's your show.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, big welcome everyone, and fantastic to be here. And also, it's a privilege and a pleasure to be here with the founders, you can say, of both Web 1.0, Professor Metcalf, and Web 3, and the knowledge graph revolution that we're seeing with OriginTrail. And there we have Branimir Rakic, or Brana, or the Balkan tech powerhouse, as I call him as well. So first and foremost, thanks a lot for the speech, Professor Metcalf, and thanks also for your life work. I mean, we're speaking here, it's online, it's real time. A lot thanks to your work. And I'm in Sweden, you're in Texas, the guys here. You guys are in Ljubljana, or where are you? In
Ljubljana, yes.
Belgrade.
Ljubljana.
Ljubljana.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's where we met as well. So yeah, in this fire chat, we will be discussing Web 1, Web 3, and how Web 3 now is growing. So the first question is to you, Dr. Metcalf. Now that we are seeing the world becoming more and more connected, what role do you think that decentralization and the Web 3 can play in this new world that is getting more online, more connected? How do we contribute to this growth with decentralization, with Web 3, do you think?
Well, we are upgrading the plumbing constantly. I think I started with Web -1, and the trunks of the internet ran at 50 kilobits per second. The fastest links in the internet were 50 kilobits per second. But now the new Ethernet I hear is 800 gigabits per second. So the plumbing is, we're going from the megabit internet to the gigabit internet, and plus we're getting, we're at 65% penetration of the Earth's population, so that number is going up and up. So now we can begin to take up serious, excuse my dogs, by the way, we're taking up serious applications, that is those that require truth, those that require reliability, namely the knowledge graph. The knowledge graph, I think, is the core of Web 3.
And Branimir, with this segue about the knowledge graph and Web 3 and how the killer app of Web 3 will evolve. So we've seen glimpses of a potential killer app, and that's Bitcoin, which is worldwide recognized asset. You go to any country, they will know what Bitcoin is. It is a global currency. You can probably buy and sell Bitcoin in all parts of the world. At least someone in any country will know the value of it and buy it from you. And also we see Ethereum with DeFi being quite a success as well, with stablecoins, lending, and so on and so forth. Very needed plumbing for this online financial world where we can transact peer-to-peer without intermediaries and banks. So we already see the glimpses of this killer app, this alternative financial world where you have your own assets, it's self-custody, you can have a mobile phone and your money is in that phone without having to log into some third party and beg them for permission to get access to your assets and do KYC and all of that. So how does DKG play into that? And how do you think DKG will even accelerate this killer app, the advent of the killer app, which is the decentralized finance and Web3 as a whole?
You're the expert. I thought Bitcoin had been irreparably damaged recently by the collapse of online money. Are you telling me that Bitcoin is still prospering?
Absolutely. Bitcoin is, if you look at any cryptocurrency, Bitcoin is the go-to cryptocurrency that has world recognition, that people in any country will accept. But over to you, Branimir. What do you think about this whole concept of Bitcoin, or do you not believe in it? We're happy to have a debate as well. Happy to hear what both of you think, Professor Metcalf and Branimir.
Oh, for sure. I think it's a great topic. So Bitcoin brought, basically, I think Jack Dorsey said that Bitcoin white paper is basically like sort of almost one of the best ever technically written papers. He compares it to, if possible, like this would be something closest to the world of poetry in the world of tech. And because it's very simple and it explains the value propositions even to somebody who might not be that knowledgeable about the technology. And in a way, Bitcoin is a couple of connected technologies together. So again, we have this notion of connectivity, right? So it connected hashing, it connected a new form of consensus called Nakamoto consensus, and it brought something very cool. For the first time, we could have a decentralized system without basically any centralized control, permissionless, which you could use to transact or store value. But it was very limited. So that the comment by Professor Metcalf is totally appropriate and expected, because a lot of people hear a lot of stuff about Bitcoin, especially in different times, depending on the climate or the, what type of sentiment is around. But the fact of the matter is that the technology hasn't been hacked ever since it's been created, 2008. So that's a lot of years, and it's been going around, but with some limitations. Somebody would say very serious limitations, very low throughput. So, for example, the original idea gets criticized from that exact white paper. The original, basically, first sentence, if I'm not mistaken, says that it's electronic cash. And when you think of cash, you think of something that you go and pay coffee with, right? Well, the problem with Bitcoin is it cannot support the entire world paying coffees all the time, because it doesn't have throughput for that many transactions. And big reason for that is actually the reason by design. So the design itself is that constrains throughput in order to achieve security, and that's a big reason why it hasn't been hacked for so long. Ethereum brings the next layer of innovation, where it expands that those limits to some very, very basic things that, such as sending transactions and sort of not being able to do proper programming. Ethereum introduces the idea of having verifiable code. So anybody can create something called a smart contract, which doesn't necessarily only have to be sending money around or paying for coffee. Rather, it can do some very interesting autonomous activities. And one of those Ivan mentioned was DeFi. So all of a sudden we had this world of finance be, in a way, recreated with all of its benefits and flaws in the decentralized space. But I would argue that both of these technologies are fundamentally, like I said, limited due to security, and this limitation has been shown for the past 15 years, having sort of a narrow scope of capability or proven use cases for the technology, exactly because it doesn't allow for connectivity on the data level. So both blockchains mentioned, but any other blockchain, even though sometimes marketed as databases, are not really databases. They are very limited ledgers, and that means for any developer ever who tried to query something from a blockchain, you probably had a hard time. If you wanted to write some more complex question type of query like we've seen today, that doesn't work, it's not possible. So I would argue that the third wave, this next level of unlocking potential, comes with the DKG. And if I would have to say something along the lines of a killer app, well, the killer app would definitely be something that uses a lot of knowledge or a lot of data, and I'm pretty sure that everybody knows that AI is the one thing that is super hungry for data. And I remember, and I'd like to actually point to Professor Metcalf, remember saying how you throughout your career have seen AI sort of go up and sort of stop, and go up and stop. And I remember you made the argument that it would run out of data. So can you reflect a little bit on that and tell us how you saw the progress of AI over the course of your career?
Well, AI repeatedly has run out of data historically, but my theory now is that it's not going to run out of data this time. That is, AI and blockchain and the bandwidth of the net are going to provide are providing the data that AI needs to flourish. So AI on top of the all the blockchains. By the way, you support multiple blockchains. What was behind that? Did you do that?
Yes, and actually that's a very good point. So by design, OriginTrail DKG, ever since the first decentralized version of OriginTrail was basically sketched out in 2017, was something we call blockchain agnostic or multi-chain, having basically allowing the ability to anyone who wants to use the technology to pick a chain of their choice. And over time, we've been integrating the DKG with multiple different blockchains, starting from Ethereum, then moving to Gnosis blockchain at the time called XDAI, Polygon, and then Polkadot since last year on a custom-built blockchain for OriginTrail called OriginTrail Parachain. And the idea is not to stop there, so the idea is to continue and to basically enable any community that wants to use the DKG to empower their ecosystem or their tools to integrate with the DKG. And there's actually a very precise process on how that can be done. So whoever's watching this perhaps and interested, I would like to invite you to look at the RFC repository, requests for comments, of the OriginTrail community, which is discussing all of these matters in open and basically designing these ideas in open.
Speaking about the protocols, and thanks for your comments, guys, on the previous topic. Speaking about the protocol designs and how we develop the Web3 protocols, I would like to ask you, Dr. Metcalf, looking at your past experience developing the intranet and really creating the foundation of the modern intranet, what kind of lessons have you learned, and what would you do maybe a bit differently if you had to design from scratch, and what lessons can we learn in Web3 as protocol developers? Because all Web3 at the end of the day is protocols. It's protocols on top of the existing internet that facilitate value transactions and decentralization. So do you have any advice for us and some lessons learned from protocol designs of the internet?
Well, let me ask, how's the standardization going? Is there convergence?
Well, both, I would say both yes and no. In some ways, definitely. Looking, for example, at standards on top of Ethereum, how to do a coin, how to do an NFT, and the fact that a lot of new chains are using exactly the same technologies. They fork Ethereum. But in other ways, we also have a lot of differences with new layer ones. I'll leave to Branimir to expand on that as well. Do you think we have good standardization, or we're early, Branimir?
It's kind of depends on the way you look at it. So I would say, I would agree with you. It's kind of both yes and no. And the reason is because we're just so early. There's so many new things and they haven't been tested out in the wild as much yet. So in the sense of having, for example, a lot of enterprise deployments or applications built in Web3, not to sound arrogant but there's not that many other in the real world, in the enterprise, other than OriginTrail implementations that I can point out that are doing real stuff with real value. And I just think it's early, but we've seen some great presentations at the beginning of the day, especially from Phil and Dominik, talking about standards such as verifiable credentials, which basically enable verifiable sharing, not just of credentials, though I would like that they kept the old name. The old name was verifiable claims, so you can sort of think of it as a bit broader. Essentially, somebody makes a claim and you can verify what was the claim and that indeed that person or organization made it. So there's very interesting movement there, but however, we could hear from Phil that even GS1 is still figuring out what to do with this W3C standard, by the way. Another standard is decentralized identifiers being picked up quite a bit and used in the DKG by itself. And the standards you mentioned from the Ethereum space, and those are very interesting because they come out very quickly and get iterated on very quickly. So I think we're moving in a good direction. It's just it's a question of what comes first, and I think right now more building and more work and more testing in the real world comes first before we can figure out how to standardize it properly. And some things we did. W3C did verifiable credentials, identifiers, URIs. Those things we kind of know, but where it goes with NFTs and Tracverse like stories.
But Branimir, sorry, Branimir, but those standards you mentioned, are they Web3 or they're just because like GS1, it's in a general enterprise standard for products?
Actually,
right?
this is,
or do you count them as Web3 as well?
So this is W3C and standards that are specifically tackling decentralized technologies. So I cannot really separate them from Web3 in that sense.
But going back to Ivan's question, we learned in Web 0.1.2 that standards are very important and they're hard to win, but you're already, Trace is already adopting a good strategy, which is bringing customers. You bring customers into the standards discussion, and that accelerates adoption. And I think you're doing a good job of that.
Thank you.
And Branimir, both of you guys, Professor Metkov and Branimir, you mentioned the advent of AI and that Web3 could potentially be a catalyst to that. So I have two questions, one to Branimir, another to Dr. Metkov. So Branimir, first and foremost, can you elaborate a bit on that? Why is Web3 needed for AI?
No, that's a great question. I'm going to try to be quick. So essentially, throughout the day, we've been talking about problems such as verification, truth, identity, and all of these things become they're extremely important in the web itself. But today, with the advent of AI and all of the content being produced, just some of the things we can think about that immediately illustrate where the world is heading is the amount of content on the web has been growing exponentially ever since the web was created. But now that content, that speed goes even further with AI. And very soon we're going to have more content online created by AI than humans ever. And we had quite a bit of time to create content, centuries in fact. When that threshold is crossed, it's going to be very interesting to see what kind of content is true. How do we know that it's true? And the plumbing for that, for those protocols that are going to help us determine the truth or verify certain claims have to come from Web3. I actually think, we mentioned today, Tim Berners-Lee many times, this notion of semantic web. I think one reason why people would say that semantic web didn't succeed, and I would argue that it did, but in a different sector, is because we didn't have things like Bitcoin and decentralization. If you look at the stack that Tim Berners-Lee drew, he has a very nice stack of everything from URIs and RDF and ontologies, and at the top there's like cherry on top, the smallest piece is trust. What I think over the years we learned that trust has to be at the bottom of the stack. It has to be the first thing you build on top of. And because they didn't have that at the time, they couldn't obviously introduce it. So what happened is semantic web got captured by Web 2. So big companies such as our friends from Google, for example, they built their internal semantic webs, knowledge graphs, and they closed them in. So they made silos of very valuable information, and basically, I would argue that all the biggest Web 2 companies are the biggest due to the fact largely because they knew how to extract value from their data, and for that they needed to use knowledge graphs. So to wrap this thought up, AI is going to need this integrity and this trust layer at the bottom of it, and that's where both blockchains and the DKG bring this capability, or as we call it, this trusted knowledge foundation. Without it, I actually think Web3 is now finding its real purpose in trust outside of finance. We're going to be able to implement it pretty much anywhere now.
Another lesson that Sir Tim taught us that we should note is he introduced the web as 3 new standards: HTML, HTTP, and the URL. And the experts in each of those fields commented that those standards were lame. Because Tim proposed 3 lame standards, but then they were adopted and the web took off. So there's the lesson. One way to lose is to spend too much time perfecting the standard rather than grabbing one that's adequate and running with it now.
And that's exactly the mentality we have with OriginTrail. So we build and then we iterate. So it's so great to hear that from you, Professor, and to validate that approach. Thanks so much.
So how many assets do you have in the distributed knowledge graph now?
Nearly 1.5 million since the latest version was launched. Anybody know the right number? Yep, right. Almost 1.5 right now, yes.
Is that a big number or a little number? I can't tell.
Well, depends on the historical moment. I would say, since we launched very recently, it's kind of big, but our ambition is to go to 100 billion relatively soon. So compared to that, it's quite small.
And you, Dr. Metcalf, you're known for the Metcalfe's law, which reflects that the value of the network is based on the users of the network. The more users, the more value, and it grows exponentially. How do you think this changes with AI, and that we will have a lot of machine AI agents in the near future? Does the law apply exactly the same? Or do you think there's any kind of difference to Metcalfe's law now that we'll have more and more intelligent agents which are artificial?
Well, the Metcalfe's law has never been exactly true of anything, but I think the thing that Metcalfe's law sort of finesses is it doesn't explain what the value is. It says the value grows as the square or the number of users without filling in the detail. AI is a value enhancer. So you put an AI in one of the participants in a network, its value will be leveraged by Metcalfe's law, not determined by Metcalfe's law. So I would expect AI-driven networks to be much more valuable than pre-AI-driven networks, I would expect. In fact, we should look at that and see if there's any numerical basis of it. It's beginning to, there's enough of it around, we could begin to measure
it. And Branimir, looking at your lessons that you've learned from Dr. Metcalfe, what have you learned? What are the key lessons that you've learned and that you will keep in mind when building on the DKG in the future?
Great question.
I may look for a commission.
I learned that the USB problem propagates to not just USB slots. No, just kidding. We really appreciate all of the learnings, and there's a ton of them that we got from Professor throughout his advisory.
You understand that the USB joke is perishable. You know, the new USBs don't have this problem.
Yeah.
So I have to tell a lot now while it's still a little bit funny.
There you go. Another learning just there. So, yeah, absolutely. It was super funny. The whole room was laughing. But anyway, the learnings. I mean, I can mention a few, but it's always been a very not just exciting but inspiring talk with Professor Bob, because not only would he be interested in concepts like NFTs, which from what I know he owns some land in some metaverse, but also, which is cool, and it was inspiring to talk about these topics, but even more so, and I'll go back to the topic of connectivity, because he always tried to, and still does, try to direct us in the direction of how can we build the technology not as one-per-one basis, so for Swiss Railway or for Walmart or for somebody, but rather how can, the questions he would ask would be like, would Swiss Railway like another railway to use this? Would Walmart like Home Depot to use this? And this gets you thinking about, in some sort of counterintuitive way. You're used, especially as an engineer, I'm used to, like, you know, there's some requirements, there's some code we need to write, we need to test it, and then we need to, like, you know, solve some problem for one customer, but no customer is going to tell you, hey, it would be cool if you build something that I want to use with maybe even my competitor. And that's where connectivity actually has the biggest potential, and it's one of the learnings that I remembered, because this triggered a lot of the thinking for OriginTrail v6. So not sure how well I could explain that, but such questions are so inspiring and give us such new room to explore that have literally been driving a lot of the developments over the past couple of years. So I'll use the opportunity to thank again Professor Metcalf for all of this, and looking forward to having more of those chats and chats like this.
Well, we just need to go viral. And you don't go viral by doing one-offs. For example, by giving people money to try your product. That's may or may not be good, but it's not viral. It's viral if each of your customers wants all your other customers to be customers. If you can get that's how you get to be viral. So I'm constantly looking for that. Is there anything in what you're doing now that promises to go viral?
It's a very good question. I would say many things, because the way we harnessed with this new version of the technology, the ability to connect is unprecedented. We haven't had this capability before with OriginTrail. So today, somebody like Amos can create his platform, and then somebody like Barbara can introduce her art in the platform, and let's say somebody like Stevan, who makes music, or Nikita, who is another of our teammates who make music, can introduce that into the platform without Amos needing to do anything, which is exactly this capability of virality that was there for social networks, for essentially opening up the floor, but in a much better way than social networks. So to be honest, I cannot be more excited than to see how we grow these, and I think these new pockets of value will quickly grow as mushrooms into enormous colonies of new communities and products. So I'm super excited for that.
Let's go viral.
Let's go viral.
Mushrooms. And let's standardize and build great protocols. Thanks a lot, Branimir. Thanks a lot, Dr. Metcalf. It was a pleasure to speak with you today, and looking forward to updates and the development of the OriginTrail protocol as well. And thanks everyone for watching.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Professor. Come again?
Tusen tak. From a Norwegian who is...
Tusen tak.
Nice.
Exactly. Tack så mycket.
Thanks again. Thanks again, folks. Let's give a round of applause for everybody. Woo. All right. Thank you for sticking around, folks. We have one last session, and then we go party. You should not miss the party. I know it's Monday, but you know what they say, Monday is the new Friday. Well, I say it. That counts for something, right? You know? So it's like extended weekend, you know. Yeah, we're gonna have actually those two fellow musicians that I mentioned, together with Amos and maybe a little bit myself, will be playing music tonight at K4. So whoever is around, please stick around. It starts at 9. But before that, we're going to give a final keynote to end this conference. So I invite my co-founders Tomáš and Ziga to join me on stage and speak a little bit instead of me, because I'm getting a little tired here. So please join me.
Does it work? It does.
Microphone check.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Do we have a clicker or something?
Do we have a clicker? Yes, we have a clicker. So, I'll let you the honors to click.
Okay. We'll do the last session real quick, and we'll look into a future and also some of the past achievements. So essentially what we're concluding in this month is a so-called Turing phase. And you all know who Turing was. He was a famous mathematician. So we decided to name the development phase after Turing. And coincidentally, also our advisor, Professor Bob Metcalf, also received Turing Reward this year. So we congratulate him for that as well. And the next phase, development phase, we are approaching that one very quickly. It's actually called Metcalfe phase. A little bit less accidentally. And yeah, so I would just like to reiterate Professor's words, because I think they nicely encapsulate the reason why we're building OriginTrail Trusted Knowledge Foundation. He would once state, we live in a time of abundant connectivity and alas, abundant misinformation. The OriginTrail Decentralized Knowledge Graph, DKG, is an evolving tool for finding the truth in knowledge. In particular, we see knowledge graphs improving the fidelity of artificial intelligence. Now, these words, we believe, are both important in terms of why we're building what we're building. So the reasons why we try to improve supply chain transparency, trust, why we help also artists gain better grounding in terms of protecting their copyright, why we help also improve access to trusted financial information about companies, etc. It is important because of that, but also it is important because of a beacon as to where we want to go in the future in the Metcalfe phase. I just wanted to say Bob Metcalfe's phase, but it's just Metcalfe's phase. Yeah, and essentially with the launch of the V6 network, we also launched a new kind of primitive, internet primitive. It's called knowledge asset, and we consider knowledge asset to be kind of a new asset class in a similar fashion as money or cash, and then Bitcoin became a new asset class. We believe that knowledge also needs to become a new, or treated as a new asset class. And with the DKG, with the 6th version, which was born in the current stage, so Turing phase, also knowledge technically can be supported as an asset class. So we're going to kind of dwell a little bit deeper into Turing phase and the most important achievements before we go on and present what are the the next development, most important development steps in the Metcalfe's phase. Branimir, will you go forward and just talk a little bit about?
For sure. Yeah, no problem. And then Tomas can finish.
I'll just be here. I'll be hanging out.
Just hang out. Yeah.
Yeah, having a great time.
Well, maybe we can start with the professor's comment on, I think he said DAL standards that Tim Berners-Lee brought. Lame. Well, I wouldn't say knowledge assets are lame, but I wish them the faith of HTTP, HTML, so that they become maybe some lame standard in the way. But definitely cannot be lame, because they do quite a lot of interesting things. So when we launched, as Ziga said, the version 6, it was actually not an incremental launch. It did follow version 5, but it was such a complete, not just a rewrite in terms of code, but it was the complete paradigm shift, changing from, in a way, handling data in the DKG. And if you look at our old talks, you'll see a lot of that, to actually moving to knowledge, and to moving knowledge to knowledge as an asset. And so this V6 you can consider as like V60 basically, from compared to V5. It was a big change. And you see on the right side basically this hexagon representing a knowledge asset. I'll quickly go through what it means. Basically, I said it today, but just as a short recap, a knowledge asset you can own. You can create and own on a blockchain of your choice, and then this information is then discoverable by anybody. Again, the information of your choice. You can also decide to keep some information private in your knowledge assets, yet make it discoverable through the DKG. Finally, anybody who discovers this knowledge asset can verify it for source, or the origin, and the update trail of this information. So when you have this as sort of the foothold or the ground, you can build really nice AI, trusted AI applications on top. We've seen many showcases today, and those are just scratching the surface. So this was one of the main achievements of the Turing phase, and so far, as you heard, there's quite a lot of knowledge assets in existence. Following on that, we mentioned that the DKG is multi-chain. So Tomas, do you want to mention that achievement?
Yeah. I mean, it's still boggling me, because it was not even, what, a year ago?
Less than a year.
Less than a year ago. It feels like, so much things have been created in the meantime, and we've seen such a big upswing in understanding, in using, in creating of the V6 technology that it's quite, it's hard to fathom that it's been less than a year that all this has transpired. And, knowledge assets came from something that was kind of coined and then introduced to something that feels, at least in the OriginTrail ecosystem, which is of course a bubble, but within that ecosystem feels like a ubiquitous thing that it's very adopted in that sense. So I think to your point, as lame or good of a standard it is, it's gaining traction in that sense. So I'm very much looking forward how it continues to have that impact in the future. And yeah, V6 introduced a lot of new things. It grabbed a few things from V7, which have been introduced just because of it was so important to have them as a part of the infrastructure with knowledge assets kind of coming to the forefront. But at the same time, it stayed very much aligned to the core values of the ecosystem, which were neutrality, inclusiveness, usability, and it kept on with the vision, in this case also, of the multi-chain OriginTrail DKG. Now, the multi-chain vision has always been there since we kind of framed that think in combining the first white paper 2016-17, and it showed to be very powerful vision at that, due to all of the things that we kind of mentioned before as well, and that was seen through as well within the V6. And because it was such a new development, it kind of was a little bit of a breaking network. This vision has to get reinstated again, and kind of redeployed with the new version of the network, with a very interesting addition this time around, because we have that little pink logo on top, because we have an OriginTrail parachain now. An OriginTrail parachain is a network. It's a second network within the OriginTrail ecosystem, but it's a layer 1 network. So it's our own blockchain that is launched on Polkadot network and allows basically to be the innovation hub for OriginTrail consensus layer. So it allows us to do things like launch V6 first on it and create new developments, and also show the way basically to how other blockchains can then adopt these features in their own. And what we've seen within the Turing phase, again, together with all the other developments that we've seen so far, was the introduction of the multi-chain framework, which allows other EVM-compatible blockchains to become a part or to integrate the decentralized knowledge graph. And as we were hearing before in the keynote of Dr. Metcalf, as well as in the fire chat conversation, it's all about connectivity. So these types of integrations foster that connectivity and allow the DKG to be basically present on multiple blockchains, but on the other hand as well, the blockchains to garner the power or harness the power of the DKG in their networks. So it was very cool to also see that as soon as we kind of released that framework, a lot of there was interest immediately from the Gnosis team to integrate that. There were also others that came forward. So exciting times launching and winning the auction for the Polkadot slot for the parachain, as well as seeing the multi-chain vision coming to fruition.
Yeah, I think an important thing you mentioned there is opening really up with the RFCs and having communities be able to come in. One other example of that was ChatDKG. So that's less than a year old. It's half a year old project, and we already have amazing builders here with us today who've showcased things that they're working on, and then some more. And this has just been around for a little bit, and I'm super excited to see what other ideas people come up with. I think that shift between us as Trace Labs sort of pushing the ecosystem forward solely on sort of our backs is changing, and it's changing in a really good direction. And people, such as the people you've seen today, are recognizing that from any talk. It seems that we are getting something right, and part of getting it right was getting it more open, and I really enjoy this. So I'm expecting to see even more, and I think we should learn from that as well, or we have learned from that. Speaking of that, open means also growth. And in this case of the Turing phase, launching V6 meant introducing knowledge assets, basically also starting migration of the previous implementations from V5 to V6, but actually getting driven by more new implementations. So what you see is a chart of cumulative number of knowledge assets created on the DKG, and like we said, we're around 1.5 million right now. So it's been growing at a very, very nice pace over the last couple of months. This is a chart from the actual telemetry data we're collecting from the network. And from what I understand, we have about, at the moment, there's a certain throughput of around 20-ish, maybe Nikita, I need to ask you how many daily, 20-ish thousand knowledge assets? 24,000 knowledge assets, so it's growing rapidly. And that's really, really great to see. Anybody want to add something to that nice looking chart? Why is it not purple?
Yeah, I think charts tells a story, but I think there's another story very important here. The story of us utilizing technology and utilizing also machines, but serving human purpose. So OriginTrail has been around to improve transparency and trust, and over the past 10 years, and we have been building this for give or take 10 years. We have been trying to tackle like real humanized problems, not just like some technical hurdles that we need to overcome. And this graph just partially represents a story of us trying to build human-centric solutions. And the further we go into the future, we would expect this graph to go up as a function of us being able to deliver human-centric solutions. Over 10 years ago, we developed the first solution for kmetijska zadruga Shelley Sjerven, essentially allowing any consumer to check and verify provenance and quality of meat. And this use case has been up and running since forever, since it was launched. But in the meantime, we also launched other use cases. We went to international trade, supply chains, which went global. We went into more different supply chains, then we went into other sectors outside of supply chains, but always kind of serving the humanized purpose, whilst utilizing machines. So what we now try to do here is see this graph, of course, go up, but also seeing this graph go up by empowering others to deliver human-centric solutions. And in trying to achieve, so the Metcalfe phase, so the key elements of the Metcalfe phase really nicely serve as an underpinning for the future growth, not only to 1 million and 50% over 1 million, which we have somewhat exceeded as an expectation for the Turing phase already. In the Metcalfe phase, actually, we expect and hope this growth to be even more explosive. And it should not be explosive just because of us sitting here and for the first time sitting at any conference, especially our own conference, I was able to sit down and just listen to others talking, and that was beautiful. And in the future, I expect, at least for myself, but I'm sure I'm speaking in the name of
raising my hand
of all of us sitting here. We also hope to speak even less than today.
Yes.
And it's really empowering and super nice to see more builders coming in, also organizations, guests coming in, proposing their ideas. GS1, BSI, Alpha Transform Holdings. So many of our partners, including tomorrow's sponsor of our proof of stake picnic, and actually we're going to actually put some meat to the bone over there, showing you how you can actually prove, where meat is coming from. That's why we call proof of stake picnic. So have as many meaty solutions as possible, but not delivered only by us, by the core development company, but actually empowering others to deliver it. And I think Metcalfe phase is appropriately geared to achieve, the purpose. And you're looking into this like nicely structured engine, and taking all the learnings we have kind of gathered so far, we are actually well into the medical phase in many senses, because you know, the advancements with the AI somehow helped us to deliver solutions that make us more effective, makes us more efficient, because we don't need to build different user interfaces for different sectors. We can use the same interface for art sector, for supply chain sector, for I don't know, financial industry. And all of these things are now getting somehow encapsulated into the V8 stage under the medical phase. And perhaps Branimir and Tomáš can also explain how, or perhaps can also tease towards, you know, what makes that possible.
I go first? All right. Yeah, I mean, it's the Matka phase right now, it's perfectly positioned just because a lot of these things have fallen in place, and the level of what I think that, you know, what interfaces are offering is just the interaction capability that almost directly with the DKG, if not really directly, right? So that's like so powerful, because it's night and day that in terms of understanding the value propositions or even creating ideas. I'm sure, and I hope, because that was the whole desire of this event, was to create and foster new ideas and inspire how the use cases that you've seen presented on the stage today could easily be adapted to your situation, whether that's your organization, whether that's you know, you're individually. But that's the power of it, because it can be very and with the DKG V8 coming forward, could be even more so easily and in a faster time frame implemented for someone. So it's yeah, I think that Metcalfe and Metcalfe's law, which we were learning about before, will have a chance to live out its full potential in this phase, because all the puzzles are in the right place. And yeah, I'm excited to see it come forward in terms of teasing out what will be the little bolts that are or screws that are a part of this engine. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities to dive deep. But as a concept, I think, yeah, like that's the even more leaning into what we saw that works right now, even more closely getting associated or integrated with the AI tools, AI systems that just enable all of this great value to get created, is what will see the explosive growth continue.
Yeah, it's hard to add something after that, but I'll try, and I'll move on to my computer to show you something. But essentially, yeah, I mean, it's the V8 that's coming is going to be a very synergetic update, which is going to combine the learnings from not just us, but this time, as I already mentioned, other builders who we tried to listen to, because there's been quite a lot of interest from new communities we haven't talked with that much before. Especially the last couple of months, the conferences, even if we were to have like a very late, I spoke in Berlin 6:30, sometime like this, I thought nobody would be there anymore, and it was a full stage, and people were really approaching us to see how they can build. There's definitely a lot of interest and need, and that's where we're going to be taking DKG V8 even further. So making it both more developer friendly, but also more capable, especially in the AI arena. So if you look at the website, you'll see in the roadmap certain bullet points related to how we're going to introduce additional capabilities in the DKG. Some of these features already being prototyped as we speak, such as the ability to synchronize with the domain of knowledge. So for example, domain could be a supply chains, or could be gaming, or could be anything else. So when I say synchronize, I mean having the ability to ingest that graph and build on top of it very easily locally, having the ability to do vector search on the network level, so in completely decentralized way, and really just inhaling all of these new developments that are bubbling up like crazy in the AI space, as well as in the Web3 space. So it's going to be a very, very exciting update, and you're going to be hearing more about it in the coming period. We're going to have quite a few, let's say, updates being released that are going to detail certain components and how we intend to improve it. Having that said, I need a moment to set up, so maybe somebody can build up until I set up my computer for this.
I think it's what we're going to see right now is super cool, because it shows that V8 it's not just a network update. It's a different way of how you interact with OriginTrail as a whole. And it's leaning heavily into using all the available tools that are out there. So kind of, taking a leaf out of the preaching book ourselves and really showcasing what you could do on OriginTrail DKG level by introducing the AI tools, and then hopefully have V8 really as a combination of a network update as well as the I don't even know, experience update. Is that a good way to put it?
So yes, that's a very good point. So I'd like to say that for the first time, we realize we can actually, instead of us as Trace Labs being kind of the main agent for adoption of the technology, and then introducing other builders and companies into the system also being agents for adoption, we finally realized that we can have the DKG itself as technology be an agent for adoption. And therefore, we started with a very basic idea that will evolve quite heavily, which is called OriginTrail World. So we can now show the screen, which is actually the first glimpse into something that is still not yet live, but as you can see, it already exists, that basically showcases the entire OriginTrail ecosystem. And I'll just show very briefly a couple of things, but as you can see, and this is a little bit noisy here on this video, but as you can see, this is kind of like a catalog of all of the tools you can use with OriginTrail. So you can scroll through it and see all of the things that have been implemented or can be implemented easily, such as, for example, the Milvus vector database from our friends from Silicon Valley, or LangChain, and similar tools within different categories of the tools that can work with the DKG, vector databases, graph databases, all different Web3 wallets and similar technologies. But this is kind of like the old world, right? So a catalog is really like a marketplace, though we didn't have one up until now. So it's pretty cool that you can come and look at all of the things that are available in the ecosystem. And by the way, we invite everybody who has built something or is building something to submit their project or tool or library or whatever they're doing. But the cooler stuff is, this is kind of like old world way interacting with knowledge, right? Catalog style, like you used to go into the library back before Bob and Tim and the folks invented the internet. Like that's how you discover knowledge, right? You have to go to a library, then you ask the librarian, then they look into an index card or an index today, and then they find a book or a few, and then you look at it's been a very cumbersome discovery process. So this is kind of like that. You look at the catalog and then you have to look and whatever. The cooler one is just plain new trusted AI chat. So you can come and, let's say, you come up with an idea. Maybe it would be cool to build a product for X. So how would I go about it? Maybe if I don't know these complex technologies, well, you can just come and ask. And for example, let's ask this one. How can I build a trusted question answering system with OriginTrail? I can type it, or I can try to. Chat mode. Okay, yeah, I'll change it. Yeah, so there's two modes, search and chat. And you can check that out on other similar interfaces with explanations. So what the difference is, the first one just does semantic extraction. The second one just takes that the discovered information, and throws it in a way into an LLM that basically makes it a little nicer for us humans to understand. So when I ask a question like that, it takes a little bit. It's still not the fastest, and we'll be working on it. That will be one of the things that V8 is going to improve on for sure. But the point here is that you can use the DKG, all of the knowledge within it, and actually learn, and it can help you build yourself. And not just the DKG itself, but rather AI in the sense of much more than doing search or question answering. You can, for example, think of autonomous agents which are able to use this knowledge in a specific domain to actually do something clever with it. So in the domain of software development, let's assume I'm a coder and I came here and I want to build a system. I can ask a question like this and it gives me precise instructions on how I can do it and which tools I can use, obviously being able to check all of the knowledge assets and the sources. So sources could be anything from existing documentation to tutorials up to new things that are constantly being developed. And this is, let's say, software development domain. Think of construction domain. We had those discussions today. Imagine if you could come and query the knowledge coming from University of Granada, that they produce a ton of very innovative knowledge. Same for Open University or pretty much any other topic that you can think of. And imagine if you have an army of AI agents that's being able to extract that, so that you're not the bottleneck as a human, right? That you have actually machines doing it. So this is just a kind of a first glimpse at that idea of OriginTrail World, which will be launched and available for anybody to use relatively soon. And it's going to utilize OriginTrail. So basically the point of our technology in its core to enable others to share and ingest and use this knowledge to the best of their ability, but now with not just their ability, but also with the ability of AI. So with much higher leverage, if I may say.
Yeah, I think this one will play out to be a game changer in just how you interact with these types of infrastructure products altogether. Because it's like going from, okay, you have to fight through understanding what it is and help you this, and then think about the use case, and kind of that's totally separate. And then you go and you fight your way through like the documentation to set something up, and all of this can be assisted with OriginTrail World. So anything from designing your use case to figuring out what's maybe learning from other things that are already available in, and kind of driving your inspiration to helping you set up your project and provide template code base and stuff like that. A lot of things can be done. So it's like a steroids things. It's gonna be completely different. So that's a different experience basically for you.
All right, I think the energy is slowly getting towards, let's go get some beers. So I think it might make sense to slowly start wrapping up. Just a few small notes. As we talked about the Turing and Metcalfe phase, we are basically at the end of the Turing phase. There's few more things to happen, and then when the Metcalfe phase kicks in, there's basically going to be a plethora of new initiatives that are happening. One of which is also going to be the third version of the OriginTrail white paper, which is going to be coming out relatively soon. So a lot of these ideas that we have been mentioning, and it might sound a little hazy to you, you'll have an opportunity to actually dive much deeper. And we've been working with several academics on this paper and the research behind it. So we're super excited to actually be presenting it when it's ready. So stay tuned for that. Having that said, I think it's an honor to wrap this up for today. Thank you everybody for coming. It was a pleasure having you and learning from all of you, meeting all of you in person. And I'm really, I was both excited but also honored to have the opportunity to share knowledge with everybody in this room. I know it might sound a little bit egotistical, whatever, but I go to conferences a lot, and this was for me one of the best packed, content-packed, value-packed, meaning-packed conference, energy-packed conference. I'm looking at you, and fun-packed conference. So it was super exciting, and I cannot wait to have the next one. We should not wait a year. We should do it in half a year, or something like that. Anyway, thanks again, everybody. Thanks to all the speakers, the panelists. Thank you to the crew and the team and everybody coming and sticking around for so long. We're closing it here, so I guess we can give one final round of applause for everyone who was participating. And two pieces of information not to forget. Monday is the new Friday. Party is happening tonight at 9 p.m. at Club K4. You're all invited. We're going to be having some food, and we're going to be dancing and singing, and I hope having a special act from our fellow Amos, who has actually been creating the best rap in the world, because it's all about OriginTrail. And then tomorrow we have Proof of Stake Picnic, 4 p.m. at that beautiful building over there, which looks like a pyramid. And it's going to be a great view. It's going to be great weather. And we're going to taste probably the most tasty meat I've ever eaten. That comes from Kaze Šaleška Dolina. I hope they bring hrenovki as well. I don't know if that's happening, but I would love that. And we're going to have also folks from Perutnina Ptuj, so we're going to be able to actually interact with the products and check them with OriginTrail. So, and also to hang out, so we can actually have some more time to chat. So looking forward to seeing you later at the party, tomorrow at the event, and yeah, looking forward to more events like this and chatting with all of you folks. Thanks again for coming, and have a great rest of the week. Cheers. Ooh.